There was a dark entity, a god named Zero, who destroyed over half of humanity and invaded his home on Earth. The hardcore leveling warrior returned from the game world to reality, but stopping Zero then was impossible. The Earth rewound to a time before Zero's desires disrupted reality, resetting to 5 years earlier. During this process, Zero's world, which had once enveloped the Earth, shattered into fragments drifting through space. Even an all-powerful god couldn't completely erase a timeline that once existed. The memories of the 5-year timeline when the game Lucid Adventure was developed haven't disappeared. They cling to the fragments of Zero drifting in space. Those fragments always held a gravitational pull towards each other. In the first 3 years, those fragments gathered and combined, forming an apple-sized object. By the 4th year, they expanded to a third of the moon's size at a notable speed. Then, in the 5th year, all fragments completely merged, returning to their original form as a toy of the gods. The hardcore leveling warrior thought he had left his past behind, but the book of history had only closed slightly. The winds of time continued to blow, and he had to continue his story from the half-closed pages. Zero held the past, and Ethan returned home. In the YLZ's studio, something strange seemed to have just happened. Ethan Gong sat in front of the computer, swaying unsteadily. His head spun like a top, and his eyes turned vacant. Soon, a black screen with red letters appeared, reading Leveling War. Ethan's pupils shrank as much as possible. Ethan Gong, from the Hardcore Leveling Warrior organization, turned to the project team and exclaimed, "What did you just say now?" She noticed and questioned, "Why do you look stunned?" "I just asked if you wanted to go with me." Sora Ko, from the Hardcore Leveling Warrior organization, in charge of arts, repeated confusedly, "To the convenience store or not?" He stood up confusedly, declining, "No, I don't think so, I just ate." But internally worried, "What is that sound? It's creepy." Sora replied, "All right, I'll go by myself then." Suddenly, a young girl stood up and said, "I'll go with you," causing her to ask, "Why did you refuse earlier?" Ryum Im, from the Hardcore Leveling Warrior organization, in the marketing department, stretched and lamented, "I thought a walk might be good to ease the stiffness from sitting too long. It's about time anyway." Sora asked curiously, "What time?" She revealed cheerfully, "It's time to open Kokonon cards." She was left baffled, asking, "What? Kokonon?" Sora teased, "Are you still into that, Ryum? You're grown up, yet you collect Kokonon?" Ethan Gong's cheeks flushed as he realized, Ryum likes to collect Komohon? Ryum excitedly replied, "Hey, don't judge, these days a lot of adults are into Komohon." Then she urged, "Let's go quickly, or they'll sell out." He frantically knocked the keyboard over, shouting, "Hey, wait!" Ethan Gong, sweating all over, expressed, "I want to go too." Both of them turned towards him. Sora asked innocently, "How come? You just said you didn't want to go." He scratched his belly awkwardly, making up an excuse. My stomach growled again, fast digestion. Ryum eagerly cheered, "Great, then let's go together, Ethan." Seeing this, she immediately guessed he didn't want to go with just me, but now with Ryum, he's so excited. "I've figured you out, Ethan." Then Sora sighed, urging, "Let's go." Ethan Gong thought nobody realized, feeling smug. Phew, that was close. They walked together along the sidewalk, Ryum chatting. "Sora, did you watch the news? There will be a big meteor shower tonight." Sora, in the middle, caught wind. "Yes, but there's a conspiracy theory that it's not a meteor, but aliens." She glanced over, recounting, "I watched on an astronomy YouTube channel last night." Ryum admired, "It'd be amazing if it's true." Meanwhile, Ethan Gong hesitantly called, Ryum. She softly said, "Yes." He put his hand in his pocket, hesitating. "Here." Then Ethan Gong presented her with an item, mumbling shyly, "For you." Ryum was startled, exclaiming, "It's," secretly thrilled, thinking, "I've collected for so long, but this is the first time owning such a beautiful card." She shouted loudly, "The Rainbow Dragon." He smiled, confirming, "Before, you said you like collecting Kokonon cards, so..." Ryum politely declined. "I do collect, but this card is too precious." Ethan Gong interrupted, "It's okay, it's just a first-rate replica." Sora, standing in the middle, grumbled internally, "He's trying to woo my friend with Kokonon cards, crazy." She waved it off, declaring, "I'll just accept your gesture, Ethan." He tried to persuade, "Nothing to worry about, I have plenty." Sora murmured encouragement. "Yes, Ryum Im, no need to accept such childish things." Ryum, sweating nervously, excused herself. "It's not that I'm uncomfortable, but I prefer collecting cards I buy myself." After hearing that, she could only hold her head, complaining, "Ugh, my head. I can't understand this excuse to refuse. These two are clueless." Ethan Gong got even more excited. "So, you're a true Kokomon fan. I'm the same. The feeling of unwrapping each pack and uncovering the secret inside is the best, right?" She enthusiastically agreed. "Absolutely." Sora watched, feeling nauseated. The company might soon have another Kokomon-obsessed couple. Unable to hold back, she grabbed it. "If you don't want it, I'll take it," he shouted. "Hey, what?" Sora held it in her hand and walked over, suggesting, "You have more, don't you? Give me this one, okay?" Ethan Gong couldn't say a word, just that. He suddenly remembered, actually, it's Carter's card. So forget it. What a shame. Rainbow Dragon, who would have thought it'd turn out like this? He licked his lips, mumbled, "Just take it." Ethan Gong looked down, pondering. Come to think of it, why haven't I seen Carter today? He's the type who eats, sleeps, and works at the company all the time. He looked at the phone screen, wondering. He usually replies right away, but I haven't heard from him today. Is he sick? Standing alone on the street, Ethan Gong felt uneasy. This suddenly got me worried. He put the phone to his ear and thought, it's been so long without a reply. Maybe he got into a traffic accident somewhere? No, that's impossible. Just then, the system board popped up saying, "See you again, hardcore leveling warrior," which made him very uncomfortable. Not again. I'm not imagining this. Ethan Gong's eyes went wide. Hardcore leveling warrior. It feels like I've heard that term before. His face darkened as sweat dripped down. Isn't hardcore leveling warrior the name of my company? Why does this word echo in my head? It's nauseating. What's happening? Am I losing it? Calm down. Think. Carter named the company Hardcore Leveling Warrior, and I haven't seen or heard from him all day. Ethan Gong thought deeply. Could Carter's absence today be related to the disturbing voice in my head? He shouted into the phone. Sora, room, have you guys received any message or contact from Carter today? Suddenly, a bright light appeared near Ethan Gong, causing passersby to buzz with curiosity. What's that? An earthquake? It's coming over. A meteor shower. He looked up, and his eyes were wide open. A meteor shower. Meanwhile, an object was falling to Earth, trailing a beam of blue light. Ethan Gong had a headache as he thought, if it lands here, will we be safe? His vision started to blur. It's just a meteor shower, right? From this distance, it shouldn't affect us. Ethan Gong's face was tense, panic rising inside. Wait, what is that? It looks both blurry and... He noticed an eye on it and wondered, what is on the surface of that thing? The Earth game expanded fully, revealing to Ethan Gong an eye. He was hit by its light, forcing one eye to close. Then a source of energy collided with Earth, making a strange sound. System data storage confirmed. It gradually emitted rays of light around its surface. Time synchronization system successful. Uploading stored data now. A series of notifications popped up. System synchronizing Lucid Adventures map with Earth. System digitalizes the planet's structure. Configuring the human race. System recognizes humans as the primary species on Earth, with strong development potential. System digitizes life forms into game characters. Data, check complete. System, human race, male gender name, Ethan Gong, alias, note, the first phase completed, system detects OP character, overpowered adjusting Earth server settings. He quickly raised his hands to cover his face, confused. What on earth is going on? Is this a hallucination? Or am I dreaming? Ethan Gong compared the status windows in front of him like they're from a game. The system continued, stating OP character with alias is level capped according to game progress, cap at 10. He gritted his teeth, enduring while it announced, system character creation successful. When it was over, Ethan Gong paused and glanced sideways, thinking, the wind stopped, is it over? What on earth is happening? And where are the others? In front of him were Sora and Ryum, still bewildered. Ethan Gong rushed over, shouting, are you guys okay? She turned, startled, and called, Ethan. A system board suddenly appeared in front of them, saying, hello, leaving them confused. Hello? A message? It announced, message from the system. Are you feeling confused by the current situation? In short, all living creatures on Earth, including you, have become game characters. The crowd murmured, what? Who is that? A game. Turn on the news to check. I can't access Naver. The message from the system, if you level up, you'll become stronger, able to learn skills and use magic. Additionally, dungeons will appear everywhere on Earth. If not cleared within the set time, monsters will invade. But clearing them will reward you with items. Unlike a computer game, dying in this Earth game means real death. Value your life, the message from the system. Enjoy the game, Earth. Ethan Gong gritted his teeth, swatting away the system board while shouting, seriously, is this the apocalypse? We have to risk our lives with only a short tutorial. The screen again displayed in the sky. Earth game system starts now. The crowd looked up, curious. A 3D projection? Or a new movie advertisement? A mission was given. Group event. Defeat the mad scarecrow. Mission difficulty. Don't worry, new guys. We've prepared the most suitable monsters for you. Mission completion condition. Deal 150 damage to the practice scarecrow. Hidden condition. If you complete the hidden condition, the mission reward will increase. Reward. Novice class selection ticket. Low-level experience box. Right then, a portal appeared, causing everyone to scream, what's that? The system distributed basic equipment. Received novice sword, Common clothes upgraded to novice clothes, shoes upgraded to novice shoes. Ethan Gong looked at the weapon in his hand and mumbled, a sword. He glanced back and instructed, Ah, Riem, you guys stick close to me. It's dangerous out here. Ethan Gong gritted his teeth, remembering, just 10 minutes ago we were on our way to the convenience store for bread. Then he advised, brace yourselves to run. Guys, our first mission might hit hard. A ding sounded, monster system summoned. Suddenly, a hand holding a sword emerged from the portal, with a trembling voice. Day or night, alone it stands, creaking and eerie. The scarecrow stands alone. The training scarecrow, a tool used to assess the combat strength of new soldiers, had been a practice tool for rookie players for a long time. Then one day, it went berserk. It hummed eerie tunes that made the rookie players' skin crawl. As it hummed, the lanky straw scarecrow caused them to panic and shout, a real monster. What is this? It doesn't seem like a movie ad. Call the police. No, call the fire department too. Mom, I'm scared. Up to this point, this is still the story of those 5 erased years. Re-entering reality. Ethan Gong, also known as the hardcore leveling warrior, was someone who escaped into games to avoid real life. But now, reality itself is a game that is reality. In this new world, can he regain his past strength? Can he recover lost memories along with his former comrades? And can Ethan Gong have a peaceful life with friends again? One thing is certain, he will never give up searching for what he wants, no matter how tough the road ahead is, because Ethan Gong is the hardcore leveling warrior. And one more thing, the end of this story is certain. After the meteor shower, the whole world changed and turned into a game. Status windows appeared and people started using magic and weapons, just like in fantasy movies, venturing into dungeons to hunt monsters. Let's just say that's what happened. A planet's worldview turned upside down. But there's one thing Ethan Gong couldn't understand. Him, the top gamer in the world. In a new world where reality became a game, he was called a noob. Ethan Gong, 34 years old, with rookie stats, no skills, and unable to equip items because of low stats. The term 10 rec didn't apply to regular players. It referred to those cursed, unable to progress beyond level 10. But why did it have to be him, a professional gamer, a legend in the esports industry, now a 10 rec? How could he bear this? Ethan Gong asked from his seat in the car. Boss, how long have we been driving? Are we there yet? Suk Chin reassured him while driving. Almost there, stay calm. The driver turned his head to chat. Young man, you're pretty lucky. There's no other place that would support you like this for such a price. Suk Chin grinned. Right? These days, who still takes contracts for 500? Ethan smiled but muttered to himself, that bald guy, 500 isn't free money. A moment later, Ethan pressed his lips together, agreeing silently. It wasn't wrong. Now he was on his way to claim a dungeon reward. Even as a 10 rec, anytime you complete a high-level dungeon, you get rewarded. Though rare, there have been cases where the level limit was removed when successfully ranking up. But hiring guild assistants is expensive, averaging 1 million won. 10 recs quietly fork over the money because in this game world, level equals social status and financial power. Suk Chin added, last time, a girl hired a guild to clear a dungeon, and after she ranked up, she was immediately hired by the player association. Hearing this, Ethan felt amazed and wished, what if, after ranking up, I got hired by the association too? What amazing luck that would be. The driver glanced at Ethan through the rearview mirror, mumbling. What was that girl's name again? She's been on TV a few times, saying things like our guild is very united. That's the younger generation for you, getting a good job and rising like a kite in the wind. Ethan hesitated. Yeah, wondering, why do I care what this guy thinks? Does he know the debt I incurred to hire this guild for dungeon runs? No wonder he lost his hair. He's so brain dead. Not long after, Suk Chin's voice rang out in front of the lush hills. We're here. Ethan stepped out of the car slowly. Ethan Gong looked around, confused. Is there really a dungeon here? Suddenly a shout echoed, startling him. Hey, you! Ethan stood in front of 2 people, innocently replying, yes. One of them yelled, do you want to die? What time did we agree on, and you're just now showing up? Ethan quickly explained. Well, actually, the taxi driver was a bit slow, so Kim Hwa-tong, a level 54 intermediate swordsman from the Flame Guild, a seasoned player with military service, capable of handling various roles from damage dealer to tank, still criticized. No excuses, move those feet over here quickly. Cho Su Yeong, a level 47 intermediate healer, from the Justice Guild of Chuncheon City, a rank 7 public servant who works part-time on her days off, waved and greeted. Hello, I'm the healer, Cho Su Yeong. Hwa-tong barked orders. Move to the dungeon entrance. March. Su Young quickly explained. Sorry, Hwa-tong's a bit rough, but once in the dungeon, you'll feel secure. He's a veteran. Ethan stood there stammering. Yeah, thinking this guy looks strong, must be the military background. Seeing this, Hwa-tong urged, are you deaf? Why aren't you moving? Ethan quickly caught up. Oh, I'm coming in. In the Forbidden Abyss dungeon, level 1, a creature opened its mouth, spilling green liquid. Ethan was shocked as its sharp claws appeared in front of him. Ethan Gong wondered why these monsters always seemed to aim for him. The tank should be attracting them. At that moment, a foot stomped the ground. A voice yelled, "Hey, you!" He rushed forward with green energy, reminding, "Why are you standing there? Move aside." Ethan raised his hand over his face, thinking, I might get crushed by him before any monster gets me. Feeling like he made many rookie mistakes since entering the dungeon, Huatong shouted fiercely, "You!" He delivered another blow to the creature, declaring confidently, "It's definitely dead now." After handling it, Su Yeong lamented, "Really, you need to pay more attention. Are you all right?" Ethan stammered, "Fine." She quickly added, "We've almost cleared level 1, let's head to the next level." Ethan replied softly, "Okay," thinking, "Oh well, halfway tank, just hang in there." Huatong, carrying his sword on his shoulder, suggested, "Before moving on, let's settle up." He looked up, calculated with his hand, "Let's see, once at the entrance, twice here, and twice over there, a total of 5 times, right?" Ethan still didn't understand why additional costs suddenly came up. "I paid everything yesterday." Huatong mentioned the rule. "Don't you know? Saving a life costs an extra $1,000,000. Ethan was startled and shouted, "What? Why am I just finding out about this now?" He frowned mockingly, thinking there's no way to find someone to tank for just 500. Huatong grinned slyly, saying if you don't want to pay extra fees, fine, but from the second floor on, the monsters get a lot fiercer, you know? If anything happens, I'm not responsible. Ethan Gong gritted his teeth, cursing, calling him a scammer. He feigned innocence and said, "A scammer? Why are you accusing a good person of that?" It dawned on him then, he'd been caught in a trap. At first he seemed strong and reliable, always watching over him when they entered the dungeon, just to drain the deposit and squeeze more money out of him. Now it was clear why Huatong was always lurking behind him, looking for a chance to push him into danger. Ethan couldn't hold back and taunted, "Don't think this noob is stupid. Go ahead and scare me all you want. I won't flinch." He pointed forward threateningly. "I remember your name and guild clearly, Kim Huatong of the Flame Guild. Once I get out of here and report to the police, you're done for." His eyes widened dangerously. "Oh really? What are you going to do? Call the cops?" Huatong slammed his sword into the ground, shouting, "You fool, are you tired of living?" He leaned forward menacingly. "There's still a human lizard roaming around on the first floor. You'll be killed before you even get to the exit. Understand your situation now? I'm your only lifeline." Those words were so true that Ethan Gong couldn't argue back. Huatong began coaxing in a soft voice. "Pay up and I'll do whatever you want." "Okay, dear customer. Let's not make this hard on one another. I'm really scared of the cops." He kept rambling on. "You look familiar? Have I seen you somewhere before on TV?" He admitted. "Yeah, I was a professional gamer." Su Yong then gasped. "Oh my gosh." Huatong laughed mockingly. "What's your name again? Gong something?" "Ethan Gong, right? So a pro gamer is now a noob." He was so angry he bent over, enduring the insults. "When the world turned into a video game, you became useless. Pro gamer Ethan Gong. If you want to level up, you better shut up and do as I say. Got it?" Ethan Gong's eyes suddenly turned a fiery red, a surge of hatred inside him. "I've got some things to consider before I punch someone." Ryum suddenly became ill with no clear cause for half a year now. The group was searching for Carter, who disappeared a year ago. Sora was working day and night to cover Ryum's hospital bills. This wasn't the time to care about pride. To get out of this situation, he had to level up. Then Ethan Gong bowed respectfully. "You're absolutely right. I'm not in a position to say such things. I'm really sorry." Huatong hesitated for a moment at the plea. "Please guide me further. I really want to level up." Hearing this, he turned around demanding, "You're lucky seeing you beg like this. Okay, Gigabank 8 million for quick level up service." Ethan Gong hastily transferred the money. "Yes, sir." Seconds later, Ethan Gong's eyes changed. "Just wait. Once I level up, I'll pay back both principal and interest." After finishing, Ethan Gong ran to inform, "I've transferred the money. Check it." Huatong pulled out his phone, annoyed. "You brat, you should have been obedient like this from the start." He smiled awkwardly, buttering up. "You're the only one I trust." Suddenly, a green light surrounded Ethan Gong. The system announced all stats increased by 5% for 10 minutes. Someone called out, "Player Ethan Gong," making him glance back. Su Young raised her hand with energy. "I'm a big fan of yours. How did I not recognize you until now?" She lightly brushed her hair aside. "I admired Team Night games so much, used to follow every tournament, and even went to see them live." Ethan Gong responded indifferently. "Thanks," with Su Yeong adding, "At first, I was uncertain, thought it was just a lookalike. Didn't realize it was the real hardcore leveling warrior, Ethan Gong." She promised, "These buffs are just the start. Later on, I'll serve you well." He scratched his head, smiled awkwardly. "I'm really embarrassed, thanks a lot." From up front, Huatong chimed in. Don't waste your mana recklessly, Su Yang. She cheerfully wished. Hope you succeed in leveling up. Ethan Gong was relaxed talking. You look happy, Su Yang. Anything fun going on lately? The only one still looking grumpy urged. Stop chatting, you guys, falling behind here. Hurry up or I'll leave you all. Ethan quickly answered, yes, we're coming. Ethan Gong's foot suddenly tripped over a small rock. He lost his balance and fell hard. Su Yang worriedly asked, Oh my gosh, are you okay, Ethan? Seeing this, Huatong paused and asked, What happened? He turned around, bursting into laughter. You fool, did you think a lizard came out? He struggled to get up, cursing under his breath. That jerk, laughing while I'm hurt like this. Ethan Gong's nose was bleeding badly, hurting a lot. Why does falling into a puddle hurt this much? Finally meeting a big fan and I'm so pathetic. It's embarrassing. His blood fell into the water. Suddenly, a golden energy surfaced below. Ethan Gong was startled by the strange reflection in the water. He widened his eyes, panic rising inside. What the heck is this? Ethan Gong stared at the face in the water, wondering, In the water? No, it's the reflection. That fiery red hair, who is that? He shouted in panic. Everyone, come here and see. And Huatong grumbled with annoyance. Now what? He walked over and questioned, What? What is it? Ethan Gong stammered, unable to speak, looking at the water. He pointed at the empty puddle and said, There was someone with red hair wearing golden armor. Su Yong stood there puzzled and denied it. Ethan, who? I don't see anyone. But Ethan Gong insisted, I swear, there was definitely a red-haired guy. But there were only a few drops of blood. Huatong punched him on the head and scolded, That's your blood, wasting my precious time. If you keep babbling, I'll leave you here. Ethan Gong could only hold his head and follow, mumbling, That's strange. Wait for me, while internally doubting, It's really strange. I feel like I've seen that red-haired guy somewhere before. Time kept passing, and they reached the third floor of the dungeon. Huatong grinned and exclaimed, Found it. Ethan Gong froze and murmured, That's it. He stood in the middle of the ominous atmosphere, pointing, Yes, the path to the last level of the dungeon. Huatong glanced back, excitedly. The boss. He was so scared he was paralyzed. He quickly ordered, Su Yong, buff me, full power, and she instantly summoned her spirit energy, shouting, Yes. Huatong felt it and excitedly cheered. That's right, being buffed this strongly feels great. He looked towards the small path and shouted loudly, Let's go. Huatong energetically ran forward, calling the team, Let's fight. He frowned, calculating from B-rank dungeons and above, the boss level is random. From C+ to A+, to beat a B-rank boss and above, I need to be in perfect condition. Let's see how strong this boss is. An A-rank boss, the Imuji of Revenge, a long serpent filled with poison and hatred, immediately stirred and questioned, What foolish creature dares disturb me? Huatong smiled widely, identifying, Difficulty A. Nice, I can handle it. It growled a few times. Humans, I sense an unpleasant smell coming from you. This feeling, it's you, hardcore leveling warrior. With that, Imuji opened its mouth full of green fluid right in front of him. Su Yong quickly warned, Ethan, move back or you'll get caught in this. Its pupils shrank as it cursed, You bastard, and Ethan Gong, eyes wide open, mouth agape, thought to himself, This is an A-rank boss. Just looking at it makes my body go weak, but this feeling, it's like I've seen this snake somewhere before. It angrily struck the ground. Imuji loudly cursed, Die, yet Huatong still smirked. This dumb snake is already all wound up. It turned out he used his sword to block its mouth, thinking, its first attack targets the weapon, a bite mainly relying on jaw strength. If you time the attack, blocking it is entirely possible. Huatong emitted a challenging aura, taunting, I dare you to shut your mouth, predicting the next move. And if its bite is blocked, its second attack will be a poison spit. Imuji's poison is gathering, you fool. Watch my poison. The next second, it stopped and screamed, What, my poison isn't working? Huatong smugly thought, This poison is actually easy to handle, just needs strong anti-poison equipment. He devised a plan. The real issue is the third attack, a high-level poison magic called Poison Rain, also known as the River of the Underworld, very hard to dodge. At this time, Imuji summoned its deep purple poison, Drown in my poison. Huatong tensely ordered, Healer act, give me that. Su Yong raised her staff, creating green spirit energy, answering, Got it. They engulfed him. The system announced, Under the effect of Holy Shield, you become invulnerable for 1.5 seconds. Huatong gritted his teeth, enduring. With a good healer's support, the third attack can also be easily overcome. Imuji became even angrier, shouting, Vile holy magic, and he gathered his strength, thinking to himself, the most important thing is that after casting Poison Rain, the boss will pause for a moment, that's when we have to inflict massive damage. Huatong seized the opportunity, thrusting his hand forward and shouting, Here it is, close your mouth. Right after that, Imuji was stunned as the entire sword pierced into its head. It writhed in pain, roaring several times. He immediately stomped hard on the ground for momentum. Huatong jumped up, reaching for the sword's hilt. Then he tightly gripped it, driving it deeper into Imuji. Waves of pain surged through. It widened its eyes, screaming, "No, not like this." Amidst the blinding light, Huatong shouted loudly. He dragged his sword down Imuji's body, slicing it in two with a devastating move. Ethan Gong stood behind, shocked, while Su Yeong waited for the result. Finally, the Imuji disappeared under Huatong's blade. He bent down, clearly exhausted. Huatong looked up, a bit of blue liquid on his face. He looked at the beast lying on the ground and said, "Too easy. Now then." Huatong wiped his face with a cloth and slowly declared, "Boss is down, mission complete." Ethan mumbled, "It's done," thinking to himself, normally the system window appears after defeating the boss. Is it different when leveling up? Let's check the status window. But he still had no profession, which confused Ethan Gong. What is this? Still the same. He gritted his teeth, questioning why he hadn't leveled up yet. No, are you kidding? Ethan Gong turned around and yelled. Doesn't anyone see anything strange? The system window confirming the boss defeat hasn't appeared. He opened his mouth wide and reasoned. So it's not over yet. There might be a hidden boss somewhere in this dungeon. Su Yeong rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I haven't encountered something like this before. Normally the system window pops up right after the boss is down, but the boss's health hit 0. Huatong nudged Ethan Gong with his elbow, agreeing, I've never seen this happen before. He fell backward out of instinct but still questioned loudly. Where are you going? It's not over yet. You said everything would be fine if we followed you. Huatong glanced back, smirked, and shrugged off responsibility. Stop whining, blame your bad luck, professional gamer Ethan Gong. Huatong's next words drove him mad. I've taken down the boss for you. What more do you want? Ethan Gong quickly jumped up, grabbing him by the neck, yelling, You jerk, where are you going? Come back and figure out how to level me up. Su Yeong was startled by the argument. Are you crazy? Let go of me or I swear, if you want to leave, pay me back. They didn't notice the emoji starting to move while Huatong insisted. I'm mad enough. Leveling up isn't like going to the market, and how the heck am I supposed to know why you can't level up? Ethan Gong bit his ear, demanding, Then give me my money back. Huatong shouted in pain. Let go. The emoji's body slowly wriggled on the ground. It sprouted countless tentacles. While they kept arguing, scammer, leech, Huatong shoved Ethan Gong away. Get off me. Even with blood in his mouth, he was determined. I'm not letting you leave until I level up. He gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want me to do now, you low-level fool? Su Yeong closed her eyes and advised, Calm down. Let's find a way out first. She seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes, glancing back. Su Yeong suddenly exclaimed, What's this? A red system notification. The system says, You have defeated the 10,000th dungeon boss. System. Dungeon boss eliminated. 10,000 out of 10,000. Condition met. She looked up and murmured, Stage 1 complete. What does Stage 1 complete mean? System notification. Earth Stage 2 is starting. Difficulty level. He pointed in panic. Look behind. He followed his gaze back. What's behind me? The system updated. The Imugi's hatred level A has been upgraded to Zombie Dragon level SSS. A voice rang out. What is this? Its eyes closed tight. Seconds later, they opened wide with tiny pupils. The zombie dragon, with 3 mouths and 3 eyes, roared ferociously at Huatong. A cursed and resurrected entity, zombie dragon. SS-level boss monster, filled with hatred resurrected as a zombie. It is the destroyer of wisdom and sanity, with only hatred as its goal. Ethan Gong watched the energy flowing out, confused inside. SS level. Really? Huatong was also stunned. How could there be something like this here? Su Young was equally scared. See, I told you, this is the real boss. He quickly raised his sword and ordered Su Young, buff me, she stammered. Yes, Huatong pondered. There has to be an error. An SS-level monster appearing in a B-rank dungeon is just absurd. Then he yelled, I'm going up, still a bit smug inside. I've fought bosses with resurrection abilities before. This one probably just changed appearance. The zombie dragon immediately raised its claw with sharp talons. He nervously shouted, I'm from the Flame Guild. My name is Kim Huatong. Before he could react, Huatong took a full hit from it. Teeth chipped, blood sprayed everywhere. The zombie dragon froze when Ethan fell to the ground with a thud. Su Yong rushed over asking, Huatong, are you okay? She raised her voice, Let me heal you, as Huatong's voice shook. Damn it, this hurts so much. Su Yong, confused, asked what's wrong. Huatong struggled to say just 2 words. It hurts. He quickly crawled away. I'm not fighting anymore. As Ethan Gong immediately stopped him. Huatong, calm down. Ethan pointed and shouted, "Focus! The boss is attacking again," but Huatong cried out, "We have to run." Ethan quickly grabbed Huatong's elbow, scolding, "Where are you running, you fool?" All Ethan got in return was a punch. "Let me go, you bastard." Huatong ran off frantically, yelling, "I don't want to die," as Ethan fell back shouting, "Coward, if our tank runs, what are we supposed to do?" At that moment, an explosion blasted Su Yong and Ethan Gong backward. Dust filled the air as Ethan muttered, "That coward ran off alone." Huatong clearly had no intention of staying and fighting, not even for a second. Ethan paused, criticizing, "You used to be so cool." Biting back a curse, "Damn it, that last attack blocked the exit." Su Yong hung her head, crying, "I'm so scared, I don't want to die here." Ethan quickly grabbed her hand, running as the zombie dragon pursued, reassuring her, "We're not dying. Stay calm, and we'll survive." He furrowed his brow, emphasizing, "If we give up, we're dead for sure." Su Young listened and regained her composure. "Ethan," she asked, "what do we do now? Face that monster?" Ethan suggested, "I have an idea. That monster is really strong, but not very accurate, probably because it's a zombie." Su Young glanced back thoughtfully. He's figured out its attack pattern. Ethan raised his voice. "We can escape by using its own power against it. To do this, we need your holy power." She agreed. "Let's do it your way then, but where's the zombie?" Just then, the zombie dragon's foot was poised above their heads. Its eyes filled more and more with blood. Ethan furrowed his brow, thinking, its attacks are predictable and it's chasing us. If we can lure it to attack the collapsing wall near the entrance, but can we avoid its attacks and make it across the dungeon? Meanwhile, the zombie dragon's foot came crashing down. "Damn it!" Ethan cursed as he ran. Ethan gritted his teeth, urging himself, just a little more, and at that dangerous moment, a voice called out, "Jump to the second right pillar," surprising him. Ethan followed the advice and was shocked to realize that voice saved his life. But then Ethan fell, and Su Yong exclaimed, "Ethan!" Facing the creature's jaws, Ethan thought, "Though you just saved my life." Ethan clenched his teeth, thinking, "But if you're going to help, then see it through." Mysterious voice. The voice echoed in his head. Perfect timing. The holy light will hit. And Ethan, feeling possessed by a red-haired young man, shouted, "Healer, holy light now!" In a panic, Su Young responded, "Okay." The holy light technique rendered the zombie dragon's attack useless. It was startled by the green spiritual power blocking its way. Su Young looked up and shouted, "It worked!" The voice sounded again. "The silence effect will last about 5 seconds. Head to the entrance," and Ethan quickly ran, Su Young to the door. She followed him. "Okay." Then Su Young wondered, "How did you time it so well?" Ethan replied casually, "Just instinct." Ethan silently hoped. Mysterious voice, "I don't know who you are, but please keep helping me a bit longer." In a moment, they stopped before a huge pile of rocks, and he thought, "Now that we're close, this is much thicker than I expected." Ethan Gong reminded them, "The silence effect is about to end. Get ready." Su Young quickly responded, "Yes, I know." He wondered, "What now?" Voice. The spirit of the hardcore leveling warrior said, "In about 10 seconds, have the healer wait in place while you hide behind the L-shaped stone. In about 4 seconds, the monster will spot the healer where you instructed, and it will attack the healer in the nearby wall. Thanks to the healer's sacrifice, the wall will open a gap for you to escape." Ethan Gong froze at the conclusion. "There's no other way. If I don't sacrifice the healer, I can't escape." Seeing this, Su Young curiously asked Brother Ethan, "What's wrong?" He hesitated and turned to ask, "Su Young, do you trust me?" She confidently affirmed, "Yes, right now. I think I can do anything." Suddenly, a zombie dragon charged at them. Su Young immediately shouted, "Brother Ethan, the boss!" Ethan Gong instructed, "Su Young, move closer to the wall." She hesitated and asked, "Then what?" He advised, "Get as close to the wall as possible and wait for the right moment." Ethan Gong's face darkened as he instructed, "Don't move until I say." He was extremely anxious inside. Is there really no other choice to survive? For both of us to survive? Then Ethan Gong put on a sinister face and shouted, "Make that choice. I'm not playing around." He watched the zombie dragon preparing to attack and directed, "Su Yong, use the holy shield on that stone pillar ahead of us." Ethan Gong's eyes looked very different now. "Do it." Su Yeong followed without question, "Yes." He stared at her energy aimed at it and murmured, "Look at how it recklessly charges at us. We have to use its momentum against it." Ethan Gong stood before the green circle and muttered, its body already lunged too far. It can't change direction, and this ordinary stone pillar has now become an indestructible holy weapon. At this moment, her energy surged, piercing through the zombie dragon's skin. It streamed through its bulging eyes. Seeing this, Su Young excitedly cheered, "Success, Brother Ethan." He wiped sweat and said, "It's not over yet." Ethan Gong grabbed her hand and ran. Now we run for it. Su Yeong admired. You're really cool, he modestly replied. It's nothing. She became curious again. But how do we open the way now? Ethan Gong mumbled. Now it's surely in agony. He imagined its condition and tried to think, struggling and smashing the walls and cave floor like crazy, and those vibrations, for sure, will break apart the rocks blocking the exit. Suddenly, the stone wall in front emitted a beam of light. Su Yeong shouted excitedly, the path really opened. Ethan Gong arrogantly said, See, there's a way to survive. He bragged, I told you there was no mistake. Right at that moment, a huge rock was in the air above their heads. Su Yeong frowned and looked up at it. Simultaneously, Ethan Gong quickly pushed her aside. Su Yeong's pupils widened to the max. What she saw was his forced smile. And then there were loud crashing noises, rocks falling. Su Yeong stood in the dust and debris shouting, Brother Ethan, where are you? Say something, Brother Ethan. His face covered in blood. He spoke quickly. Hearing that, she muttered in shock, Brother Ethan. Su Young ran over screaming, Let me get you out of there. Ethan Gong, pinned under them, stopped her. No, go, she cut him off. Don't say that. You said we could both survive. Su Young raised her staff, crying helplessly. You sacrificed yourself to save me. Why did you have to do that? Why? I told you I'm your fan. She shakily tried to find a way. Let me heal you. I'll use all the buffs and healing magic. But Ethan Gong's eyes widened and he ordered, Go now, if you die too. He noticed the zombie dragon approaching and urged, Then my death will mean nothing. Hurry, get out of here. Tell everyone what happened. Su Young lowered her head, gritting her teeth, hesitated. All right? She ran while calling out, But I won't give up, Brother Ethan. Su Young left the cave, not forgetting to say, Wait for me to come back. Don't die. Tears rolled down her face as she promised to return. Then, some rocks fell, blocking the entrance. The zombie dragon still focused on Ethan Gong, trapped under the rocks. He felt frozen in place, thinking everything would go according to plan. Ethan Gong laughed bitterly, saying this damned world truly is harsh. He remembered his colleagues and said farewell. Everyone, I'm going ahead. Ethan Gong's eyelids began to droop, feeling sleepy, just a short nap. He was surrounded by blood, and it seemed like there was no other hope. Soon after, the zombie dragon lifted Ethan Gong with its claws. It opened its mouth wide, slowly bringing Ethan closer. And then, the zombie dragon let go of Ethan Gong. His body fell right into its mouth. The zombie dragon angrily closed its mouth shut afterward. In the pitch-black darkness, the system's voice echoed with a golden ring. Game over. One life remaining. Would you like to continue? It asked. You have used a backup life. Starting from round 2, system detected saved data. Would you like to upload? The system mentioned if the player doesn't respond, it would automatically select yes, and it began uploading the saved data. Half of Ethan Gong's face appeared. Information updated. The system confirmed user details, Hardcore Leveling Warrior character system, Lucid Adventure. Would you like to overwrite Hardcore Leveling Warrior data onto Ethan Gong? If inactive, the system will automatically select yes. The system started overwriting Hardcore Leveling Warrior data onto Ethan Gong and began reconstructing his body, proceeding with synchronization. A burst of light emerged from the zombie dragon's mouth. The zombie dragon was forced to open its mouth, spewing countless red fluids. The system started uploading the Hardcore Leveling Warrior player at 1%, reconstructing the body at 4%, supplementing player stats at 22%. Ethan Gong's form was recreated with a voice, summoning memories and nightmares of Hardcore Leveling Warrior at 51%, staining the player's hair with a vivid red at 82%, uploading the other personality of Hardcore Leveling Warrior at 99%. The Hardcore Leveling Warrior player has logged back into the Earth server. Ethan Gong emanated an intense aura with his bright red hair, mumbling, I'm back. He stood before the raging zombie dragon, yelling, Did I taste good or something? Ethan Gong exposed his teeth with a mocking smile. You swallowed me twice already, must have been quite tasty. But I have a tendency to hold grudges. The zombie dragon roared continuously with its green ooze. He faced it without fear, saying, It's time for you to pay, creature. Ethan Gong stood in the swirling dust, grinning sarcastically. How do you like getting beat? The skeletal dragon got so mad its 3 eyes turned red and its mouth opened wide. It lifted its bony leg with sharp claws. The skeletal dragon writhed and scratched downward. Then it stomped down, shattering the ground into pieces. He kept his mocking attitude. Let me decide for you. Ethan Gong flew up above the dragon's head. At that moment, the dragon realized he was there and its eyes widened. Ethan Gong gathered power into his fist, teasing, Down you go, take this. With a massive thud, he landed a devastating blow with countless sonic rings. The skeletal dragon took the hit and instantly vomited green fluid. Shouts and constant attacks echoed in the air. Blood splattered everywhere soon after. In no time, the area was covered in a stinky red serum. He landed in the red puddle. Ethan Gong looked at the skeleton lying on the ground, surrounded by the red flow, mocking, disgusting, a real bloodbath. He kicked its head, calling, "Get up. I know you're still alive." Ethan Gong tilted his head, criticizing, "Who plays dead like that? Don't make me mad." He kept saying, "Get up," when the system quickly announced, "The skeletal dragon's ultimate skill of resurrection and hatred has been activated," and the blood pool started bubbling. They squirmed and gradually gathered, forming a new beast like that. Once done, its eyes opened wide. A creature born from hatred, blood demon, an SS-level boss monster created from dragon blood, a serpent monster that died twice trying to become a dragon. That resentment produced this type of creature. There are dozens of them, each as strong as a dragon. Ethan Gong rolled his eyes and sighed. So are you a snake, a dragon, or a roach? Even dead, you're multiplying disgusting. The blood demon opened its mouth wide, roaring. Filled with fiery hatred, it lunged forward. He glanced around quickly. Oh, mumbling sword, huh? He quickly flicked it up. All right, making the sword spin a few times in the air. Soon, Ethan Gong grabbed the sword's hilt, sounding very pleased. Let's recreate some glorious past. He crouched down, getting ready for the fierce battle with these monsters. Ethan Gong's sword slowly built up spiritual energy. Seconds later, it unleashed a torrent of blood-red mana. He frowned, gripping it tightly, charging forward. The horde of monsters also advanced in unison. It opened its mouth wide, strings of saliva trailing. Ethan Gong unleashed sharp slashes, cutting them into pieces. His pupils shined bright, radiating fierce killing intent. Ethan Gong continued slashing through another one, and the result was complete dismemberment. At this point, his aura grew even more intense, as seen through his eyes. Ethan Gong kept facing them alone. Every creature screamed like they wanted to devour him whole. The moonlight slash sent their bodies flying in chaos as Ethan cut through them. Ethan Gong's face darkened, but he showed a sly grin. Finished, he landed on the ground, looking cool. Ethan Gong slowly raised his head and glanced back. He saw them drop to the ground and thought, nice, this move still works well. Ethan Gong whispered, "Moonlight slash, reminds me of that old man." He frowned as a sharp spike rose close to his face. It took the chance to rise from the ground, with the spike aiming to pierce him. The blood demon's eyes were filled with rage. Ethan Gong floated in the air as if he had been hit. But no, he was actually holding onto the sharp spike. This surprised the blood demon even more. He arrogantly mocked, "Not dead yet, huh?" Ethan Gong taunted, "I'm starting to like you." The blood demon grew even more furious. He then pulled hard on the spike. So strong, the blood demon's head began to separate from its body. It screamed in pain. Then Ethan Gong released it, watching the head float in the air, wondering if he should end its unlucky fate here. Thinking, maybe this move will do the trick. He clenched his fist, hardcore leveling warrior. His middle finger slowly raised, unique sword art. Ethan Gong unleashed terrifying energy with that finger, cursing, beast. And then the blood demon's body was cut into 3 pieces. He slowly descended to the ground. The move made it scream in agony. Finally, the blood demon gradually vanished. Ethan Gong, exhausted, landed on the ground. He looked up, beaten and worn out. As usual, Ethan Gong raised his pinky finger. He stood there, picking his nose a few times. Suddenly, Ethan Gong smirked. He opened his mouth wide, laughing loudly. Ethan Gong, like a madman, kept on laughing. The laughter grew louder, showing his relief after killing it. His pupils widened in the crazed laughter. Ethan Gong clutched his stomach, leaning back. And then what was bound to happen? His foot suddenly slipped. Unluckily, Ethan Gong fell with a thud and bit his tongue. He clutched his head in pain, complaining, "I bit my damn tongue." Thanks to this, Ethan Gong calmed himself. He couldn't believe it. It was truly outrageous. He rubbed his head and mumbled that after all this time, he was able to return. Ethan Gong recalled his past. He couldn't help but laugh at the decision he made. Back then, he endured countless pains, with determination, wanting to see it through. Ethan Gong faced many difficulties, telling himself that even if everything before had become meaningless, he just wanted them to be safe, so he sacrificed everything to bring Earth back to the past, even in this new timeline. They met again, whether by chance or destiny, but it was what they always wanted. Together, they had the peaceful days they dreamed of, but the stolen time had returned. The world slowly returned to its original state. Ethan Gong was too weak to protect the kids in the new world, so he tried his best to rank up, silently endured, spending lots of money more and more. Where did all his money go? His money. Hua Tong's face popped into Ethan Gong's mind. That dog, he had to kill him. He shouted madly. Ethan Gong stood up and roared that the backstabbing jerk took all his money. He needed to find and send him to heaven with a strike. He suddenly tapped his fingers together, reconsidering. Not good. Killing him. Why such cruel thoughts? He should beat him half to death day after day. Ethan Gong wondered. What was his guild again? Flav? Flare. At that moment, the system appeared, making him say, "Oh, you are the first to defeat the SS-level boss, Hateful Zombie Dragon. You received a hidden reward, high-level experience box. Nice, premium stuff. Do you want to use the high-level experience box?" He marveled. There's a reward, sure. Open it now. As soon as he finished speaking, the box opened with countless green lights. Ethan Gong eagerly awaited. Come to Papa? They rushed into him quickly. Ethan Gong joyfully exclaimed, "Incredible." He absorbed everything into his mouth, shouting loudly, "So comfortable, so this is the pleasure of leveling up." After a while, the system reported, reached level 40, unlocked. He excitedly said, "Great," jumped straight to level 40, information received, dungeon summary, total accumulated points for first dungeon completion, 99999999999, rank unknown, receive corresponding rank promotion reward, all-purpose promotion ticket. You can choose any profession unconditionally. Ethan Gong quickly raised a finger to calculate. Any profession, huh? What should I play this time? Ethan Gong was very pleased. He thought, nice. This all-purpose promotion ticket is exactly what I need. What should I choose? Can I become a god? Then it was denied. Becoming a god is currently unavailable. Ethan put a hand over his mouth and mumbled, I can't choose it. It's just currently not available. Now what? He thought of something else. Maybe a gambler again? It's my old profession, so I have some experience in it. Ethan told himself, if I could level it up to max like before, reaching a high rank wouldn't be hard. It's still quite tough to maintain an all-around state, but if I gamble on a gambler's luck, it could work. Ethan rubbed his chin and thought, even though the success rate isn't high, it's a high-risk, high-reward profession. But if I die just once, everything goes down the drain. Even if I get resurrected with skills or divine items, it's hard to change that penalty. He sat down, hesitatingly whispering, actually, the gambler profession wasn't that great. I just used it effectively. There are many better professions out there. Ethan racked his brain, pondering, a strong yet easy-to-control profession with great growth potential that doesn't require much effort. He looked down at his palm. Let's see. Strong and easy. A mage, each spell can inflict massive damage. If I get a legendary rank spellbook, I could rank up quickly. Mages can use different elements, so being countered by elements on the battlefield is rare. Currently, Ethan Gong's stats are maxed, making his magic power unquestionable. If he gets gear that reduces skill cooldown, he could spam magic endlessly. But that's boring. He waved his hand arrogantly and said, I, a hardcore leveling warrior, can't choose such ordinary things. Ethan furrowed his brows. Wait, my name is Hardcore Leveling Warrior. If I choose the warrior profession, I'll walk the path of swordsmanship. Then he dismissed the thought. But thinking about swordsmanship reminds me of that old bearded man. There are so many weapons other than swords, and there's a profession that can use them all. Suddenly, Ethan found something else. That's right, the weapon master. This profession can use every type of weapon without restrictions. Any legendary equipment gathered can be used effectively, and its weapon skills are incredibly strong too. He closed his eyes tight, sweating, and pondered. But that would take too much time farming equipment. There are too many choices. How am I supposed to pick one? He looked up, seriously thinking, a superior strong profession. Right. Whom did I envy the most regarding their profession before? Suddenly, Ethan's eyes widened. The Great Dark One. A dark mage, after defeating enemies, they become your minions. By walking the path of darkness, you gain powerful summoning spells and curse, affecting attack skills. You won't need to team up with others anymore for support. Ethan scratched his chin, calculating at max level, you could get promoted to Demon Lord, becoming a one-man army. But then, isn't this just copying that Dark One? He ground his teeth and complained, this is giving me a headache. Choosing a profession in the beginning stages is extremely important. The young man hesitated over each choice: summoner, commander, priest, archer, martial artist, assassin, dragon knight, bio-robot, lord, merchant, element mage, doctor, adventurer, pirate, blacksmith, illusionist, shooter, warrior princess, cook. Ethan Gong was very cautious, ultimately after considering around 300 different professions. He crossed his arms and lowered his head, considering, maybe go for idol? Lately, they're quite famous, right? The system announced just in time. The selection time has ended, causing Ethan Gong to panic and shout, there's a time limit? It informed him, the all-purpose job selection ticket is disappearing. He sweated profusely and screamed, no, please, give it back. Just one more minute, no, just 3 seconds, let me choose. In an instant, a bright light shone, and Ethan was utterly confused. The system uncovered a hidden event. You didn't choose anything, you seem too picky. For someone as greedy as you, this is the perfect profession. Your system has been forcibly upgraded to a unique profession. Ethan chuckled wryly, thinking a unique profession, that works too. My luck is unmatched. The system reported, unique profession, you have been promoted to unemployed. These two words made Ethan Gong repeat them in disbelief. Unemployed. He pulled at his hair and screamed, "No, unemployed means not having a profession. Yet it's considered a profession now?" Ethan wrinkled his face and asked, "So now I'm an idle bum with no job? Maybe switch to gambler." "Please, don't be harsh." It reminded him, either way, it's a unique profession. It'll have useful traits. He paused and read a line, "Traits of the unique profession." Ethan Gong still couldn't believe it. "Is this for real? What does it mean? This is too crazy." Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him, grabbing his attention. Everyone rushed inside, and Su Yong frantically called out, "Brother Ethan." She looked around searching Brother Ethan. Ethan Gong calmly replied, "Hey, I'm over here." He raised his hand and called out, "Su Ye-young." Ethan Gong grinned and announced, "I've been promoted." Seeing this, she pressed her lips together and rushed over. Ethan was momentarily surprised when Su Young hugged him tightly. She cried, thanking Ethan. "Thank you, Ethan, for saving me," she said. Ethan Gong, sweating, replied, "It was nothing." Su Young told him, "If you need anything, just ask. If it's for you, Ethan, I'll do my best. You are my savior." Hearing this, he leaned back and asked, "Really, anything?" She nodded with tears in her eyes, saying, "Yes, what do you want?" Ethan Gong, feeling awkward, said, "I know we haven't known each other long, so this might be sudden, but I can't hold it in any longer." Su Young blushed and stammered, Yes." He, looking pale, said, "I'm feeling mixed emotions, mainly anger and frustration. I need to vent. Can you call a taxi and take me to that jerk's guild?" Scene shifts to Seoul, Gangnam, at the Flame Guild headquarters. A taxi stops. Ethan Gong stepped out and sneered. They dare use the money they scammed to build this big building? He noticed two guards at the door and thought, who are they? Did they hire gangsters to guard the door? Then Ethan Gong put his hands in his pockets and asked loudly, "Let me ask something." One yelled, "What is it?" He bluntly said, "Is there a guy named Huatong or Hadiok here? Get him out here for me." Duk Hwan crossed his arms and questioned, "Who are you?" Ethan Gong calmly replied, "The guy looking for Huatong." The man, veins popping, cursed, "You bastard, who are you? You look like a newbie who got beaten up by a dungeon boss." Despite his small stature, he boldly introduced himself. "I'm hardcore leveling." "No, Ethan Gong, get it? Now call him out here." Duk Hwan arrogantly asked, "Who do you think you are? Raising your voice here? You trash? What are you up to?" He raised his fists threateningly. "Stand up straight. Take your hands out of your pockets. You have 3 seconds." Ethan Gong gritted his teeth but stayed where he was. Duk Hwan's eyes started to fill with blood, counting 3, 2. Unable to hold back, he swung a punch and yelled, 1. Take your hands out of your pockets. Ethan just raised an eyebrow, his face completely calm. With just one knee strike, Ethan Gong sent Duk Hwan flying backwards. He flew right inside. The guards saw this and yelled, "Who are you?" Ethan Gong slowly walked in and said, "I won't say it again." He sternly asked, "Is Kim Huatong here?" They got furious and ran forward, shouting, "You bastard!" Ethan Gong sighed. Looks like they don't want the easy way. After easily taking them down, he went to the reception and asked, "Where's Kim Huatong?" So he, panicking, pointed. "The leadership is having a meeting on the 30th floor." Then the elevator numbers slowly showed 30. The doors slowly opened. Ethan Gong confidently stepped out. Inside were several guards defeated. At the same time, a desk phone rang. Someone picked up and asked, "What is it?" On the other end, a report came. "Boss, someone really wants to meet you." Yom Tong leaned back and said, "Tell him another time." He smoked and added, "Right now, I'm in the middle of a talk with my brother, Kim Yom Tong, level 70 superior elemental master, guild leader of the Flame Guild, a player who came from organized crime background, quickly expanded his influence in the underground, making the Flame Guild a renowned power in South Korea." Huatong, sitting in the chair, insisted, "I'm telling the truth." Yom Tong doubted, "You must be mistaken. How can there be an SSS-class monster in a D-class dungeon?" In the middle of their conversation, Ethan Gong pushed the doors open with both hands. He frowned, wearing tattered clothes. Ethan Gong's pupils widened for a moment. He pointed at him and shouted, "Found you, you bastard." "What the heck is this? Who are you?" Huatong turned around confused. Ethan Gong blurted out, "Me." He scrunched his face and reminded, "I was the customer you left behind in the dungeon." He ignored it. "Customer? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you stupid?" Ethan Gong questioned. "Don't you remember taking 500 from someone?" That's when Huatong realized and yelled, "500 in the dungeon? No way, you're the scruffy-haired guy, right?" He admitted, frustrated. "Yeah, that's me, you jerk." He was shocked and screamed, "How could this be? There's no way you survived that dungeon." Huatong, sweating profusely, guessed, "Rank S? No, higher than SS. You killed that monster." With a murderous aura, Ethan Gong simply said, "Yeah, I came back from the depths of hell to get you." His eyes flashed angrily. You ran off, leaving your team behind. Suddenly, Yom Tong stood up, interrupting, red-haired kid, watch your mouth. He held a cigarette, defending. That was just a small mishap. The person you're accusing is my brother. Don't think you can say or do whatever you like. If it's too much, I won't stand by. Yom Tong raised an eyebrow, threatening. Know your place and leave before I get annoyed. Ethan Gong exhaled challengingly. But I'm curious to see what happens when you get annoyed. He punched Hua Tong in the head and teased. As a brother, you should teach him properly, right? Ethan Gong looked at him and commented, why does your brother's face look so ugly? Must hurt your pride, huh? What now? Yom Tong, aggravated, called out loudly, Hua Tong. A flame erupted in the room, and he shouted angrily, how dare you, you scumbag! Ethan Gong wiped a bead of sweat, surprised, whoa, intense, what's this? He shouted furiously, I don't care where you come from. He transformed into a magical spirit, intimidating. Brother of Fire Emperor Yom Tong, you crazy fool. Are you tired of living? Yom Tong declared, I'll burn you to ashes from head to toe. Ethan Gong fearlessly mocked. Yom Tong, who named someone Yom Tong? Your parents must love eating out. Standing before the flames, he's still sweating but demanded, Yom Tong, grilled skewer, enough of this. Your brother took my money, so give it back, or you'll share his fate. He laughed loudly in response. Yom Tong charged with an energy cannon, shouting, shut your dog mouth. Ethan Gong paused for a moment, his face blank. Unable to hold back, he punched him in the head, complaining, too hot, you bastard. The system immediately announced, Fire Emperor armor has been destroyed. Yom Tong's head shrank back, panicking, the armor worth 1,000,000,000, destroyed with one punch. He collapsed on the floor, stammering, who the hell are you, jerk? Even in defeat, Yom Tong threatened, do you know who you've messed with? Our guild is sponsored by the Player Association, you bastard. He declared confidently, you're as good as dead, kid. Ethan Gong put his foot on Yom Tong's head. Oh, low-ranking ranker, I don't care about your guild. Is the money in that safe? Ethan Gong raised an eyebrow, questioning. What's the code? Yom Tong couldn't help but wonder. What's with this guy? I mentioned the Player Association, and he doesn't care. All the tribute money's in there. If it falls short, I'm done for. He glared, shouting, you mutt, you're not getting a single cent. Ethan Gong sighed, lifting his foot off. Yom Tong grimaced, listening to Ethan Gong. If you willingly give me the password, I'll only take half. He turned away, but then Ethan Gong changed his mind. Since I'm feeling generous, I'll just take it all. Yom Tong remained smug inside. The safe's made of titanium. Nothing you do will work. Ethan Gong put his hands in his pockets and walked up to it. Let's see you open this then, he said softly. Yom Tong panicked. What? You know that kind of magic? Then he wondered, did I hear right? A supreme spell to open any lock? He understands structure analysis? Ethan Gong put a foot on the safe and sang, split the sorrow, let go. He grabbed the safe's handle and continued, split the sorrow, split it. Then Ethan Gong pulled hard, breaking it open. Yom Tong was shocked. How did you break it? He realized, this is crazy. He broke a solid titanium safe with bare hands. Ethan Gong grinned, excited. Well, hands make everything possible. Who needs structure analysis when you've got strength? He grabbed the chair and stood up, swearing, you jerk. Yom Tong said, that money isn't mine. Without it, I'm doomed. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot towards him. Yom Tong frowned at the glaring light, thinking, magic, I'm doomed. It brushed past him and smashed into the floor. A puddle appeared immediately on the floor. Ethan Gong's finger released a bit of mana and asked, so what? He mocked. When you swindle others, do you ever care about their situation? Then Ethan Gong turned to the safe full of gold, exclaiming, the smell of money, it's overwhelming. He crouched down and added, not that I'm complaining, I'll put it to good use. The guy was scared out of his mind, cursing, you dog. Suddenly, Ethan Gong turned and asked, do you guys have a bag? He noticed a baseball bat bag and exclaimed, here it is. Once done, Ethan Gong left with the money. The rescue team just arrived, assessing the situation. 116 people injured, no fatalities, and all injuries were non-life-threatening. He then smiled with great satisfaction. The gold bills fluttered on top of the bag. Ethan Gong clenched his fist and laughed crazily in the street. He was excited, laughing louder and louder. Suddenly, Ethan Gong stopped. What is this feeling? I feel uneasy, like I've forgotten something. He remembered. What is it? Oh, right. Ethan Gong then held an ice cream, thinking, dealing with Yom Tong's grill made me all hot. He casually sat and ate the ice cream, saying, I just wanted to cool down. Good thing I remembered. But Ethan Gong still felt something was off. Why does everything feel wrong? Is it because I went overboard with those thugs? No, that's not it. At that moment, his phone rang, making him wonder, who is it now? No one usually calls at this hour. The screen showed Sora, leading Ethan Gong to guess. Is it Sora? Or are both Sora and Arium awakened now? He quickly answered, Sora? The voice on the other end replied, Ethan, Sora, from the hospital, informed him. It's about Arium's condition. He's not okay. The ice cream in Ethan Gong's hand dropped to the ground. Damn it! That's where the uneasiness came from. He quickly grabbed the money and ran off as Phase 2 began in the emoji dungeon, and the frozen timeline started to move again. That's how Ethan Gong became the hardcore leveling warrior, and if everything continued as before, Sora would still be Sora, and Arium would become Armas. Meaning Armas and Arium would die in a few days. The scene shifts to Giga Soul Hospital. Inside a hospital room, the professor exclaimed in confusion, This is so strange. The nurse, equally baffled, reported, Professor, it's odd indeed. We've checked several times, but... He helplessly looked at the medical records and sighed. A thought crossed his mind. There are no signs of life, except that she's still breathing. Sang-hwan lost control and shouted, What on earth is going on to operating room 3? Quickly. His mind was in despair and at a dead end. Ever since the world was assimilated, modern medicine has become outdated. Today, a simple healing skill is far more effective than medicine or surgery. His anger left the nurse beside him in shock, mouth agape. She stammered, Yes. Outside the hospital room, Sora cried out desperately. Ah, Ryum, she fervently pleaded. Ah, Ryum, wake up, I'm begging you. But Ah, Ryum remained in a coma. The steady sound of medical machines drowned out Sora's choked pleas. Just now you were fine. Answer me, open your eyes. Ah, Ryum. The countdown of life ticked away. Sang-hwan gritted his teeth, urging, Hurry, every second counts, but the situation filled him with indescribable unease. This isn't good, the biopsy indicators. Sang-hwan almost choked on his words as he watched the deteriorating changes. Immediately, he ordered loudly, Nurse Park, prepare the elevator. Nurse Yoon, call anesthesia. The two nurses hurriedly responded. Yes. At that moment, a foot suddenly appeared outside the window pane. Ethan Gong decisively broke through the glass, shocking everyone inside. The sudden incident left everyone's heart racing. Sang-hwan angrily questioned, Who are you? Are you crazy? This is a hospital. Sora stood stunned, eyes wide in surprise. He looked at Ah Ryum for a long time before calmly explaining, I'm her guardian. As soon as he said that, the professor angrily shouted, Guardian? Are you out of your mind? We are racing against time to save her, and you are... Ethan Gong's expression suddenly darkened. He frowned and thought deeply. On my way here, I thought carefully about the real reason for Ah Ryum's condition. Ah, Ryum isn't sick. A moment later, Ethan carefully asked, Doctor, is it true she's not responding to any treatment? The countdown clock over Ah Ryum's head made him increasingly fearful. Ah Ryum is dying because of a time paradox. At that time, Sang-hwan pointed at him and urgently questioned, What? How do you know that? Are you a doctor too? Sora, confused, exclaimed, Eth. The words unintentionally made Ethan Gong gaze out in surprise. Her eyes were calm, her face etched with surprise. Brother Ethan. Amidst the unexpected encounter, he unconsciously called out softly, Sora. Sora looked dazedly at Ethan Gong and quickly replied, Yes. Has brother Ethan also transformed? He frowned tensely and immediately asked, Sora, when you look at me, do you feel anything different, like recalling memories you've never had? Without thinking much, she quickly denied, Not at all, I don't remember. These words made Ethan Gong plunge back into thoughts. Sora doesn't recognize me, right? I have these old memories because of my rebirth. Memory unlocking could be different for each person. He vaguely wondered to himself, Since when did Ah Ryum? Before Sora interrupted quietly. She was fine until she started transforming. Her memories of the previous days with Ah Ryum suddenly surged. Sora carefully recounted, It was like any other day. She finished her meal, chatted with me as usual. After the moment, Sora's facial expression suddenly stiffened. A foreboding feeling rose, but after the status window appeared. Even Ah Ryum's eyes were filled with panic. Our appearances suddenly changed, like we became different people. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. The next second, Sora quickly dispersed her worries, and then, while we were talking about leveling up together, suddenly, Ah! Ryum's bright face instantly turned into an expression of horror. Her cheeks suddenly swelled strangely. Ah! Ryum started, and spit out a large amount of blood. Sora's voice echoed evenly. Ah! Ryum vomited so much blood. At that time, I was very scared, worried that something bad had happened to Ah Ryum. In just seconds of life and death, her eyes rolled back, which terrified Sora immensely, so I called you. Painful emotions flooded back. She trembled as she continued. So just a few hours later, she ended up like this. Then Ethan Gong coldly turned to Sang-hwan. Doctor, here, it's for the overdue hospital bills. He somberly recalled, the past 5 years have been the dream time I created. And since a year ago when the world became a game. Ethan Gong looked at Ah Ryum, unconscious on the bed beside him. He unconsciously clenched his hand, whispering, "Time's flow continues. She could still exist in the time I reversed. But Arms is an anomaly to the main timeline." Her once radiant smile abruptly flashed back like a knife, forcing him to face the bitter truth. "Because she is already dead. Arms's current dying state is the result of me forcibly going against the natural order." The more he thought, the more despondent and helpless Ethan Gong's mind became. "This is painful, but I can't think of any solution. I'm really at a loss." Sora spoke anxiously beside him. "Brother Ethan, can Arium survive? Is it possible, right?" He clenched his fist tightly to the point of trembling, struggling to hold back. "I don't know either." Ethan heartbrokenly blamed himself. "What's the point of having maximum stats or a unique class if when it matters, I can't do anything?" At present, Ryum's hospital bed was being quickly wheeled away, accompanied by urgent calls, "Make way." The hospital bed sped past him, the air thick with the scent of life and death, leaving only the nurses' voices ringing out urgently. "Don't block the way. Step aside." Sora stood at the door with her head down, muttering vaguely, "There has to be a way." She seemed to lose control and screamed, "This is a game. Anything can happen. In this world, dragons can fly high and humans can shoot fire from their palms." But now, Ryum remains motionless on the bed, her life hanging precariously in the balance, as if suspended in the world. Sora screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face. Why couldn't she save a human life? It was just a game, wasn't it? Anything should be possible. Ethan Gong was momentarily stunned. Sora's desperate cry was like a bell that awakened his mind. Since this was a game, anything could happen, even if it went against destiny and natural laws. His eyes widened in shock as he realized, what if we applied the rules of Lucid Adventure instead of the real world? Then it could surely be done. It's been a year since the game started, so the current situation might be similar to when Lucid Adventure first launched. Was there a skill or item from the early game days that could break the rules of this world? The answer was yes. Images of fierce beasts simultaneously flashed through Ethan Gong's thoughts, coinciding with the appearance of the Forbidden Abyss dungeon and the boss Imuji. Hot news updates repeatedly covered this sensitive issue as another dungeon emerged. The Deep Sea Dungeon. It used to be his farming spot in the early levels. He remembered hearing that the Deep Sea Dungeon was discovered near Inshin Port. It's an SS rank dungeon, so no one has conquered it yet. Good, this is what he needed to find. Breaking away from his recollection, he quietly called out, "Sora." As if realizing something, Ethan Gong suddenly flashed a sly grin. "Even without old memories, you're still amazing. Thanks to you, I've stayed sane." At this moment, Sora hadn't fully processed everything he had just said. Without waiting long, Ethan Gong confidently declared, "I'll definitely save Arium. Just wait here peacefully." Saying that, he sped off, leaving her in a whirlwind of emotions. Sora, puzzled, silently questioned, "Ethan hasn't been this bold before, but why does it feel so familiar?" Ethan Gong was now in front of Arium's hospital bed, leaving the nurses in shock. Their eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief. "What's happening? Don't do that." Ignoring their warnings, he reached out to her, murmuring, "Sorry for doing this while you're ill." Ethan Gong looked at Ah Rium with a determined gaze. "We'll be there soon." The next second, he scooped Ah Rium up and dashed toward the window amid shouts and cries. "What are you doing? Hey, stop!" A male nurse shouted in panic. "This is the 10th floor." Ethan Gong remained unfazed, calmly responding, "I know." Without a second's hesitation, Ethan Gong firmly held her and jumped straight from the 10th floor of the hospital. In an instant, he successfully landed on the roof of a moving car, leaving a motorcyclist behind in shock, exclaiming, "What was that?" The car was now seriously dented, and the car owner angrily shouted, "Are you nuts? Is your head all right?" He didn't bother responding, quickly turning to the motorcycle behind him with a cold stare. "Remember this," he said to the motorcyclist. The guy, bewildered, cursed, "What are you mumbling about, you lunatic?" Ethan Gong waved his hand, sending the man flying into the air, and jumped on the bike with Ah Rium. "This is my number, call. If anything happens, I'll compensate later." He quickly put a helmet on her carefully. "Here, wear this helmet," he said. Just then, Rium's closed eyes suddenly opened slightly. Ethan Gong softly said, "Let's go." Just as the bike roared to life, Rium unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his waist, leaving Ethan Gong surprised. He had no time to dwell on that, immediately revving the engine and speeding off, leaving a trail of white smoke behind. On the rooftop of a building, a man was leisurely watering plants. He had a long scar on his face, mumbling to himself, "What can I do to help?" At that moment, a wheelchair was pushed toward him, and the person in the chair coldly spoke. "It's break time now. Hey, H." The person who appeared was none other than Yom Tong. "Handle this for me," he said. Yom Tong raised his brows, looking at H, and gritted his teeth angrily. "I must catch that bastard who did this to me. Do you have anyone skilled enough?" "This guy tore apart a titanium safe barehanded," he exclaimed, then added, "Sorry." H gave a sly smile and casually suggested, Work fees during break double. He continued to brag. If you want me to work, you have to pay. He skeptically remarked, why so stiff about it? Meanwhile, at the Taiji Songpa Guild in Seoul, Building L, Yom Tong's voice softened. Come on, H, we're like brothers, and yet all this formal stuff? I've contributed over 10 billion won to Taeguk. Can't you ease up a little, especially in tough times like these? H cast a cold look at him and interrupted directly, sorry, I'm not into clever talk. Yom Tong was shocked, caught off guard. He carefully explained, sorry, I was in a rush. Just then, H suddenly received a phone call. Incheon Port? What's going on? The voice on the other end hurriedly reported. There's trouble, H. The caller quickly continued. Someone's causing havoc here. Angry, he furrowed his brows. Explain. On the other side, a young man in elephant print shorts nervously reported. That guy brought a woman with him, threatening to kill everyone if she doesn't get treated immediately. We've gathered 30 people from Incheon to attack him, but before he could finish, H interjected. Lost, didn't you? Images of a fierce monster with blood-red eyes flashed in his mind. His strength was terrifying. On the other end, H worriedly asked, what about the damage? At the SS rank gate, Incheon Port, he nervously reported, no one died, but everyone is injured. The strange thing is, he forced our medic team to heal the woman. But no matter what method was used, her vitality couldn't rise above 5, so everyone treating her fainted from exhaustion. He suddenly interrupted, saying, we also haven't controlled that dungeon yet, and recalled Ethan Gong's terrifying look, then replied, before entering the dungeon, he took all our best equipment, like a thug. H asked suspiciously, do you remember what he looked like? The young man quickly answered, he even took the guild's armor. He looks around 30, with spiky red hair, the woman has blonde hair, and seems to be in her early 20s. Back at Building 1, he was shocked and blurted out, spiky red hair, Yom Tong, upon hearing this, was startled and shouted, that's right, it's him, the red-haired bastard. H started to piece things together and mumbled his guess. It seems both incidents involve the same person. He became even more interested, smirked slyly, and said, this is getting interesting. I want to see the face of that scoundrel. With that, H picked up the phone and called someone. The person on the other end quickly answered, and he spoke coldly. Listen, Creed. Yom Tong couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing that name, Creed. A thought crossed his mind about a globally famous assassin from the Player Association. Is Taiji's power really that great? H gave a brief order to Creed. The location is an SS rank dungeon in Incheon's West Harbor, and added, the target is a man with red hair. The other person got curious. Creed asked out of interest. Just one target? But right now, he's also being targeted by someone else. A man, enraged, fired bullets at Creed, yelling furiously, die, you heretic. On the other end of the phone, H said curiously, are you busy? I'll call back later. The man laughed uncontrollably. Look, my great master, I've won. But shortly after declaring his triumph, his body suddenly split in two, and Creed said calmly, busy with what? He remained calm, gently retrieved his weapon, and continued the conversation with H. I'm about bored to death here. As for the unfortunate man, his entire body was split into two, and his scream of agony echoed through the space. Creed teased with delight. I want to fight someone as strong as you, H. On the phone, H responded helplessly. Still the same old Creed, huh? He asked out of curiosity. Calling me so suddenly must mean there's a good deal, right? H. Creed found it interesting. This sounds like a juicy case, that red-haired guy. His brow furrowed, his face icy with a hint of mockery, but he spoke evenly. Is he strong? The scene shifts to the West Sea, the SS Rank Gate. A giant radioactive shrimp was frantically rushing toward Ethan Gong. It was like a boxing machine from the deep sea, the radioactive shrimp, a B-rank monster, a tyrant of the ocean depths, part of the crustacean family. Ah, Ryum gasped in horror. So scary. In contrast to her fear, he quietly thought, these would be delicious grilled with chili salt. It aggressively swung its claws to attack the two, and Ryum fearfully hid behind Ethan Gong. She closed her eyes tightly and screamed in panic. In the tense moment, he calmly held the claw of the giant monster and reassured her. It's okay. The radioactive shrimp stared at them wide-eyed. Their closeness bordered on zero, making Ethan Gong blush. He foolishly exclaimed, Ryum that I know wasn't like this. In the next moment, Ethan Gong decisively slammed the radioactive shrimp to the ground. Witnessing the scene, Ryum excitedly praised, Ethan, you're amazing. He naturally replied, it's nothing. His hand shook involuntarily, face flush with embarrassment. But, could you let go of my hand? She was startled and looked down. After processing it, Ryum hurriedly let go of his hand and awkwardly explained, sorry, I was just so scared earlier, so. They quickly moved inside, and as they walked, Ethan Gong said, no need to apologize, we're almost at the boss's room. She suddenly spoke up, but about what you said earlier. He asked, puzzled, what did I say? Ah, Ryum reminded him, you said I was different before. She turned to Ethan Gong and curiously asked, so, what kind of person was I in the past? Ah, Ryum looked at him eagerly, with a slight smile on her lips. Ethan Gong fell into a brief confusion, stammering. Well, before, Ryum. Ethan silently narrated that she wouldn't wait for others to protect her, but instead, she'd protect others. She couldn't hide her surprise at this revelation. Me? She was truly surprised. I was pretty quiet, wasn't I? Have I ever saved you before? Faced with this question, memories rushed back to his mind. A few times, yes. Their legs kept moving slowly forward, and Rayum kept wondering. But Ethan? She hesitated for a bit, then gently asked, since leaving the hospital and arriving here, I've been wondering, why is Ethan so nice to me? Rayum continuously expressed the doubts piled up in her heart, and spending so much effort to help me, plus there's a part of the past I can't remember. Maybe I get it now. Why you're trying so hard? After saying this, she smiled with her eyes squinting, naively asking, seems like I used to like you, didn't I? The question just asked left Ethan Gong frozen for 5 seconds. Then his face turned red with embarrassment. What? He said. Ryum eagerly repeated. Do you like me? The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Ethan Gong was still awkward, staring blankly without a word. Ethan Gong's cheeks turned red, caught in a tough spot. He screamed internally, I'm doomed. Do I like her? Well, yes, but it was a long time ago. How do I answer this now? Ethan Gong cleared his throat, pointed at a crab on the ground, and changed the subject. Look, this crab, he thought to himself, trying to dodge the question. Ethan Gong sat down, picked up the crab, and pretended to inspect it. This one's rare. Look at it. There's something strange about this crab. The crab in his hand suddenly glowed. Ethan Gong excitedly explained, if you press its belly, it will emit a golden light. That's why people call it the light bulb crab. Not hearing a response, he turned back, puzzled. Isn't it pretty? But all he saw was Ryum laying motionless on the ground. Panicking, he ran to her. Ryum. Ethan Gong's face turned pale, and he shouted in horror, wake up, Ryum. After a while, they reached the entrance of the boss's room. Ryum slightly winced, barely conscious. Ethan Gong, seeing her, called out with concern, are you okay, Ryum? She was silent for a moment, trying to sit up. Ryum looked up, her face weary, blood starting to trickle from her lips. She hopelessly asked, what can I do with this weak body? He gently reassured her, don't say that. I know you can get through this. Ryum. The boss's room is right ahead. We're almost there. She curiously asked, the boss? Ethan Gong didn't answer. He handed Ryum a sword and said, take it. This is the Thunder Sword. It's a rare type, with 47 attack power, 5 intelligence bonus, requires at least level 10 to equip, and has special features. It deals an extra 50% damage to water-type monsters and has a 5% chance to activate the skill Lightning Strike with each critical enchanted hit. It has a 35% chance to double damage against medium and large monsters. She took the item with skepticism. A sword? Do I have to use it to defend myself? He calmly confirmed. No, Ryum, you have to fight. She was shocked. What? Ethan Gong seriously explained. To be more specific, in this dungeon, to defeat the SS-ranked boss, you have to fight it alone. Hearing this, she was stunned, eyes wide open, asking again, what did you say? I have to fight the SS-ranked boss alone. Ryum fell into a panic, urgently refusing. No way. You saw earlier, I was scared of just a crab. An SS-ranked monster? I can't even imagine how strong it is, let alone defeating it. Still, he firmly said, it has to be this way. Ethan Gong looked straight into her eyes, determined. If not, you will die, Ryum. We don't have much time left. You know your condition well. After a moment of silence, Ryum doubtful asked, how can you be so certain, Ethan? It's like you know the future. Ethan Gong quickly replied, there's no time for explanations. Just trust me. The hidden reward of this dungeon, Memory of the Deep Sea, is a potion that can remove all negative statuses and restore the user to their healthiest state. It's the most powerful recovery item in Lucid Adventure, capable of nullifying even the curses of gods. The only downside is that it's bound to the receiver and cannot be traded. Also, it can be used on oneself. He was patiently advising her, to get that item, you have to face the boss yourself. Only you can save yourself. Ryum. She quickly responded, in reality, isn't this impossible? Letting a newbie like me fight the SS-ranked boss alone? Ethan Gong's face tightened. Impossible means 0 success rate. If you follow my plan, there's a 1% chance for success. Hard and impossible are two completely different things. Ryum was surprised by his statement. 1%, really? He firmly replied, not just any 1%, but my 1%. Seeing her continual fear, Ethan Gong softly reassured her, why so worried? 1% is super simple. The tense atmosphere suddenly faded as he pointed at himself and confidently said, that's the gambler's motto. Just trust and follow me. Ah, Ryum sniffled and agreed. All right, I'll try. I believe in you, Ethan. Ethan Gong praised her. Good. Then he carefully instructed, listen closely and be careful. Don't mix things up. As soon as you enter the boss's room, you have to. A while later, Ryum spoke up. I'm ready. He quickly responded. The person who opens the boss's room door gets the reward. Go ahead, Ryum. She quickly placed her hand on the door, and suddenly the system announced, entering the Deep Sea Dungeon, Boss Room, Deep Sea Witch's Quarters. Player opening the door, Lim Ryum. As the door opened, a heavy aura immediately enveloped them, and Ryum anxiously wondered, it feels like something really heavy is pressing on my body. A flash of doubt crossed her mind as she witnessed the scene inside the boss room. Scary. Can I do this? Ryum observed the strange eggs and assessed quietly. Ethan said there would be many eggs here, but seeing them in person is disgusting. Ethan Gong, standing behind, encouraged, stay calm, she replied softly. Okay. The information screen popped up. System, boss, deep sea witch, stared at the challenger, gleefully provoking. Is that all you've got? Octanash smirked mockingly. Just the two of you, huh? I don't know if you've lost your way or are just too arrogant, but coming this far is the fate for you. She was indeed the cursed deep sea witch, Octanash, an SS-ranked boss monster, the fallen one, the fallen mermaid. Once, a mermaid fell deeply in love with a human. When her beloved was killed without reason by the merfolk, she swore revenge, even if it meant drawing strength from the demons. Traits: Queen, revenge. Octanash sat cross-legged on her throne, one eye gleaming golden, and your lives will be the price. Her fingertip gently brushed her lips as she softly called, Sisters, it's time to wake up. Ryum got into a fighting stance, frowning with tension. It's exactly as Ethan said. Ethan Gong glanced at her and reminded, attack now. Ryum decisively swung her sword at the monsters. The Sisters of Octanash appeared one after another. The followers of the deep-sea sorceress, mermaid sisters, a ranked deep-sea warriors, puffers, armored creatures, electric eels, all for their queen, Octanash. Ethan Gong quickly advised, stay behind until I signal. Ryum replied cautiously. Okay, he thought to himself. All right, let's do this. A series of thoughts ran through Ethan Gong's mind. Ryum's current level was 15, which was far from enough to even scratch the deep-sea sorceress at the moment. He focused on strategizing, planning to level her up to 40 in this boss room by unlocking attributes. Beating the hidden monster would grant a lot of experience points, so it was entirely feasible. Meanwhile, 3 followers of the deep-sea sorceress rushed towards Ethan Gong. But he remained calm and reasoned. The first condition to summon the hidden monster is the poison of the puffer. The second is the claws of the armored seahorse, and the third is the electric eel's whip. I have to withstand the attacks of all 3 sisters at once. An information window appeared, detailing the conditions to summon the hidden monster. 1. Withstand the main attacks of all 3 sisters at once. Then a massive explosion occurred under immense pressure. Ryum stood aside, wide-eyed and horrified, wondering, everything is happening just like he said. But even so, can Ethan endure it? The 3 mermaid sisters looked at Ethan Gong and exclaimed in shock. Why? Ethan Gong smirked with satisfaction and thought, Step 1 complete. Just like when I was a newbie and died countless times here, their attack pattern hasn't changed. If Earth gameplay is the same as Lucid Adventure, then someone who knows Lucid Adventure inside out like me is practically a prophet. That 1% chance I mentioned earlier must now be 30%. His smile stretched wide as he stood amidst pink smoke, feeling itchy. The puffer suddenly screamed, our attack didn't work. The other 2 sisters were equally stunned, realizing they didn't cause any damage. Ethan Gong clenched his fist and dashed towards his opponents. The second condition to summon the hidden monster involved delivering 3 almost simultaneous punches, each one taking out the puffer, the seahorse, and the eel, sending each of them packing with a single blow. After taking down all 3, he exclaimed in delight, that felt great. The information window reappeared, showing 1. Withstand the main attacks of all 3 sisters at once. 2. One-shot all 3 sisters. Witnessing this, Ryum couldn't believe her eyes. It's unbelievable. He defeated them all in an instant. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong furrowed his brow and thought, the third condition is doing nothing after defeating the 3 sisters. The seahorse lay on the ground sobbing, unwilling to accept defeat, pleaded with its youngest sister, avenge us, youngest one. If the tear of hatred from the youngest sibling touches that creature, the condition to summon the hidden monster includes 1. Withstand the main attacks of all 3 sisters. 2. One-shot all 3 sisters. 3. Pass on this bitter farewell to the youngest. Soon after, energy beams shot out from the egg sac, tearing through the space around it, signaling the awakening of the youngest and strongest child. A bizarre hand with sharp claws appeared, reaching out slowly from inside, followed by another hand. In the darkness, its eyes glowed menacingly, sending chills down one's spine. Thanks to memories from the past, Ethan Gong was even more confident of victory. He was excited because the information he once had as a newbie wasn't known to others. The hidden monster, the youngest and strongest, grants experience points greater than all three sisters combined, specifically 20 times more. With a loud explosion, the monster with a monstrous form broke free from the cocoon. The youngest and strongest, Pong Pong, the cute S-ranked monster, deep-sea warrior whale, with pure brute force. Ethan Gong smirked in amusement, thinking, though it's a low-rank monster, its strength stat is over 900, and it's 20 times more difficult than the three sisters. Pong Pong clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. Who dares? She roared in fury, slamming her fist into the ground, with such force that the ground shook and cracked everywhere. Who dares to bully my sisters? Meanwhile, Ethan swiftly grabbed Arium and leapt onto the egg sacs. Ethan Gong calmly admitted, "It was me." Pong Pong turned around, her eyes filled with murderous intent. He wasn't scared at all, picking his nose and joking. "But do you know the secret of how you were born?" She screamed in confusion. "A secret?" Ethan squinted, showing disdain. "It's because you're a rotten egg. Look at your sisters. Why are you the only ugly one?" His words successfully provoked her pride, causing Pong Pong to rage and deny. "Impossible! Lies!" She angrily jumped at him, determined to refute. "Both Mom and Dad said I'd grow up to be beautiful like my sisters." Yet Ethan Gong continued his harsh words. "If you believe that, it's probably because your dad didn't want to make you sad." Pong Pong's eyes widened in anger, swinging at him and shouting, "Shut up." The other hand also threw a punch, and she became more aggressive. "Shut your filthy mouth." But Ethan Gong easily dodged, continuously taunting, "Really? I heard it straight from your mom's mouth." Pong Pong attacked even more fiercely, but Ethan Gong kept moving quickly, thinking about it as he dodged. "Her punches are just as powerful as I remember. Back when I was a newbie, I was punched to death by her dozens of times, but now that's just a memory." She launched a flurry of punches in her rage, but all were easily dodged by him. Seeing things unfold as planned, Ethan Gong mentally shouted, "Yes, like that, keep coming, get angrier." Just as planned, leading to the finishing move, he flashed a teasing smile. "Hey sis, calm down, look what's in your hand." Pong Pong paused in surprise, noticing a strange liquid staining her hand. Ethan Gong raised both hands and danced around, jokingly saying, "Aren't those your family and friends?" Apparently, during the battle, Pong Pong accidentally destroyed other egg sacs. He immediately hit the opponent's psychological side. "How could you be so ruthless? It's you, no one else." She burst into tears, shouting, "What? It's me." Pong Pong couldn't face the truth. She held her head in panic. "What have I done?" Pong Pong's face was wrinkled, tears and snot everywhere, sniffling and blaming herself. "Dad, Mom, everyone has been crushed. It's all Pong Pong's fault." At that moment, a sword unexpectedly grazed her, doubling her pain. Pong Pong widened her eyes, tears falling nonstop. It turns out, while she was off guard, Ryum swiftly attacked. Pong Pong now agonizingly clutched her neck. Her face showed no emotion, only her eyes were cold and determined. Ryum was still drowning in self-doubt. Did he really see the future? Everything is happening just like Ethan said. Can I really take down such a terrifying monster with one strike? Pong Pong's whole body suddenly began to shiver strangely. With a furious scream, she crazily lunged forward. "You!" Ryum, witnessing this scene, was shocked. "It's still alive." She immediately followed Ethan Gong's directions, slashing straight at the monster's neck. Pong Pong roared in pain again after the attack. A notification appeared, activating the Thunder Sword effect, casting Lightning Strike. She momentarily couldn't react, which left Ryum amazed. That gigantic monster actually fell with just one attack. She exclaimed, "It's down." Ethan Gong finally exhaled in relief. Yes, so far everything is going smoothly. The system sent a notification. The hidden monster has been defeated. You have gained 254,677 experience points. Ryum was speechless. "This? I leveled up this much?" "You have reached level 40, and you can now change class," she said incredulously. "Jumping to level 40 after defeating one monster, and I can change class too." The system appeared once more. "System, Trait Columbus has been unlocked." Ethan Gong looked at her dazed expression and grinned widely. Yes, her old trait has been unlocked. Ryum was still in awe. There are even new skills too, he thought with relief. Finally, we can resume the main stage. Ethan Gong's eyes flickered for a moment. Facing the boss one-on-one, Octanash appeared. She stretched and spoke. "You managed to hold on until now." Octanash questioned doubtfully, "You two are very different from the ones who came before, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Ethan Gong frowned and silently cursed. "Of course we're different, you tentacle-headed fool. I've cleared this dungeon 1,000 times." She raised her eyes to look at them. Octanash calmly continued, "I've decided, I'll turn both of you into mermaids and trap you here, to replace the ones who were just killed. You are perfect choices." On this side, Ryum directly took a fighting stance. He tensely asked, "Ryum, Are you ready? She quickly responded, yes. Ah, Ryum's trait. The Columbus battleship Santa Maria increases damage by 100% when fighting at sea. Since this is an underwater dungeon, it will definitely be effective. Additionally, the victory cannon also boosts damage by 100% to boss monsters. With such terrifying accumulated damage, even Octanash would be defeated. So far, everything is going as planned. Her voice echoed again, tinged with mockery. Which one should I cast a spell on first? Octanash's amber pupils were deep as she stretched out her long, ugly arms. Which one should I choose? In less than a second, Octanash sped up, closing in on both of them. Seeing the opportunity, Ethan Gong immediately shouted, Ah, Room, now use your skill. After the command, she strongly replied, yes, but a question popped up in her mind. But how? To use a skill, while Octanash stretched her sharp claw in front of him. Ah, Ryum opened her eyes wide, suddenly remembering, no, it's not just pressing a button like in the game. Is it like this? By reaching out and thinking about the skill? She momentarily sighed in relief. I did it. However, at the decisive second, the system delivered a critical blow to Ah Reum, error, unable to use skill. It wasn't working. At that moment, Octanash's claw pierced through Ethan Gong's body. She smirked. The pain instantly spread throughout his brain, leaving him stunned and cursing inwardly. Damn it, she can't use skills right away like in the game. After witnessing everything, Ah Reum screamed in fear. Ethan, Octanash exclaimed, glancing at Ethan Gong. Octanash's claws were still lodged in Ethan Gong's body, even as blood kept flowing. She realized, still alive, huh? Ethan Gong's face fell, his eyes filled with rage. Octanash mocked him, teasing, that look doesn't quite match someone turning into a donut. She thought to herself, he knew that girl was my target, so he rushed to take the hit. Octanash squinted. A thought flashed in her mind. Without any hesitation or resistance, this action proves it. Thinking about it made her angry. He doesn't want to cause me any harm, even with the perfect opportunity. How frustrating. He's strong, but just a lowly human dares to look down on me this much. Infuriating. The atmosphere was tense, her hand piercing straight through his chest, truly terrifying. Ethan Gong grimaced in pain, coughed, and cursed under his breath. Go easy, you octopus hag. Purple lightning surged up, forming a rain of attacks aimed directly at Ethan Gong, making him scream in pain. A heavy gasp was heard. After the assault, smoke rose from Ethan Gong's body. Ethan Gong's entire body was charred like it was roasted, now gritting his teeth and groaning. What troubled Ethan the most about enduring the boss's attacks was how his plan collapsed. As someone very knowledgeable about lucid adventure in this now game-like world, he'd faced many dangers, but never a dilemma like this. He couldn't tell if the previous mechanics of lucid adventure would work differently in reality now. Using skills in the game was simple. Think about using them, and they'd activate automatically. But in reality, it's different. Sometimes you can't use newly acquired skills. One such skill, physical manifestation magic, requires a very high level of skill awareness. So for a girl who just activated her traits and wanted to use Santa Maria immediately, it was as impossible as teaching a newborn calculus. Ethan Gong's body lost strength and slowly collapsed. Octanash mockingly pitied, how sad, with a heart pierced and body charred. Seeing him still alive, she became intrigued, thinking, he's not dead yet. If I can't kill him, he should be my minion. Unlike Octanash, Ethan was seething. If he wanted, he could smash this octopus's head, but he was powerless. The hidden quest's requirements were very strict. Suppose Ah Ram fought the boss one-on-one and beat it. Ah Ryum had to deal most of the damage. While Ethan stood by and accidentally sneezed at the boss, that little damage would be enough to lose the hidden reward. Just 1 point of damage, turning the hidden reward completely unattainable, which is why Ethan didn't defend or counterattack until Octanash was defeated. Ethan Gong couldn't help but be bitter, knowing it wouldn't be easy, but still feeling angry. If he could smack it once, he'd be furious. As for Arium, after the events, she hadn't quite recovered, worriedly thinking, Ethan's badly hurt. Arium involuntarily shivered, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. No way, I have to defeat that terrifying monster. The image of Ethan Gong and Octanash was right before her eyes, as if time stood still. She grew more bewildered, eyes wide with tension. Even if I use my skills, killing it is impossible. Seeing him still resolute, she smirked and admired. Stubborn one, I like that. Octanash put on a captivating smile, amused. Now become my pet. Ethan Gong heard and gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy. Things were moving too fast. The battle had entered phase 2. Octanash still didn't give up trying to recruit him, saying, no matter how stubborn, your innards and brain are just flesh, right? Ethan Gong felt nervous. That's dangerous. She summoned a magical octopus and joyfully called, my child, cute, isn't it? Octanash brought it close to Ethan Gong's face, threatening, this little one is good at brainwashing. Seeing his horrified look, she grew more smug. It will burrow into your brain and release a special magic. Octonash further explained, those merfolk initially didn't like me, but using this method, they became my slaves and obeyed my orders. Ethan Gong watched as her offspring crawled all over his face and cursed under his breath. Disgusting, and this brainwashing state is hard to remove. He thought angrily, my plan is completely ruined. The octopus slowly but surely crawled into Ethan Gong's nose, leaving him paralyzed. As it swiftly reached his brain, he let out a piercing scream. Just 1 second later, the system immediately announced, Ethan Gong's mind is under attack by the brainwashing octopus. His entire body collapsed to the ground, shocking Ah Ryum. No. System message, octopus brainwash skill activated, putting the target into incubation state. Once the transformation reaches 100%, the target's race will become chimera. Small egg sacs begin to appear on his face. Very quickly, Ethan Gong is completely engulfed by a large egg sac. System message, transformation is in progress. She doesn't think much and charges straight towards him. Ethan. Ah, Ryum angrily yells and slashes directly at Octonash. Octonash is puzzled. Immediately after, she unleashes a powerful attack that sends Ah Ryum flying backward, calling her trash. The impact is so strong that it blows her away like the wind. Ah Ryum lies on the ground, her body covered with injuries. She grits her teeth, silently remarking, terrifying. Ah Ryum quickly regains her composure, urging herself to set aside her fear. I have to save Ethan. At this moment, Octonash mercilessly stomps on Ah Ryum. Then she coldly says, are you scared? Ah Ryum painfully shuts her eyes tight, with Octonash's voice echoing in her ears. Even so. Like a familiar move, Octonash summons the brainwashing octopus, taunting, still not giving up. The octopus clings to her face, moving just like it did with Ethan Gong earlier. But this time, it uses 2 tentacles to try and pry Ah Ryum's mouth open. Witnessing this, Octonash finds it extremely amusing and laughs mockingly. Just accept it and you won't have to suffer anymore. Suddenly, the brainwashing octopus explodes. After dealing with it, Ah Ryum glares defiantly at Octonash. Octonash, frowning, shouts angrily, you brat! To her surprise, Ah Ryum coughs up 2 tentacles of the octopus. Ah Ryum raises an eyebrow, looking at Octonash with extreme disdain. You filthy thing? Octonash's voice remains a cold, unwavering sound. Oh, really? Then die. As soon as she finishes speaking, she summons another spawn with a threat, sink in pain and fear. The bomb octopus quickly grows in size, invading Ah Ryum's body. Bomb octopus, one of my children will blend with the enemy's emotions. The more fear you feel, the faster the fuse will burn. On its head is like a bomb waiting to explode. In a dire situation, Ah Ryum can't help but panic. A bomb, if it explodes, I'm done for. In the next moment, Octonash allows the bomb octopus to deal with her and turns towards Ethan Gong's egg sac. She doesn't forget to sneer. I bet you're really scared now. It's about to explode. With her limbs controlled by the creature and intense heat radiating from it, Ah Ryum is in extreme pain. It's too hot and incredibly terrifying. She trembles, gripping her sword hilt tightly. If I move, it'll explode. Ah Ryum frowns slightly, questioning herself, why do I look so pathetic? Her eyes turn to Ethan Gong, and she thinks, didn't I save Ethan's life before? Ridiculous. Ah Ryum recalls and blames. I told you, I'm really timid. Right now, as she's thinking about Ethan, she slightly furrows her brow. Though not knowing how to resolve it, at the moment she feels death is near, the one who awakened her, made her heart beat again. The one who made her no longer feel lonely. Images of her with Ethan Gong flood back, their question and answer. One more thing I want. Yes. Ethan Gong had once firmly told Ah Ryum, never give up. He looked at her with eyes full of trust. This time, I will definitely save you. Ah Ryum regains her calm, her gaze turning resolute. I can't give up. That happiness that always comes with loneliness. I want to know why it made me happy before. Suddenly, the eyes of the bomb octopus popped wide open. The fuse on its head burned brighter. A small ripple stirred in its heart. Ah Ryum determinedly raised her sword high, a special blue light emanating from it. She widened her eyes and locked onto her target. Then, she decisively swung her sword, cutting the bomb octopus's fuse cleanly. Seeing the fuse fly away, Ah Ryum sighed in relief. She did it. She cheered internally, realizing she knew how to use her skill. Riding on her success, Ah Ryum launched continuous attacks at the bomb octopus. Octonash turned, surprised. She smiled confidently. Meanwhile, the creature scoffed. Foolish? You think the fuse is just decoration? I can detonate it anytime I want. The words instantly made Ah Ryum freeze. A light locked her in place. The next moment, a violent explosion erupted, sending Ah Ryum flying into the air like this. Her whole body was charred and smoked nonstop. Ah Ryum fell to the ground right in front of her. Octonash laughed heartily. Silly girl, If you hadn't cut the fuse, you might have lived a few seconds longer. Suddenly, the egg sac began to react. She wondered, is it about to hatch? Ethan Gong's strong arm reached out from the egg sac. Seeing this, Octanash was excited. Good job, Ah Ryum, but she quickly realized something was wrong. Failed brainwash? How can it be? In that moment, Ah Ryum pinned her hopes on Ethan Gong. Now it's his turn. Watch him define team support. As soon as he activated the resurrection skill, a bright blue light shone from his arm. Octanash widened her eyes warily. That's a resurrection spell? He's a healer? Next, three angels emerged from the light, slowly covering Ah Ryum. A hand placed near her gently unleashed power. System, the angel delicately caressed Ah Ryum. Her body gradually recovered. Ah Ryum was surrounded by three angels mid-air. Two notifications appeared. System, burn debuff has been removed. Health fully restored. Stamina recovered 30%. System, blessing effect. After resurrection, movement speed increased by 10% for 30 seconds. After being healed, she was slowly lowered to the ground. Ethan Gong's voice suddenly called out, "Hey, octopus head." Octanash angrily turned around. He tore through the egg sac, stepping out with a wide grin. Got a headache now, huh? Remember my words. Ah Ryum will slice you up. Ah Ryum, still in shock from everything, exclaimed, "What's going on? I'm fully recovered. Ethan, what did you do?" Ethan Gong replied, "It's all thanks to you, Ah Ryum." A question arose. How did Ethan break free from brainwash and resurrect Ah Ryum? To find out, we must look back a bit to when the brainwash process happened. The system announced, received 2,075 experience points from the party. He then used the party points to quickly level up to 41. Ethan gained experience and leveled up after Ah Ryum cut the bomb octopus, thanks to the freelance job effect. The brainwash was removed. System, the special effect of freelance is clean without dirt, fragrant despite being torn. After leveling up, you'll be cleansed, brainwash, and host debuffs removed. Next came a series of system information. Freelance's unique passive skill. Part-time is activated. Skill, part-time, unique. After reaching a certain level, you can choose a temporary occupation. Fighter pay, 500 EXP per hour. Technician pay, 250 EXP per hour. Cleric pay, 1000 EXP per hour. Knight pay, 3000 EXP per hour. Warning, if you don't complete the tasks, you'll be fired, with a heavy penalty to follow. So work hard. Ethan Gong's smile slowly appeared. The first skill of the unique job freelance, part-time passive skill, has been activated. This part-time skill will let you try out various temporary occupations. In other words, receive a temporary job and gain access to all corresponding skills based on your current stats. Notably, during part-time's temporary job use, you also earn experience points. Finally, when switching jobs, you can choose to keep one skill as a contract termination fee. This is perfect for a seasoned warrior well-versed in the game's skills. It's all thanks to Ah Ryum. Since Ah Ryum is credited with killing the bomb octopus, the experience points were shared with Ethan. If Ah Ryum hadn't fought and just accepted defeat, Ethan wouldn't have leveled up. The first temporary job Ethan picked was perfect for this situation. Hourly priest, 1000 EXP. Octanash suddenly felt uneasy, sensing real danger. She glared, gritting her teeth. You've only just escaped death. Octanash raised her arms in anger, floating in the air, and shouted, "Don't get cocky." She charged in fury, commanding, "Awaken, my children." In an instant, her egg sacs began to crack open. A horde of bizarre sea monsters appeared, summoned by the Deep Sea Legion magic. Ah, Ryum was shocked, gasping. There's so many. Contrary to her panicked look, Ethan Gong smiled excitedly. Here we go, the boss's final stage. He said, almost there, just need to take them all out, surprising her. Me? Kill them all? Ethan cracked his knuckles confidently. Don't be scared, he boldly declared. Because I'm your support. Activating a new skill. System, activate part-time job. A second later, a healing priest was summoned for 1000 EXP. An upper-grade healer was here. Ah, Ryum looked over, stunned. Upper-grade healer? Ethan exuded an imposing aura, loudly calling, Ah, Ryum. He extended his hands, releasing two streams of energy. Open up, let me buff you. Her entire body was enveloped by a magical light circle. System, received priest's enhanced blessing. All stats increased by 1% for a short time. Received priest's agility blessing. Movement speed increased by 2% for a short time. Hearing that, Ryum remarked, nice. Then a series of notifications appeared, making her a bit confused. Isn't this overkill? Wait, Ethan, something's wrong. I'm dizzy. Stop, enough. After a loud scream, System, the blessing effect exceeds the character's limit. Ah Ryum is in a new state. Overdose, losing 1% of total health per second, with a 44% chance of losing consciousness. All received blessing effects have no limit, with an overwhelming magic power burst. Ethan excitedly said, yes, you're feeling the rush now, right? Octanash didn't hesitate. She quickly ordered her children, tear them apart, and they rushed to attack. Ethan kept his calm demeanor and wide grin. How do you feel now? Confident in her newly enhanced state. Ah, Ryum seemed like a different person. Her eyes filled with confidence, standing tall. She replied, yes. Ah, Ryum stands on the ground, surrounded by a blinding light shining in front of her. The monster bares its sharp fangs and charges at her. Ah, Ryum grits her teeth and mutters, damn it. The swarm of lantern fish monsters move forward, causing a strategic disadvantage. With Octanash's ultimate skill and deep-sea army, it looks like nothing short of hell on earth. A wave of monsters rushes towards Ryum, all of them ranked A and above. These renowned sea creatures include the Loch Ness monster Nessie, the Kraken from Iceland, and the Pacific's Moby Dick. Surely many have heard of them, names that ruled their respective seas. The Queen trait allows control over lower-ranking monsters. With this power, Octanash can command any sea creature, thus forming an army of hundreds of famous sea monsters to serve itself. However, possessing such power comes at a cost. To use this skill, Octanash must sacrifice 9 of its 18 tentacles. For a monster storing its magic and life force in its tentacles, this is a last resort. Its main use is to demonstrate its absolute strength. In the battle with its father and the Dragon King Silverna, Octanash used the deep-sea army to completely destroy a dragon palace. But to deal with the 2 humans in front of it, using this might seem wasteful, outsiders might think. However, instinctively, Octanash feels this person is more terrifying than any demon king it's met before. Without using all its power, it will die. It looks at her curiously, though unsure why she isn't attacking. But this makes it think it has a chance to win. If it can kill this woman, the monster won't be able to attack anymore. Octanash reminds itself, do not falter. It tells itself, even if buffed to the max, that delicate thing without battle experience can't use it all. Die. With that, it opens its giant mouth and charges at her. Ah, Ryum calmly faces it. I'm not scared anymore because Ethan is behind supporting me. These monsters are nothing. She calmly extends her arm back, ready to swing her sword against it. But at that critical moment, the sword slips from her hand. Ah, Ryum's eyes widen in shock. The sword. She looks in fear at the monster. It's not good. Octanash's mouth is opened wide right above her head, just a few centimeters away. In an instant, half of her body is swallowed, torn in two. Octanash's power immediately destroys everything around it. The ground cracks into pieces. The lanternfish swarm rushes toward her. They use their sharp fangs to continuously tear at the remaining part of her body. Octanash's eyes glow bright, as if satisfied with achieving its goal. It hovers in the air leisurely watching the swarm tear her fragile body apart. But then, a powerful shockwave blasts out causing tremors. Octanash slams its tentacles to the ground, distorting the surrounding terrain. Its whole body emits a blinding light, almost completely obscuring the view. Everyone around gathers at the gate, all afraid and confused. What's happening? The gate. No way. Those outside are overwhelmed by the strength radiating from it. Is this a dungeon outbreak? I've never seen one firsthand before. What's happening in there? We need to call for help. The next second, the force inside wants to burst out. The system continuously warns, the damage inflicted exceeds the dungeon's endurance, the dungeon is collapsing. Finally, a supernova explosion occurs. The hidden dungeon system of the deep-sea witch's lair is completely destroyed. Octanash rides a fish straight out. The dungeon boss system has appeared on Earth. Octanash, the deep-sea witch. The giant fish thrashes in the frightening water. Octanash hovers in the air, scanning, is this? Have I reached their world? It opens its mouth hesitantly. Of those humans. Octanash remained stunned in the air for a long time, still trying to gather herself. She seriously tried to feel anything but couldn't sense their presence anymore, which was unbelievable to her. Finally, with a smirk of satisfaction, Octanash felt proud inside, thinking she'd won thanks to her sea monsters. She happily thought, yes, they're just inferior humans. There's no way they could survive my army. Just then, Ethan came by, teasing her, saying the smell of grilled fish was delicious. He intentionally teased, making her furious, adding that a plate of octopus sushi would be the best topping. Angry, Octanash swiped her claws at him. Furious, she charged toward Ethan Gong, who was standing there. Octanash yelled, "Die!" while swinging her claws. Ethan Gong widened his eyes as he saw her approaching with an angry face. He quickly ducked to dodge her sharp claws and laughed. Seeing him carefree, Octanash glared at him, extremely angry. Ethan deliberately made a teasing face, saying, "Hit right on this shrimp. My agility is maxed out here." Octanash couldn't hold back, shouting, "Damn humans." She swung her claws at him again, but missed. Ethan Gong raised his hand to gather magic, saying, "I'm not your opponent." Octanash stared at him intensely, clearly bothered. Ethan Gong reassured. Don't worry. I won't even touch a hair on your head. As he spoke, he used a resurrection skill. Ethan Gong summoned a blue light and said, The one who will destroy you is Ah Reum. Out from the rubble, a slender foot emerged like a plant. The blue light gradually disappeared, leaving just that foot. Octonash realized the critical situation, thinking, I only have a few tentacles left, damn it. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a crafty glow. Octonash thought to herself, engulf that witch for me. The monster hiding deep in the sea immediately obeyed the command and awakened. It swished its tail and lunged toward the light at breakneck speed. It opened its mouth wide, aiming straight at the remaining blue light. That blue light grew brighter over time. Eventually, it shone like a small orb of light, right in the monster's sights. In an instant, the light exploded powerfully, spreading over the area. Ah Reum appeared immediately, swinging her sword to slice the monster in half in the blink of an eye. She brought with her the anger of her defeat, screaming as she charged. A lump immediately rose on the water's surface. The monster was launched straight into the sky by her attack, splashing seawater everywhere. Each slashing blow pierced its entire body, like a display of a true culinary art. The big fish was immediately cut into pieces, floating in the air. Ah Reum furrowed her brows with determination, thinking that her swing wasn't any extraordinary swordsmanship, but a clumsy swing concealed 800 power points, which was more than enough to slaughter the monsters. After dispatching the monster, she quickly advanced and slashed straight at Octonash. Enraged, she yelled, Attack! Right afterward, Octonash launched a powerful strike, knocking Ah Reum back. Ah Reum didn't give up. She gathered herself again and charged forward, while Octonash stood frozen, watching her angry face getting closer. Ah Reum clenched her teeth, putting all her strength into this attack. Octonash is panicking inside. This woman isn't affected at all by my attack. This won't do. I must use the tentacles. With that said, it summoned its tentacles to surround its body. These are the last tentacles. Each tentacle was quickly growing larger, like a bloodthirsty beast, reaching straight towards Ah Reum. She quickly leaned back to dodge the tentacle before it could pierce her face. Her face remained calm as if their power was nothing to her. Ah Reum tightened her grip on the sword, ready to swing it again. She decisively skewered the tentacle wriggling close to her. Ah Reum deliberately dragged the blade along the tentacle, stretching its pain. After a few seconds, she had cut the tentacle in two, splattering blood everywhere. Ah Reum frowned, staring sharply at it. Octonash, feeling overwhelmed by her, yelled angrily, You lowly creature. It growled as its entire body began to change, veins showing clearly on its face. Octonash transformed into a large monster, growling at her. In this state, I'm invincible. With that, countless tentacles flew at Ah Reum, tearing at her body, putting her on the defensive. The pain hit fiercely, leaving her screaming in helplessness. Ah Reum remembered the advice not to give up, reminding herself to trust Ethan. From afar, Ethan Gong shouted, Buff immortality. A blue light enveloped Ah Reum once more, rapidly easing her pain. Ah Reum endured the lingering pain, her eyes steadfast with determination. She remembered the moments fighting alongside her teammates, her will to survive growing stronger. I must live. Octonash was gleeful watching her crushed in the tentacles. It manipulated them like a tangled ball of yarn, trapping her small body inside. After a few minutes of struggle, the tentacles loosened, giving her a breath. But in the next instant, they tightened more than before. Octonash screamed madly, I will crush you, die. The tentacles twisted together like a tornado, taking away all her oxygen. In a state of frenzy, it mercilessly spun, grinding Ah Reum inside. Ethan Gong calmly watched. I told you. At that moment, the blue light grew stronger, emanating from the vortex of tentacles. He laughed crazily, asserting, Ah Reum can't die. Ah Reum maneuvered, slicing through each tentacle in her path, quickly escaping the octopus now lost in madness. Decisively wielding her sword, she struck everywhere around her, making it scream. The image of a man and woman, looking at each other passionately, suddenly appeared. Ah Reum hesitated. I just saw the memory of the octopus. Suddenly, the system screen appeared, prompting her to wonder, huh? The system announced, Underwater Dungeon System Progress Completed, SSS Achievement, SSS Hidden Reward. She was immediately excited. Awesome, success. Lim Ah Reum has received an SSS treasure chest. A colorful chest immediately appeared before her. Ah Reum shyly said, It's all thanks to you, Ethan. Thank you so much. Ethan Gong eagerly replied, Open it. Ah Reum smiled, looking at him with gratitude. Right after that, she turned to the chest, full of curiosity. The chest slowly opened, revealing a blinding light that piqued curiosity. Ethan Gong froze, feeling his heart swell with emotion. He trembled. Arms, I've saved Ryum. No more goodbyes. Thinking of this, he smiled in relief as if a weight had been lifted. The light from the portal shone brightly. As the items dropped from the chest, the system announced, received, Special Experience Potion 1, Egg 1, Deep Sea Memories 1. Ethan Gong smiled smugly. Yes, my calculations were spot on. Ryum stared wide-eyed at the items floating in the air. The pearls shimmering before her created a beautiful effect. Ryum cradled it in her hand, admiring, so beautiful. Ethan Gong reminded her, drink it, you'll feel better. Ryum smiled and replied, yes, but how do I drink it? Ethan chuckled and explained, just say use. Ryum looked at it and repeated after him, use. The system reminded, use, Deep Sea Memories item system unlocked. You can use the item. Ryum quickly picked up the potion to drink. Ethan Gong watched eagerly from the side. Ryum opened her mouth, waiting for the liquid to drop. But before it fell, the potion suddenly glowed. Ryum was surprised, huh? She looked at her empty hand and hesitated. The potion disappeared. Ethan Gong was also surprised for a few seconds. Creed suddenly appeared behind them, holding her potion. What's this? I came here under H's request. He looked at the potion and wondered, is the purpose just to handle these weaklings? So boring. Ryum immediately looked back with a deadly gaze. Ethan was quicker, rushing forward to threaten him. Give it back now. Creed smiled with interest. Quick, that's the way, this guy's strong. He held out the potion, trying to grasp it while saying mockingly, what? Creed squeezed it until it showed signs of breaking. Is this precious? Would be a pity if it broke. Ethan was terrified. No, there won't be another chance to get it back. Creed released it, saying teasingly, just kidding, but if you suddenly rush like that, I might crush it in surprise. He smirked and asked, you don't seem brainless, right? Ethan thought carefully. Ryum's life depends on me. I have to negotiate with this bastard. Then he asked, what do you want? Creed tauntingly replied, guess. Ethan gritted his teeth. Money? He prayed, whatever you want, just say it. Creed laughed mockingly. He raised an eyebrow and taunted, crack. Then, the potion was crushed in his hand, wrong. He coldly asked, do I look like a beggar desperate for some spare change? Both of them were stunned for a moment. Creed grinned wickedly. What I want is your life, redhead. Ethan was furious as he charged forward, blaming himself. He had been too careless. Someone who managed to follow him this far had to be under that bastard's command. The fact that they could steal something so valuable meant their thieving skills were top-notch. As he moved, he calculated his actions carefully. This guy even kept up with his movements, which meant his agility must be at 999. Judging by his moves, he was likely an assassin. Calm down, Ethan. The guy still had some potion left in his hand. Ethan stared intently into his opponent's eyes, full of calculation. If he could just cut off his hand, maybe he could save some of the potion. Just as Ethan's fist was about to land, the guy quickly pulled out the potion bottle to shield himself. Easy there. Creed chuckled. Just kidding. The bottle I broke earlier was a different one that looked similar. Ethan scowled. A joke? Damn, this guy's crazy. But it's a bit of a relief too. Even though he seems to be playing around, he's targeting something important. Creed laughed in disbelief. Is it really that valuable? He twirled the potion bottle in his hand, smiling challengingly. So, how about a bet? Ethan hesitated. What? Creed asked him. Well? Ethan paused. A bet. Creed responded casually. Exactly. He added, but honestly, it was just for fun. If you refuse, I'll just crush this thing right now. Ryum tremblingly pleaded. Don't risk it, Ethan. Who knows what ridiculous conditions he might impose. Right after she spoke, Ryum couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ethan turned, panicked. Ryum, damn it. Ryum can't wait any longer. Creed impatiently urged him, decide quickly. Are you taking the bet or not? He darkly threatened. My patience is running thin. Maybe I'll just smash this thing and be done with it. Gritting his teeth, Ethan decided. Fine, I agree, but you have to swear. He frowned and demanded, if I win, you have to return that to Ryum. Creed was taken aback for a few seconds at Ethan's demand. Finally, he smiled and agreed. All right. Creed excitedly praised him. Decisive? I like that. He proposed. Then let's duel under traditional PK rules. Ryum pleaded weakly. Ethan, stop. This is too dangerous. That guy looks terrifying. Ethan softly reassured her. Don't worry, Ryum. She hesitated. But, he smiled gently. Everything will be all right. Ryum was stunned, thinking, what? For a moment, Ethan looked really scary. Ethan smiled eerily at Creed. Creed didn't care much and asked, hey, are you familiar with PK rules? He kept pushing. What's holding you back? Are we fighting or not? Ethan turned with a fearful face and a shaky voice. Is it true that if I win, you'll return the potion? Ethan feigned extreme fear. And how do I place a bet? I've never done PK before, being a priest and all. Creed smirked and explained, it's simple, just charge at each other. He secretly mocked, a priest doing PK? How can that work? Look at that weakling face, probably relying on others all the time. Whatever I say, he'll probably believe it. Thinking this, he tried to trick Ethan. This is a special rule match, so don't worry about dying. Plus, since your role is support, you just have to hit me and it'll count as a win. How does that sound? Creed grinned slyly. Is this condition fair enough? These kinds of bets were how Creed gathered stat points. As a result, he's now at the top of the assassin rankings, all originating from that first encounter with H. Creed received an order from the Player Association to eliminate H. Back then, he was pinned to the ground and crushed. Creed was severely injured, spewing countless amounts of blood with just a light stomp. A mysterious man suddenly appeared and challenged the power of the Player Association. His name was H, and back then he asked, "Who sent you?" H stood on Creed, threatening, "Tell the truth, and I'll let you live. And there's more." He smiled slyly and said, "I'll pay you double what they offer." Creed heard this and smirked. "Double, huh?" With a firm response, he said, "Do I look like some beggar ready to betray for a few coins? That's insulting." Creed urged him, "Enough talk, get it over with." Finally, he pondered, "You don't like money?" He hesitated, lifting his foot slightly. He released a surge of power and asked, "How about this?" Creed was confused. Am I about to die? The next second, Creed incredulously stared at the system panel. He didn't kill me. What is this? Creed angrily asked. What is this? He answered slowly. If you don't like money. At this point, he smiled intriguingly. What about power? Power. He explained, if you have this skill, you can reach maximum stats. The system is asking if you want to accept the gambling trait. Creed was shocked. Maximum stats? He turned his back and casually explained, gambling trait. Players with this trait become gamblers and through proper PK matches. You can steal opponents' stat points. Creed shouted in disbelief, maximum stats? Nonsense, that's impossible. Do you think I'm a child? He stubbornly yelled, you're my target, don't expect me to believe you. He patiently insisted, consider this an advance payment. He continued, I've decided to invest, thinking you'll be useful later. Whether you use it or not is up to you, but if you gain power from it. As he walked, he demanded, I hope to see you again with the head of whoever ordered you to kill me. A week later, they met again on a massive building. Creed coldly tossed a bloody head at his feet. He calmly said, sooner than I thought. Creed grinned and replied, this is just the first one. Since then, Creed became his assassin. Now, he's pressing, Ethan Gong. It's time, sign up for the PK. He stretched out his hand and unleashed his power excitedly. This way, all the match conditions will be set. Come here. He loudly called, Battlefield NPC. Ethan Gong looked blankly at the glowing light. Ah, Riem behind him was equally stunned. Mouth agape. A small figure clung to itself, peeking from the light. Finally, it stepped out and said loudly, Warriors, are you ready to fight? This is the Battlefield NPC, Dakon. Both were stunned. That is, to explain simply, PK is a battle between players in a separate area, monitored and controlled by the system. Dakon cheerfully guided, before the match, do you want to demand anything from your opponent upon winning? Creed smiled indulgently. No rush, you go first, priest. Ethan Gong closed his eyes tightly. Trembling, I need the deep-sea memory item for my team member, Lim Ah Reum. Dakin turned to him and said, understood. What about you? Creed hesitated. I want, he said excitedly. If I win, I'll take all his stat points, and I'll set a fair condition for the opponent too. Ah, Reum exclaimed, what? Stat points? How can that be possible? Ethan Gong worriedly asked the referee NPC, is that allowed? Dakin looked at him puzzled for a long time. Finally, Dakin answered, I'm asking about his betting condition. Ethan Gong laughed awkwardly. So it's possible to bet like that, I see. You realize that Creed has a gambling nature. Dakin stands between them and asks if they have any more questions. If not, it's time to start. The match is about to begin. Ethan interrupts, saying, wait a minute. Dakin, impatient, asks, what now? Ethan hesitantly adds, earlier, the opponent gave me an advantageous condition, meaning I just have to land one hit to win, but maybe we should drop that. Hearing this, Creed looks confused and says, what? Are you crazy? Once spoken here, there's no taking it back. Ethan Gong, trembling, responds, well, I know, but if there's an advantage, I might rely on it too much. Creed nonchalantly replies, whatever, do as you like. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead. Then Ethan interrupts again, saying, not yet, wait. Creed, losing patience, asks what. Ethan Gong stammers, I want to add another condition. He bows his head and states, well, I don't want anyone to surrender halfway, so how about we set the condition for losing as when your health points reach 0? That sounds better. Dakan replies upon hearing this, all right, but the opponent must also agree. Creed quickly decides, okay, I agree. Let's start the fight now. Ethan Gong mumbles a few words. He raises his head and asks, hear that, NPC? The only losing condition is when health points reach 0. Saying this, he suddenly smiles savagely. Remember that well. Dakan, startled by his tone but still doing his duty, announces. Then, the match is officially starting. As soon as the words are out, Creed can't wait and dashes forward like the wind. His specialty is speed and conquest. He quickly attacks weak points before the opponent can realize it, with his upper-class assassin trait increasing agility by 25%. The two face each other up close, and the agility suddenly spikes to 1250. In this world, it's said no player can react to Creed's lightning-fast attack. A sharp blade quickly reaches Ethan's throat, and Creed is even more confident in his victory over Ethan Gong due to another trait, which provides a massive boost: 100% bonus power, 25% attack power, and a critical hit rate when attacking support class players. For Creed, a priest like Ethan is just a rabbit facing the lion's claws. Seeing Ethan standing still, Creed is very smug, thinking, here we go, hand over all your stat points. A sharp blade pierces Ethan's neck, but accidentally hits something else. Creed freezes at that moment. Then, a powerful force comes crashing down, pinning him. Ethan Gong growls, what? Gambling, huh? Creed, gravely injured, still doesn't understand what's happened. Ethan angrily hits him, sending him flying, questioning why Creed didn't choose someone else to challenge. Creed, his face twisted from the blow, is utterly puzzled, asking, what is this? A large explosion occurs right where they are, obscuring the surrounding space. Others gather around a hole to investigate, asking, what's going on down there? Creed, bloody and battered, lies crushed below, causing everyone to panic. Someone is dead, or no, still breathing. Struggling, he spits out blood, wondering if he can even be considered alive when his whole body is so disfigured it's unrecognizable. His remaining health is under 10, and his bones are entirely shattered, with his nerves transmitting only pain. For the first time, Creed experiences overwhelming power. This stirs a feeling of terror in him, far beyond fear, making him doubt his will to live. He recalls the first time he met H, feeling no room for faith or pride. It was a primal feeling of horror, but with a will to survive. A shoe appears before him, and within Creed's heart, he feels like he has turned into an insect. He is just a tiny ant being crushed by that shoe, standing before an existence that doesn't even notice it stepped on the insect. This pressure seems to have destroyed something in him. Ethan Gong's smiling face appears, and that is Creed's fighting spirit. The current situation has broken his will. Ethan hovers above, calling out to him, hey. Ethan Gong casually replied, saving you, huh? He agreed with a smile. All right then, let me heal you. Let's not die. Saying it, Ethan immediately used full recovery, making him scream. Creed yelled, stop hitting me. I give up. And Ethan hesitated. No way. Ethan replied tiredly. Both sides agreed on the rules from the start. Full recovery is too powerful, even regrowing teeth. Don't make me seem like the villain. Creed cried out, begging, I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong. Whatever you want, money, gear, I'll give it all, please. Ethan didn't care and hit him again, ridiculing the earlier situation. What, money? Irritated, he kicked him repeatedly. Do I look like a beggar? Wait, Creed wailed. No, I'm sorry. Ethan Gong commanded, bark again. He leaned in to tease. What, you want to live? He used full recovery again. All right, let's heal again. Full recovery. Looking good again. Let's keep fighting, right? Creed, tormented like this, could only weep silently. He ran frantically, help. This guy is crazy. Creed kept crying. No, he's not human. He's a demon. Ethan Gong looked at him and said nothing. He looked toward Ah Ryum, who was coughing, and ordered, enough. Ethan used acceleration and said, you're lucky. He gritted his teeth. I don't have much time. Finally, Ethan delivered a finishing kick to his head. Enough. Creed was overwhelmed by the strike, left only to scream. Ethan Gong decisively hurled him into the stone wall in front. Creed's whole body was now flattened, his lower half embedded in the rock. Everyone looked at him, trembling white hair and those tattoos. That person could it be? Others quickly realized. Creed, the reinforcements H mentioned were Creed. What happened to him? They quickly reacted. We have to report to H. Get your phone out to record. Yes. H watched this scene on the screen and pondered. Creed, it is him. He hesitated, that red-haired guy. Ethan calmly explained. It was a tactic of mine, provoking and disturbing the opponent, making you appear reckless and crazy to others. The ultimate goal of these provocations is to lure the opponent to gamble as you wish. He approached him and said, to complete a PK match, the first thing is to summon the battle NPC so the opponent can't retreat. He suddenly recalled old memories after that. Ethan Gong slowly described the steps he'd taken, started attacking the opponent's arrogance. Creed fearfully shouted, yes, that's right, exactly right, sorry. Ethan asked again, where did you learn these things? Surely it wasn't on your own. Creed was no longer aware, just cried out, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I give up, please stop. It's all H who taught me, please. Ethan Gong smiled at that. H, so that's the one behind you. He intentionally spoke loudly, you, E.H., did you teach this guy about gambling who imitates others like this? Ethan Gong spoke as he used full recovery. You've reached the forbidden point. Creed gradually recovered in despair. Haven't you done enough already? He blankly watched the fist coming towards him. Madman. Ethan laughed savagely, punched him hard, twisting his mouth while threatening my aura. Until now, no one dared to fake. He continued to torment him. In the past, only a few amateurs tried to imitate the gentry. Ethan, itching to hit, gave him another blow. That's enough fun. Next came a barrage of punches. Now it's my turn to take action. Creed was punched so hard that his mouth was twisted. He couldn't do anything. You all just sit there and wait. Ethan went into a frenzy. Try it. Imitate me one more time, you dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch with incredible power, smashing everything. I'll come and teach you what authentic stuff is. At that moment, Creed was helplessly kicked several dozen meters away. The people surrounding them were instantly stunned. A supernova explosion swept away all the onlookers. Ethan quickly grabbed a phone connected to H and called, Are you still there, H? What's your real name? He glared as he threatened. You're next, you bastard. H sat on the sofa, staring at the blank screen for a long time. He angrily growled, Redhead. On the other side, Dacon was announcing the results. The winner is Ethan Gong. It announced, as promised. Ethan furrowed his brows, listening closely. Use deep-sea memory on Ah Reum. Sure enough, the medicine was delivered straight to Ah Reum's mouth. The system announced, the effect of deep-sea memory is influencing Lim Ah Reum, removing all negative effects, and the time paradox on Lim Ah Reum has been erased. Ah, Reum was stunned. I don't hurt anymore. It's gone without a trace, all thanks to you, Ethan. Her eyes welled up with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Ah, Reum couldn't help but repeat. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan stood there, stunned, as Ah Reum called his name with a tearful smile. Even though his current look was that of hardcore leveling warrior, it reminded him of ARMS. He felt nostalgic as familiar memories with his teammates came flooding back. He didn't understand why, but a single image like that was enough to move him. Ethan Gong held back the emotional wave inside, almost unable to hold back tears. The great hardcore leveling warrior closed his reddened eyes and decided to let those tears fall only when the memories of ARMS returned, looking forward to a brighter tomorrow. Ethan hesitated and reminded, Sora is waiting. Ah, Ryum then realized, oh right, I haven't been able to contact him because I've been in the dungeon. He must be worried, I need to call him right away. Just then, loud noises from the sky caught their attention. Ethan Gong was stunned. So grand, huh? In the sky, countless helicopters were approaching them in a flock. Ethan was pleased. They sure know how to welcome guests. The entire force of the Taiji Guild has been mobilized. He muttered to himself. This is getting interesting. So they have a backup plan in case H's assassin fails. Ethan Gong admired the jets. Impressive. The leader of South Korea's top guild is not just all talk. Besides the jets, there are warships too. They've gathered all these planes and ships. This is like deploying a national army. Do they really need to go this far just to catch me? The beaten-up guild members were taken aback. Senior, what's going on? Why are there so many jets and warships heading toward us? Hearing this, he was stunned. What? Jets and warships? Are they really going all out like this? The senior thought as he ran. This area will soon be a battlefield. Anyone remaining will get caught in the crossfire. He shouted, if you don't want to die, run away from here as fast as you can. The people behind immediately panicked. Is it really that dangerous? What's happening? He quickly replied. H is going to destroy this entire area. Creed was lying flat on the ground, oblivious. He struggled to sit up and look around. I'm alive. Run! What's going on? Why is everyone running away? Creed stared up at the sky. That's the dungeon outbreak response force. He cursed angrily. That bastard H. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Creed dashed forward. He's insane. He's planning to kill me too. By now, the ships had reached the harbor, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Cannons started firing from the jets, signaling a large-scale attack. A piece of land quickly got destroyed by the bomb's impact. The nuclear light lit up the sky. People nearby were confused. What was that just now? That explosion at the coast? Residents started filming. Geez, it's like a war. Unbelievable. They huddled together, chattering. What do we do now? What on earth is happening? Their phones buzzed with urgent news. Ethan was quickly featured in the news. An airstrike just occurred at Incheon Harbor. The main culprit is identified as Ethan Gong, 34, still single. The anchor's voice echoed. According to received sources, a large explosion occurred a few hours ago at the Flame Guild headquarters in Gangnam Hangbok, and the culprit is also Ethan Gong. At this point, a guest appeared on the program. Flame Guild's chairman, Kim Yom Tong, is with us today. Welcome, sir. The chairman quickly responded, "Yes, it's an honor." The host asked, "Can you tell the viewers more about the recent incident?" Kim Yom Tong replied sternly, "As the head of a guild responsible for South Korea's security, I'm ashamed to admit it. But the terrorist Ethan Gong is far more powerful than all the Flame members." Holding back tears, he continued, "After infiltrating headquarters, he destroyed and stole almost all our assets. All he left behind was rubble. Many guild members were seriously injured trying to stop the terrorist. Even my younger brother is seriously injured and receiving special care." The host added, "Thank you, Kim Yom Tong. According to the police investigation, the culprit was once a low-level member with a likely recent job change in the dungeon. Around 3 p.m. today, a motorcyclist reported being attacked in Gangnam. The question is, why has an unknown Ethan Gong suddenly become a bold terrorist?" A phone call came through. "Yes, I understand. Is this confirmed news? May I request a specialist's opinion on this matter?" The host addressed the screen. "Is that you, H, the chairman of the Taiji Guild?" H replied calmly, "Yes, it's an honor." H spoke with professional finesse. "Based on what the guild gathered, may I briefly assess the current situation? Ethan Gong is now labeled as a red code player above S rank. According to intelligence, he premeditated these terrorist acts with the goal of seizing resources from Taiji's dungeons. His true identity is a foreign red code player masquerading as a humble South Korean to infiltrate the country and rob Taiji's gear. The Taiji Guild will respond appropriately to this case." He bitterly thought, "Impersonator? How dare you call my masterpiece an impersonator?" Then he added, "We'll do our best to ensure Korea's security and world peace." He hesitated, feigning sympathy, to console the spirits of Taiji members who died in the terrorist attack. H thought proudly, "Even if I bomb the entire country, no one dares to say anything, but you will become public enemy number one for mocking me." Another fleet of planes quickly deployed. The information planes arrived, creating a shield. Under the protective shield, citizens were grateful and moved to tears. "This is wonderful." They felt relieved. Thanks to the shield, no one died following the explosion. Creed was astonished. Did they prepare for this? People immediately praised. The Taiji Guild truly lives up to its reputation as South Korea's #1 guild. H sat on the sofa, enjoying the admiration. "Mr. H, on behalf of the public, I express our gratitude." He replied mischievously with a smile. "Yes?" Ethan Gong looked at his phone and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many tricks." He smiled innocently and said, "Yes, it's nothing." Ethan Gong covered the camera and reminded, "Hey, can't you see I'm doing magic?" Everyone was shocked. The criminal Ethan Gong was on air. That cold-blooded killer was saying something to the camera. Ethan Gong waved his hand dismissively and said, "It wasn't them putting up barriers, H that bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, the screen went blank, confusing the host as new information came in. Meanwhile, the unlucky camera lay shattered on the ground amidst curses. H was stomping on the camera mercilessly, swearing. Furious, he cursed. "What the hell is going on? Who the hell is that guy?" While the subordinate bowed apologetically, "Truly sorry. We are still investigating." H gave a cold order. "Find out the names of that bastard's parents, friends, everyone. I want to see his wretched face in agony." Where Ethan stood, bombs continued to fall relentlessly. The leader on the ship shouted, "That pastor is terrifying." The leader praised with enthusiasm, blocking hundreds of missiles. The more she talked, the more excited she got. Creed really knows how to find joy. Bartari sat and analyzed slowly. Creed reached the limit stats in speed and dexterity, only lucky to climb to a high position with just 2 limit stats, N rankers, a slang for players with max stats. Creed with 2 max stats would be a 2-star ranker. If it reached 4 stars or higher, things would be different. A powerful woman sipped a glass of wine and replied, "Indeed, but was it necessary to mobilize 4 top commanders like this? After all, in Southern Korea, no one is higher than 3 stars. The masked man on the deck mumbled, "Stop whining. H is M's confidant. His orders are M's orders too." He affirmed coldly, "And M's orders are absolute." With that, he reached for his sword. Suddenly, he appeared in front of the two and swung his sword. Ethan Gong looked at the blade close to his face, stunned. "What's this? Truly a lightning-fast slash." He quickly reacted by dodging away from the attack range. Ethan furrowed his brow in worry. The game has only been a year. How can strength of this caliber appear? At that moment, he was surprised to realize he was still injured, even with a max defense stat. The masked man holding the sword charged decisively towards him. He commented in a deep voice, "It seems I underestimated you." After his slash, the entire row of buildings behind was mercilessly split in half. Even the people there were no exception. They were all bewildered. In a blink of an eye, the entire row of high-rises had collapsed. Ethan furrowed his brow and called out, "Hey, bastard!" Angrily, he clenched his fist and charged. "I went out of my way to save them for you to slice like bananas." While attacking, Ethan analyzed, "This skill set is no amateurs, even if triggered by gambling stats." He looked at him cautiously, "But to read my attacks and defend like that, at least 2 years of combat experience are needed." The masked man quickly jumped onto a rock not far away. Ethan looked at his trembling hands and thought, "Not only that, my hands are numb. Even while defending, he can still cause damage. His strength and dexterity must also be maxed." Right then, a notification board appeared in front of him. Ethan wondered confusedly, "What's this?" A system notification. Employer mission. La Landum La Rock. Heal the injured around you. Minor injuries 952. Major injuries 577. If successful, receive 1.5 times base salary plus double severance pay. If failed, be terminated. Ethan Gong gritted his teeth angrily and cursed. "Are you kidding me? Insane. Fighting, and now I have to save people. This boss must be seriously private sector minded." The system reminded again, "If the boss is not pleased with your attitude, dissatisfaction 50%. If dissatisfaction reaches 100%, you will be terminated." Ethan Gong quickly switched gears. "I'm the little angel saving humanity." He laughed grimly, determined, and said, "Fine then. The boss says I must, but the pay better be decent." With that, he quickly used recovery magic to heal a large area in blue. The people who were just cut in half quickly recovered at an incredible speed. They were all covered in a soft blue light, healing all their wounds. The system immediately announced that the employer's mission was completed, asking to treat the wounded around. Minor injuries, 952, major injuries, 577. If successful, receive 1.5 times the base salary plus double severance pay. Ethan said happily, "Done." He sighed and mumbled, "So in the upcoming job change, I'll keep 2 skills. Being a healer isn't bad. 2 skills, but I don't know which to keep." Just as he was thinking, a huge meteor came crashing down, startling Ethan. "What now?" Ethan Gong angrily shouted, "Is this some kind of tower defense game? Why do you keep attacking non-stop?" A person throwing bombs yelled, "Only deciding to step in now, Merilda?" On the other side, a woman boasted nonchalantly, "My meteor is a powerful spell." She asserted, "So his sacred shield, which is only effective against physical attacks, won't be able to withstand it." She pondered. In this case, he has to choose. Either create a magic-resistant barrier, or use the sacred shield to block physical attacks. Ethan gritted his teeth in frustration. "They're using both physical and magic attacks. That's dirty." He crouched, summoning wings. "I've prepared for this situation." With that, he dashed forward without hesitation. The woman watching the screen saw him headed toward the meteor and was incredulous. "What is he doing, rushing to intercept the meteor?" "Impossible, dear." She smiled, watching intently to see what he could do in this situation. Meanwhile, Ethan was determined, speeding towards the meteor. He clenched his fist, delivering a serious punch at it. The woman was stunned by this. The organizer watching this scene laughed, daring to fly up there. She taunted, "Those missiles, they're guided." As she said, a barrage of missiles was quickly chasing after him. Ethan glanced back, and only saw the flames and the missiles coming. In that moment, an explosion occurred in the sky, blocking everyone's view for a brief moment. Ah, Ryum screamed in horror. "Ethan." After a few seconds, the sky gradually returned to a serene scene as the smoke cleared. The hooded figure spoke quietly. "It's over." She stood by the ship's deck satisfied. "Did you see that?" She shouted triumphantly. "Science always beats magic." No sooner had she finished than a punch landed straight on her head. That hand pressed down with force, crushing her head. After punching, Ethan complained, "Boring, all my clothes are torn." She immediately exploded into smoke and dust right before his eyes, leaving him confused. Exploded? Was she a robot? From afar, the woman was amazed by what she saw. The hooded figure observing was also speechless for a few seconds. Bartari frowned, his eyes lighting up with some hidden intention. Ethan, covered in wounds, was exhausted. "Can we go home and rest for a bit?" H, supporting himself as he observed Ethan's actions on a screen, muttered, "Like this." He was startled and panicked. "Like this? I'll be abandoned." H, seething, resolved within himself, "I must keep my promise to my mother. I have to destroy all the Mavericks." Just then, a subordinate came in calling for H. He bowed and reported, "We've found it, his accomplices." H, losing patience, growled, Why is this taking so long? Talk fast. The subordinate quickly gave the info. He went to Incheon with 2 colleagues from the company. H asked again, colleagues from the company? The subordinate added, they're the only ones he interacts with, but it's hard to find them now. One of them is already missing. After hearing this, H gritted his teeth. Start with that company. Maybe we'll find something useful. At YLZS studio. Sora looked at the news on her phone, doubtful. Is Ethan a terrorist? That can't be right. She hesitated, reassuring herself. No way, we've known each other for so long. Just then, a noise outside the door caught her attention. Someone's coming. Who could it be? At the port where Ethan is currently fighting. He smiled wickedly and asked, who's next to have the honor of getting punched by me? Inside a closed room on the ship, a voice spoke. All right then. The hooded figure was startled by the voice and turned around. Bartari stepped out, saying, let me. He calmly interrupted. I will use the power of the Dragon Knight. The hooded figure stopped drawing his sword when he saw him. Bartari reminded the woman and the hooded figure, you both have to give it your all. He transformed while reminding them, or else Mother will. Bartari frowned and warned, I'll be very disappointed. In an instant, he fully transformed into the Blue Dragon Knight. Bartari declared, from now on the situation will change. I am Bartari, the Blue Dragon Knight. Everyone around cheered, awesome. He angrily reminded, take this seriously. Ethan was still happily dancing, ignoring the system's constant level-up notifications. All done. He was thrilled, finally, no longer a priest. The system reminded, the special effect of the unemployed clean and honest class is cleansed upon leveling up. The body is clean, the spirit is relaxed. The system activated a special passive skill of the unemployed and moonlighting class. Ethan was curious. Here it is. What class will it be this time? The hooded figure thought darkly. This is our chance. The woman also got serious. We have to seize the opportunity while he's off guard. A combined attack from 3 high-ranked rankers will surely bring the battle to an end. They quickly transformed into fierce dragons, with the hooded figure leading the charge with a sword. Ethan was still examining. Perfect. What should I do now? The screen showed the unique moonlighting skills, level requirement 2 out of 2, the next usage level would double. Shoe shiner hourly wage 500 XP, miner hourly wage 500 XP, mechanic hourly wage 500 XP, idle hourly wage 3000 XP. A note said, if tasks are not completed properly, severe penalties apply. Ethan lamented, I'm in over my head. But in the end, he was satisfied. It's reasonable, exactly the class I wanted to try. A notification popped up, showing a unique skill for side jobs. You can choose a new job each time you level up. Level requirement currently 2 of 2. The requirement for the next use will double. Options include shoeshiner, miner, mechanic, and superstar. Note, you might get fired if you don't work hard. Be serious. Ethan Gong, with 2 holes in his pants, floated in midair, mumbling to himself about the situation. He laughed with excitement and happiness. It was just awesome. Ethan Gong declared, cool and strong, it's gotta be mechanic. He looked at the screen, resting his chin on his hand in thought. And besides, he wondered, Superstar gives a lot of EXP. What to choose now? Suddenly a loud shout rang out, you bastard. 2 figures suddenly appeared from behind and charged at him, shouting, ignoring us, huh? Before he could do anything, one of them launched an attack first. Arrogant fool, let's see if you still underestimate us. Power erupted with a skill called Wrathful Water Dragon Technique. Energy burst out, unleashing the sword energy of Munachika. A bright light flashed, using the skill, Spinal Dragon Slash. Countless fireballs shot out like bullets. A huge whirlwind like a fierce storm charged forward. End it. Yet, despite the violent storm, Ethan Gong stood there calmly, watching the screen as if nothing happened. He raised his hand to the screen in front of him. Hang on, if I choose now, will I still get hit? Suddenly, Ethan Gong spun around. The eternal rule of transformation, no fighting allowed. Then a loud explosion occurred, releasing beams of light that turned into tiny particles floating through the air. The explosion ended, leaving the surroundings shattered, with thick black smoke rising. That was powerful, he remarked. His eyes observed intently. He should be dead by now. Good. The space was now covered in dark, ominous smoke. A voice exclaimed, what is that? She was extremely surprised, her eyes wide open. Barteri's attitude wasn't any different. He's still alive. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong grumbled, because of you guys, I almost had to dance the 0-2 dance. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, completely still. Ethan Gong clenched his teeth tightly. Almost got me. Good thing I boosted my strength. Ah, Riem was a bit surprised. The 0-2 dance? He smiled awkwardly. Just joking. The system announced, you've quit the priest profession and joined a new one. Your severance achievements granted the title Emissary of God, requiring you to spread love for everyone. It's great. The progress will help you level up fast. You've received 4 mid-tier experience boxes and 7 mid-tier experience boxes. Choose 2 severance skill rewards. Ethan thought to himself, a unique profession, really fun. I've already decided which skills I'll choose. He gave a very smug smile. That's revival and potion making. Combine that with mechanical knowledge and I can easily craft deep sea tears. Ethan shouted joyfully, awesome. Time to start the new job. A blue notification appeared. Starting new side job, intermediate mechanic. Pay rate, 500 XP per hour. The screen flashed, showing income from specialized tools. With intelligence stats applied, the exclusive weapon upgrade was activated. A toolbox suddenly appeared and attached to his back. The toolbox system was upgraded to a supercomputer. Good morning. Feeling energetic and healthy. A message appeared. My name is Super. Ethan called out. Super, the message added. I'm here to assist your mechanical crafting process. Ethan curiously asked, what can we make? The system displayed. Your stats are high enough to craft many machines. Ethan thought. Is it because of the recent stat changes? If I'm just intermediate, fighting might not be that effective. Suddenly, a red alert appeared. Danger. In 1 second, you're going to get your throat cut. He activated auto dodge as a powerful slash headed his way. The toolbox on Ethan Gong's back suddenly released 2 fiery legs. Then it shot forward with incredible force. His eyes widened in surprise. The box was so powerful it made him convulse in pain, causing Ah Room to cry out in concern. Ethan. Ethan Gong gritted his teeth. Impressive, it auto-dodges, choosing the mechanic profession was the right call. He glanced at the girl, overwhelmed by the speed, worried. First, I need to find a way to protect Ah Riem. Ethan shouted, Super, let's create a vehicle. An announcement appeared. I'm ready. Based on your stats, there are 377 design blueprints to choose from. Pick one. He smiled again. Of course. Ethan Gong tapped the screen to choose the strongest option, a giant robot. The mechanism started working to create the giant robot. Insufficient materials. The blueprint requires a large amount of iron. In a 5-kilometer radius, you can collect the necessary materials. Do you want to proceed with gathering? Yes, no. He didn't hesitate to shout. Of course there is. System display. Use the gather skill. The workers will start harvesting. Countless Lego workers of Ethan Gong flew out. Let's start. He looked at the Lego figures in front of him, puzzled. What are these things? Toys. She was full of surprise, wondering, did he summon machines? But isn't he a priest? He was really curious. What on earth is his occupation? By that time, the team of workers had started working, all flying down to the spaceship below. A worker raised a high axe with a sly and cunning smile. Then a powerful strike sparked, making a clanging noise. The spaceship now looked like a New Year's sky, exploding with dazzling sound and light. System display. Dismantling the battleship. Harvested 67 pieces of iron, collected fuel. All powerful energy surged up, starting the process of robot creation. 12% complete. He was absolutely astounded by the scene in front of him, including the battleship and the fighter jet. Bartari thought to himself, no matter what his occupation is, it's too dangerous. He concluded, this guy is definitely a big threat to Mom. At that moment, countless dragons flew in the sky, spewing energy balls. A flash of light shone brightly throughout the space. Dragon breath spell, with a loud shout, disappear. A green light shone on Ethan Gong's face. The stats were already up to 100. The giant robot was built. Use it? Yes, no. Powerful strength spouted directly towards the city below. The entire city was burned, creating a flowing lava valley. Her lips curled up. Dragon art. How terrifying, turning an entire area into a sea of fire. Bartari wondered in his head, is it over yet? Suddenly, from the shining beam of light, a figure emerged, startling him. It was. Red alert displayed, starting robot HCLW. The red light made all 3 of them stunned to the point of falling backward. A robot? The robot's 2 eyes gleamed brightly. Robot HCLW activated successfully. It clenched its hands, preparing for a bloody attack. Robot HCLW blasted off the ground, shattering the rocks around it. Her face went pale. Bartari shouted, why are you just standing there? Attack! He quickly clenched his fists and charged forward. That light burst forth brilliantly. The water surged with powerful energy. On this side, Ethan Gong was smiling slyly. In a blink of an eye, there appeared an image of 2 people sitting and controlling. Ah Riem was watching from outside. I can see outside too. It's... She yelled worriedly. An attack is coming. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, reassuring. Don't worry. Ethan Gong controlled the robot to attack. Just mosquitoes. The robot skill is Lucky Coin Shield. 2 strong attacks directly collided with each other. Bartari was shocked. No way. She angrily pointed straight and shouted, foolish. I will freeze you. With those words, a cold stream of ice was unleashed. Ethan Gong's legs were frozen. Then his whole body was controlled by the block of ice. How annoying. All joints immobilized. Freezing effect. Ah, Riem called out fearfully. Brother Ethan. What should we do? Ethan Gong clenched his teeth. Stay calm. He shouted, it's time, Yoshiharu. Unleash the sword energy Mune Chika. The layer of ice seemed to melt away, as if there was a fire nearby, loading the fire spell. The great power of the sword was unleashed with a slash. A notification bar appeared. Loaded, blazing explosion. Around him, the fire began to burn fiercely. The red flames created an unbearably hot atmosphere. Inside, Ethan Gong had a sly smile on his face. Even the green dragon couldn't believe it as it watched him free fall. Let's go, driver. The screen displayed, downloading weapon from the data warehouse. Complete. Robot Knight's sword. Ethan Gong's hand grasped the sword. A sharp sword and his cunning smile. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Ethan Gong's eyes were bright, filled with lethal intent. He didn't hesitate and aimed straight for the water dragon. The sword's slash created an incredibly powerful surge. Red light appeared with Moon Soul slash. The red aura oppressed the space. A hand reached out to block that aura. The sword in Ethan Gong's hand shook violently. He stood still in shock. What the heck is this? A voice rang out, this kid is mine, and someone appeared. The voice spoke again. The bell has tolled, and it made Ethan Gong's eyes widen. That person said sternly, you have memories from the previous world. You are an obstacle. A decision was made. I will erase you, said Lalu, leader of the white-haired cult of incalculable level. Ethan Gong angrily shouted, looks like you forgot the main point. You're the one being erased, not me, you damn white wizard. He slashed down powerfully again as Lalu smirked, raising a shield mockingly. All my stats, huh? Quickly, all the HCLW robots were shattered into pieces. Thus, Ethan Gong was exposed in his bare form as he sneered. That concept came from the previous world, but in this world, there are no limits. He clenched his teeth tightly. Meanwhile, Lalu still wielded his great light power. I'm 100 times stronger than you. His voice was cold. Disappear, along with your power. His whole body fell freely into the blindingly bright space. Ethan Gong's eyes widened as they turned white. In the night space, a beam of light shone down as Lalu taunted. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Sweat was now streaming down Ethan Gong's face. Ethan Gong sighed in relief. Phew, just in time, as he looked bewildered. Above, someone appeared and declared, you won't die yet. A gentle voice said, hardcore leveling warrior. On this side, panicked screams could be heard. Is anyone there? The pounding on the door grew louder. This is the police? The police. Outside there was a threatening voice. Open the door now, or we'll use force. And then a whole group burst in, saying, open it quickly, hurry up. Sora was extremely surprised. Her eyes widened. What's going on? A blonde guy spoke up. It's nothing. Just follow us obediently. She held up her phone, trying to stay calm, and shouted, I'm calling the police. I'm not kidding. He grinned slyly. Go ahead, try it. Then the group rushed in quickly. Knocking her out would be the quickest. Sora looked on in horror at the scene before her. A witch spoke up. In this game, a beam of light shone brightly. She looked intently, snapping her fingers. A question echoed. Do you even know who your real opponent is? Want to clear the game, don't you? I heard you're interested in what's at the end of this game. On the street, a motorbike sped by. Is this the place, bro? Numerous people were brutally attacked. I don't know. He was holding Sora close, with a smirk. Who are you all? Before he could finish, a foot kicked him straight in the face. And then he was sent flying backward. What are you doing, Sora? She turned around quickly. Who are you? The man just looked back at her with a puzzled, huh? The edge of the man's thin lips curled up. With a handsome face like this, you can't forget, can you? Above the space, Lalu nodded. Ah, it's you, sorceress. He asked coldly. You want to take him back? That fool has already failed. The sorceress sneered. Failure? You failed before too, Holy Light Dragon. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being harsh. This time, Lalu agreed. All right, I'll let this go for now. He turned around. Without permission, fighting the divine is forbidden. Lalu ordered, my children, lay down your weapons. Then he called out coldly, sorceress. Lalu's eyes were filled with intent to kill. Next time we meet, be ready to die. He declared, by then I will have the right to kill you. He said nothing more and vanished. The sorceress stared intently, sighed. Why is there always a need to fight? Then she turned her eyes toward Ethan Gong. Long time no see, HCLW. She called out, sorceress. Ethan Gong furrowed his brows. What did the Holy Light Dragon do that overwhelmed me so easily? The sorceress's gaze softened. It's somewhat embarrassing. This can't be explained in a short time. We need to sit down for me to explain everything, but first, she informed, we should take Sora too. The creatures like Taiji might have already found her place. Hearing this, both Arium and Ethan were surprised. Damn it. Why mention this just now? Ethan Gong didn't say much. He turned and dashed away at full speed. The sorceress called out, "Wait, don't hurry too much, no need to worry." She said, "I've already sent protection." Protection, Ethan wondered. Who? The sorceress smiled warmly. "Someone as strong as you." At the ruined shop, a confused voice sounded, "Huh?" Sora chuckled. How could I forget that handsome face? A shout came. "Who are they?" She paused. "Do I know you?" Sora thought, looking closely. "I think I recognize him. The figure, the hair color, that beard." She suddenly remembered, "You're the old guy who owns the food shop across the street." The man pointed at himself. "I am the owner, but not an old guy." The man said softly, "So sad, you don't remember my name at all?" Drip Soup called out loudly, "Hey, this isn't the time to guess names." The group rushed towards him. "Take him down, damn it." Drip Soup furrowed his brow. "Show some respect, senior." He launched a powerful attack. "At least greet me properly." A series of consecutive punches dealt with all three beautifully. A fat man stood up with a terrifying aura. Drip Soup almost considered it a joke and casually launched an attack, causing the group to scatter in different directions, battered. He sneered. "Had enough, guys." While behind, two people still argued. "Wait, are you a professor?" "No, honestly, I don't remember." Drip Soup turned back angrily. "That's enough," she said she can't remember. Suddenly, the guy lying by the car was flung out by the opening door. A voice shouted, "These fools can't even capture a woman properly." Two intersecting flashes lit up behind Drip Soup. However, the other man rushed up, blocking that attack. The other guy sneered, "You're quite something too." This tattooed man was Tsuge Yoshimaru, a rank 2 prosecutor and younger brother to a rank 1. He grabbed the sword and asked, "Are you a swordsman too?" The other man chuckled. "What are you talking about?" "This is Lee Ji-hoon Jizon Kendo, former manager and master of Kendo, now the owner of Master Gukbap." He taunts, "In Korea, speak Korean, old man." Tsuge swings his sword down. "What are you babbling about?" He raises his sword high. "As a swordsman, it's better to speak with your sword, right?" Tsuga thinks this is a direct order from the master. "I must do it well to gain more power and surpass my older brother." His hand grips the sword tightly. Then he launches multiple slashes toward Ji-hoon. His eyebrows raise as he watches carefully, with a bit of disdain. He also grips the dagger tightly in his hand. Without saying much, Ji-hoon deflects Tsuge's slashes. He looks at this scene, astonished at his own swordsmanship. Ji-hoon's feet slightly step backward. He blows on the dagger. "I don't understand what you're saying. Don't you know Korean?" Meanwhile, Drip Soup stays ready for battle. Even Sora is thrilled watching this. Ji-hoon turns back with a friendly smile. "How about now? Do you remember me?" He breaks the tender atmosphere. "That's enough, let's go." Suddenly, numerous cars rush in from behind. This catches the attention of all three of them. One by one, they run toward them very fast. A whole squad stands in front of Ji-hoon. He furrows his eyebrows and asks, "Who else is here?" The squad stands there, faces expressionless. A man from the back speaks up. "Didn't expect I'd have to step in myself." Ji-hoon thinks, "Drip Soup and I can easily run, but that guy's targeting Sora." His eyes glance to the side. The rubber is torn, and the guy puts it in his mouth and orders, "Capture the girl." He looks at his phone. "I'll handle the rest." With that, the entire squad charges forward powerfully. They start casting their attack spells. A curse rings out. "Damn, we have to fight our way out." Ji-hoon shouts loudly, "Protect Sora." Drip Soup gets ready to attack after hearing that. A powerful explosion erupts. Quickly, the space is engulfed in a terrifying attack. Ji-hoon's eyes are tense. The girl is trembling with fear. Meanwhile, the man behind calmly chews his gum. Then his mouth puffs out, creating a big bubble. He blows it straight towards Ji-hoon, covering him in sticky rubber. "What is this, gum? I can't move." Ji-hoon lies on the ground, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, this can't be happening." He watched him closely, wondering if this was some kind of transcendent skill. The guy kept staring intently, chewing gum. Taking advantage of the distraction, the group behind launched an attack. Ji-hoon shouted desperately, "Drip Soup, protect Sora." A beam of light with immense power headed straight at the two of them. A powerful attack charged straight towards him. He was extremely tense and worried. Yet, the guy stood there casually and unfazed. Both of them were now incredibly scared. The power continued to combine and surge forward. A huge explosion erupted violently. Suddenly, a young man appeared and said, "Without me, everything would be chaos, right?" He was startled by the sight. Bibi smirked and said, "When you're done with gum, wrap it up in paper." Hearing this, Ji-hoon was so angry his face turned red. Quickly afterward, he completely vanished. Darkness enveloped their vision at this moment. Scene change at the Gangnam Trading Company. Honestly, Choco Bibi always waits until the last minute. Drip Soup and Sora appeared in the space, looking puzzled. "I've been teleported, haven't I?" he thought. while she looked around dazed. Huh, where is this? From behind, someone ran swiftly towards them, and with a loud voice, Sora, Ryum rushed in and hugged Sora. The two of them burst into tears, still as beautiful as ever. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks to Mr. Wanho. The two girls hugged tightly, silently grateful. I got lucky. Drip Soup thought to himself, that's arms, different from what I heard. Have those two not regained their memories? Ethan Gong then called out, Where's Drip Soup? He asked doubtfully, Do you recognize me? Softly, he replied, I do. Another question came, Oh, really? Where's Hyung? He's coming here. Jihoon was so angry veins popped on his face. Why are you always late? I almost died waiting. Bibi nonchalantly said, Then don't send me for deliveries anymore. Can't find these places even with eyes peeled. He was a bit puzzled. But why gather here? He shook his head. Don't know. I was suddenly teleported here too. Jihoon glanced back. Which? Why are you here? He looked over at the two. It's you. Jihoon, on the verge of tears, asked, Is it really Ethan? Ethan Gong stammered. Of course you remember me. He was overjoyed. It's really you. We've been through thick and thin, but you turned your back on us. Just like back then, we're side by side again, this kid. Jihoon ran quickly towards him, yelling, Hardcore level. He shouted joyfully, I missed you a lot. Did you miss me? Ethan Gong, confused and bewildered, didn't understand what was happening. But then he kicked Jihoon in the face with his bare foot. Back off, old man. He angrily cursed. You jerk, aren't you happy to see me? Ethan Gong sighed in frustration. Well, I'm happy, but hugs are a bit weird. Ethan Gong taunts Jihoon, saying if it's too overwhelming, he can just give up. No big deal. Jihoon sighs and asks, Really? Do we need to do this right after meeting? Ethan casually replies, Then just quit. Jihoon mutters to himself, this stubborn guy, and answers, Okay, fine, if you win. Jihoon squints and says seriously, Then you have to listen to me, Drip Soup. Drip Soup looks confused but agrees without hesitation. Okay. They face each other, each holding a long pole, with tension filling the air. Ethan Gong grins and says, Reminds me of the old days. We used to train like this a lot. Jihoon doesn't respond, but thinks to himself, Back then, the audience was just as big. Jihoon continues thinking, and they always cheered for Ethan. He asks, What's the rule? Ethan replies, Same as before. Light shines on Ethan and Jihoon, making the battle more intense. At the right moment, Drip Soup shouts, Ready, begin. Ethan Gong charges at Jihoon. He swings his pole to attack, but Jihoon easily blocks it with his own, without effort. Ethan thinks in frustration, How can he block so easily? Ethan is more determined, telling himself, Okay, let's see how you handle this next one. He spins, moving constantly, attacking from all directions, gritting his teeth as he targets a blind spot. In contrast to Ethan's rage, Jihoon remains unusually calm. To him, Ethan's actions seem like they're in slow motion. Jihoon counters casually, but effectively enough to knock Ethan off balance. His pole falls from his hand. Ethan can't believe his eyes. Thinking painfully, he countered without even looking. Impossible. My stats are maxed out. Jihoon exhales in impatience and says, That's enough. Right now, your level isn't high enough. Ethan still doesn't accept it, loudly declaring, No way, as he uses rocket boosters on his back. He flies up, aiming to strike from above, angrily asking, What the hell is this? Jihoon frowns, dissatisfied with Ethan's stubbornness, while Ethan angrily says, I'm a hardcore leveler. Jihoon, still unfazed, answers tiredly, Still don't get it? Ethan continues getting knocked around, barely making a sound. Jihoon doesn't hold back anymore, directly hitting Ethan until he's spinning like a top. Jihoon strikes decisively, as if teaching Ethan an unforgettable lesson. Ethan screams in pain and fear. Ethan gets slammed into the ceiling, looking defeated, his initial arrogance completely gone. He mumbles, This is exciting, shaking all over. Jihoon asks coolly, Is that so, Drip Soup watching? Can't help but note, he seems happy. Bibi looks confused and asks, Then why are they fighting? Drip Soup hesitantly says, Well, flashback to 10 minutes earlier, Jihoon holding his face annoyed. Hey you jerk, while Ethan Gong casually says, All right, I know it's fun, okay? Then a voice says, Wait, catching his attention. Bibi hesitantly calls Arms, a name mentioned by two different people. She apologetically says, So we knew each other. Sorry, I don't remember who you are. Jihoon turns, hesitantly calls Armies. She replies, You too. Jihoon emotionally says, Arms you dummy. He tears up, covering his face while crying, gratefully saying, Thank God. Arms is stunned, not knowing what to say, and Jihoon thinks, I feel the same way being near her. She smiles to comfort him. It's okay. Jihoon thinks, Such a hard to describe feeling, sad yet warm. He cries like a child, not caring about his pride, while Arms gently reassures, Don't cry. I'm cured. Ji-hoon stops and asks, cured of what? The witch quickly explains, she should have died as a temporal anomaly. She added, but then was saved by someone, and Ethan Gong heard her mention him and immediately returned to his arrogant demeanor. Ji-hoon was stunned when he heard that, his mouth wide open in surprise. The old man was so happy he cried, ran over to hug him and said, "Oh my god, amazing, that's my hardcore buddy for you." Ethan Gong, feeling annoyed, pushed him away. "All right, back off a little, man." He suddenly said, "Wait a minute," thinking to himself, "haven't I maxed out my strength already?" He was confused, wondering, "I'm going all out, so why isn't this working at all?" He asked, "Hey, what's your strength stat?" He looked puzzled and replied, "Huh? What do you mean?" He gritted his teeth, saying every word clearly, "I have 999, so yours must be." The witch quickly realized the issue and said, "Ah, the stat." She quietly said, "His stat might be higher than yours," and then a foot landed right on Ji-hoon's face. Ethan Gong shouted angrily, "What? No way!" While Ji-hoon rubbed his face and lamented, "My teeth," and then asked, "How could it be higher?" She calmly replied, "You already know, don't you? You have data saved from your previous playthrough." She continued, "I used my power to find and restore the data for these three people so they'd have their old stats back." Ethan Gong, displeased, asked, "But why, Ji-hoon?" She answered, "Because I ran into him when I was in a hurry." After getting a satisfying answer, he continued to ask about someone else. "Oh, right, what about that guy?" He added, "The one who always uses guns." At this point, Ji-hoon was clearly unhappy with his disrespectful actions, and Drip Soup felt the same, wanting nothing more than to punch him in the face. The witch didn't get angry but patiently explained, "To locate him this time, I'll explain the current Earth's game rules." He spoke up, "You said you'd explain about the enemy earlier." She said slowly, "First, there are three forces on this Earth." She eagerly explained in detail, referred to as the three great forces, gods, humans, nature, though the concepts are a bit different. The witch added, "Earth survives because of these three forces." And Ethan Gong continued, "And we are," she answered, "right, humans." She went on, "A year ago, this planet turned itself into a game without any warning." The witch seriously said, "I was upgraded to god level. Whoever survives to the end will become the ruler of Earth." Ethan Gong was surprised and asked her, "So the holy dragon is?" She replied, "Yes, it's the balance of the gods. It's the source of all gods in the world. Every religion comes from it. It was the first to act when the game started." She explained, "A week after the game started, it appeared in the dreams of religious leaders and made a prophecy." The witch added, "They then gathered at the place seen in their dreams, and true to the prophecy, there was a glowing egg there." She laid out all the details without missing anything. "The savior inside that egg will unify all religions, and if everyone only believes in it, it will grant them the power to save the world." She said, "It exploited human faith to gain absolute power instantly." Suddenly, Bibi handed him a shirt, gently reminding, "Put it on first." The witch continued to explain, "Moreover, a god used its power to summon Laluo as its right hand, because," she said, "they want to unlock the potential of the holy dragon, to distribute personal traits in the name of blessings." He was astonished and asked, "Distribute personal traits?" The witch firmly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." She explained, "By boosting the potential of the holy dragon, it's possible to insert saved data from one person into another's body." She laughed and said, "The ones you fought were made using this method." Ethan Gong hesitantly asked, "They seized data, and after that, what about the owner of that data?" He asked her in shock, "Are they affected? Did they kidnap them?" Ethan Gong became agitated, saying, "If their power is taken away, will they die?" "Wait a minute. Is that why Dark disappeared?" She softly replied, "The Han family is the main target, so yes, you got it." She added that Dark had been robbed of his data and put into the ace of Baekmokyo, who's currently number 1, named S. She calmly said, "Luckily he wasn't killed. He's been captured alive because data without a host is unusable." Ethan Gong asked, "So where is he now?" He gritted his teeth and angrily demanded, "Those Baekmokyo guys, where are they?" The witch worriedly asked back, "Are you planning to fight them?" Ji-hoon spoke up, "Hold on a second." He snapped, "Why not? Do you know where they're hiding?" He crossed his arms and helplessly replied, "Ethan, I'm glad to see you, but we can't do anything to them yet." He bluntly said, "My stats are more than double yours, but there are over 100 guys like me on their side." He still wasn't satisfied, insisting on finding them. "Are you going to tell me or not? I'm begging you." Ethan Gong started threatening, "If not, don't blame me for being rough." Back to the present, Ji-hoon softly called Ethan. He reminded him again, "That's enough," but he wasn't convinced, wanting to continue fighting and find their hideout. He sternly said, "They won't kill the data host, so we can stay calm." Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently. Jihoon couldn't react in time and fell. He frowned, feeling extremely annoyed and upset. He cursed in his mind. This is a trap? That guy's still playing dirty like before. But Jihoon easily escaped, jumping back onto the ground, thinking, he distracted me. Sure enough, he's a real gambler. Ethan Gong was just waiting for this, and quickly seized the opportunity to attack. He thought, what now? That sword technique, it looks like mine. Jihoon shouted in panic. Hey, slow down. Are you really going to kill your brother? Ethan Gong didn't stop, advancing like a relentless demon. Jihoon struggled to block with one hand, cursing in his mind. This is the 13th floor, man, this jerk. I can only counter with a powerful slash of my own. The two clashed fiercely again, while everyone around silently watched, unwilling to intervene. Ethan's stick broke in half, and he held the other half in his hand. Dust and smoke filled the air. Jihoon called out with difficulty. Hey! Unable to hold back, he shouted. Isn't that enough, you madman? What if you accidentally kill someone? With a swoosh, something flew towards Jihoon, and he asked in confusion, what's this? He opened his hand, revealing a coin. He hesitantly asked, 101, why all of a sudden? Ethan Gong turned away, bowing his head and said, because I lost, right? He continued, back when we were in the Zara Club, you said if I won, I could take the Moon Soul Slash. If you won, you'd get 1 gold coin. Ethan Gong added, just now you easily blocked and countered with a full power strike of mine. You've become a lot stronger. Jihoon smiled and replied, is that so? He said, tired and lost in thought. A new game that's both strange and familiar. A mix of lucid adventure and real life. He thought to himself, back in the day, I was a king, but now I'm lacking in levels and equipment. The enemy has been freely leveling up for a year ahead of me, so they're strong now. But I know all the tricks of lucid adventure, just wait, with this experience I'll catch up in no time. Ethan Gong coldly said, 2 weeks, in 2 weeks I'll catch up to the ranked players and take down Baekmokyo, thinking, hold on Dark, I will surely save you. Jihoon crossed his arms and asked, 2 weeks? Ethan Gong replied, yes, just 2 weeks. He wants to stop you. So he said, hey, did you hear what I said? I wasn't metaphorical or anything. There are really over 100 guys stronger than me. Jihoon continued, do you know how hard it is to level up now? After level 90, completing a dungeon doesn't even net you 1% anymore. How can I do it in 2 weeks? Ethan Gong, visibly annoyed, questioned, I keep saying they're stronger, but have you fought any of them? When? Who? He answered, of course I have. 3 months ago, I fought a guy called the Fighting King. I used all my combos, but it wasn't enough. Almost broke my ribs and nearly died. Luckily, BB saved me. Hearing that, Jihoon sarcastically retorted, how embarrassing, man. From now on, I don't know you. He thought to himself, this guy looks tough but still lost. Jihoon shouted angrily, hey, I'm serious. That guy is strong. He softly asked, what did you use to fight him back then? BB was shocked and said, no way. Drip Soup didn't get it and asked, what? Jihoon nonchalantly replied, a legendary tier sword back then. Not bad, he said. Okay, rethink it. Ethan Gong laughed and suggested, back then, instead of using that legendary sword, if you'd used an ego sword, like the Thu Long sword, would you have won or still lost? Jihoon was stunned, wondering if he had the Thui Long sword, a sword perfectly suited for him. He suddenly reconsidered. My skill precision and effectiveness would increase and utilize my personal traits differently. He confidently affirmed, I'd probably win if I had the Thi Long sword back then. Ethan Gong, having achieved his goal, laughed and said, see? Jihoon cheerfully announced. Equipment effects are the fastest way to climb the server ranks. Arms and Ah Reum were surprised by Jihoon's idea, and they both exclaimed, effects. Right after that, Drip Soup's voice chimed in, equipment. Jihoon was equally excited, and he loudly praised, as expected of HCLW, meaning. Jihoon eagerly asked, do you know how to get the Thu Long sword right? Ethan Gong coldly replied, nope. Jihoon's smile vanished. Ethan's answer was like a cold splash of water. He said, Hyung, an ego sword takes about a month to appear. Frustrated, Jihoon scolded, are you messing with me? So why mention the Thi Long sword to make me happy? Ethan said, just kidding, there's a way to get it. Jihoon, excited, grabbed Ethan's shoulder, saying, great, show me the way. Only BB noticed Jihoon's intent, thinking, that guy's just teasing him, but he gets teased because he's easygoing like that. Ethan Gong suddenly asked, have you heard of the failed dungeon? The two girls widened their eyes and said, dungeon. Drip Soup added, failed. Jihoon calmly explained, yes, it's where weapons fail enhancement and explode. It's where players go when all hope is lost. BB replied, I remember now, that dungeon. Drip Soup was still puzzled and thought to himself, how come I don't know any of this? BB continued, failed dungeon is a nickname. Its real name is. He announced loudly, copy dungeon. Ethan Gong confirmed, exactly. Ji-hoon explained in a deep voice, players enter there to reclaim weapons held by the dungeon's boss, a memory clone. He continued, the memory clone is a boss inside a hidden path. It can transform into the opponent's strongest form by reading their memories. Ji-hoon added, if during the enhancement process, your strongest weapon fails and explodes, going to that dungeon, you'll find a clone holding the same weapon. Ethan Gong explained, basically, it's a special item that only exists in that dungeon. But by enhancing it, you can change it to something separate from its original nature, allowing you to take it outside the dungeon. Saying this, he smirked and said, this place only allows a 6-person team, and the boss appears in the team leader's form. Unfortunately, once completed, you can't enter again. Ji-hoon guessed seriously. So, the way to get the Thui long sword is, unless... Ethan Gong replied immediately, exactly the way I think is to have you, Hyung, as the team leader. He said, the data storage you remembered is there, along with your memories as a grand swordsman in Lucid Adventure. Drip Soup guessed, if that's the case, he's really strong. BB still wondered, is that alright, Hyung? Ji-hoon hesitated. Honestly. Ethan Gong impatiently taunted, just admit you're scared. Let Sora do it then. Ji-hoon's pride was hit, and he angrily declared, I'm confident. Don't you dare look down on me. He tried to convince them to believe in him. I was really strong back then. Be careful not to lose. Ethan Gong casually replied, I know, that's why I'm annoyed. The witch thought quietly. Very impressive. HCLWU. You were just created half a day ago, yet you've already come up with the best strategy for the situation. This world runs on game rules, so he's like a fish in water. She told herself, with the situation being unfavorable for me, you are very necessary, so I have to lie a little. Her thoughts continued to race through her mind. Not just 3 people have the will of the gods. In the timeline before, you had already ranked up to god status. At this time, that power hasn't awakened yet, but you still possess divine will. Once you regain all your power, HCLW, what will you do? At another time, under the clear blue sky, a cool voice kept echoing. Lalu sat alone on a high wall, full of questions, wondering what was going on. He worriedly thought, I'm not behaving normally. The moment I saw that guy, it's like I lost all composure. He painfully said to himself, like an uncomfortable feeling crashing down. What's going on, these memories? They're mine. Lalu fearfully denied, it can't be me. He deceived himself, I'm not like that. The phrase kept repeating in Lalu's head. It can't be. He held his head thinking, it can't be me. Suddenly there was a message saying, Child, what are you afraid of? He trembled and replied, I'm having memories of a failure. I'm really scared. The old man quickly reassured him, messages from siblings and I will always be with you. You have to eliminate him. The old man both soothed and manipulated Lalu. He is the seed of failure, he's about to act. The old man said, I will lead you with light, don't worry. He obediently replied, yes, father. At the SS rank portal at Incheon Harbor, a mysterious power is strongly causing great disturbances on the sea surface. Meanwhile, at the echoing cave dungeon, it seems eerily quiet outside. But inside, a gigantic, fierce monster exists, opening its wide, slimy mouth as if wanting to swallow everything. It roared angrily, revealing countless sharp teeth. S stood calmly in front of the monster, unafraid. He was reading its information while saying, the current record is 1 hit. Show me your power, Lazy. Immediately, Lazy attacked the monster with his power. It gradually corroded, withered away, and a terrible scream echoed. S said with satisfaction, very impressive. He laughed and asked, how about this one? He's SS- rank, Lazy. Lazy replied coldly, I have nothing to say. Master, always grumpy. Cess cheerfully said, thanks to you, I've acquired a nice corpse. SS- rank, accompanied by the trait of hatred. The S-rank monster is now only bones and a pool of red blood. Cess looked at the notebook in his hand, wondering, who to choose now? Which hero of the past fits with this now? He suddenly spoke with interest. If this person combines with hatred, perhaps they could cause mayhem in France. The person he chose was the lakeside knight, Lancelot. He began the summoning, saying in a deep voice, as the descendant of Darkest, I will create a body of blood and bones for the short-lived hero, rise up. A dry skeleton slowly rose from within his purple magic circle. Blood vessels and flesh slowly formed on each joint head. Lancelot, in completed form, respectfully said, I have heard the call. Loyally, he declared, I pledge allegiance under my lakeside lord's name, the Round Table Knight Lancelot, revenged servant of SS- rank, a knight formed from the blood and flesh of Tyrant Dragon. Cess praised, very good, Lancelot. Let's go find more Tyrant Dragon corpses. No, the corpses of a duke and retinue are nearby. Perhaps heading that way is better. At Mount Fuji, Japan, an energy orb is emitting a strange purple glow. And that is also the SS rank mysterious portal dungeon. Takahashi coldly asked, is he still in there? His subordinate answered, yes, deputy leader. He looked at the watch on his wrist, impatiently thinking, "Are you kidding me, Pooh? The nation's honor is on the brink. There's only about 5 minutes before the dungeon collapses." Suddenly, his subordinate hesitantly said, "Deputy leader, excuse me." He also noticed, vaguely asking, "What is that?" Takahashi was astonished and said loudly, "Only one plane? They only sent one for an SS rank dungeon." He wondered, what kind of monster is in there? Suddenly, a small figure appeared in front of Takahashi. His subordinate was shocked, mouth agape, saying, "No way." Kei smiled adorably, a stark contrast to their astonishment. The boy casually swung his arms, happily said, "Going home feels great." Takahashi yelled loudly, "Time's running out. Only a minute left. It's dangerous to go alone. Where's the healer and support?" The boy calmly replied, "No need. Just me is enough. Just have some food ready for me when I get back." Kei peeked out and reassured, "Very quick, don't worry." Inside, the monster sneered, asking, "Who are you? A human, and just a kid." "This is the Valley of Eight Blood Yamata no Orochi, an SS rank boss monster, a mythical creature, a giant snake with 9 heads and 9 tails from Japanese legend, symbolizing terrible evil." Kei was unfazed, joking back, "Scary stuff, just like the stories you tell." The giant snake got angry, its 9 heads showing sharp teeth, saying, "I'm hungry, I'm going to eat you." The boy laughed delightedly, saying, "It can talk." Suddenly, the snake was struck by lightning-like power. Kei was no longer the innocent-looking kid, but his smile remained. The snake was stunned, not believing it could be defeated so easily, and stammered, "You." Its eyes widened, covered in sparkling golden light. The blinding light shone on Kei's face, making him squint, and he said in a deep voice, "I underestimated you." With a loud boom, Mount Fuji exploded, and the mysterious purple power vanished. Black smoke rose thickly. The 9-headed snake suddenly reappeared after the smoke cleared. It became more furious, but Kei stood there calmly. It couldn't believe that today was its end. Kei used his bony hands and defeated the SS rank monster with one punch without getting a scratch. The space around the mountain went dark, and the magic orb began to fade, and it vanished completely, leaving the sky clear and peaceful again. Kei's small feet appeared as he said, "All done." The boy immediately asked, "Where's the food?" Takahashi was shocked and asked, "Already done?" The boy mischievously grinned and said, "Wasn't even a minute inside. Where's the food?" The man replied, "Not much, but you can eat on the way back," and Kei happily dashed off, saying, "Delicious." He focused on eating, munching on crunchy snacks. Kei puffed his cheeks and said, "Awesome. So where's the nearest island?" "At a luxurious building in Tokyo, Japan. It's also where the Garo Guild meeting is held." The door opened, breaking the silence and anticipation in the air. Slow footsteps entered, and high-ranking members immediately looked pleased. He coldly asked, "Is everyone here?" The leader of the Garo Guild slowly spoke, "Today, there's something important. Please, everyone pay attention here," he added, creating a big question mark in everyone's mind. He displayed a strange object, and his subordinate naively asked, "Boss, is that, an underwear?" He calmly replied, "I understand everyone's reaction, because this thing is in the form of underwear, even sexy underwear." He continued, "However, this isn't underwear, it's actually—" He tapped the back of his neck. His subordinates were wide-eyed, speechless. He boldly declared, "Power granted by the Bakumokyo Society. It's an equipment that transforms the wearer into the strongest swordmaster. A black figure disappears, replaced by a stunning, hot girl." He confidently said, "Wearing it, you can't be a man anymore, but on the path to becoming the strongest, does it matter if you're male or female?" He solemnly told them, "Therefore, in the future, I'll leave the Garo Guild, so everyone." His subordinates cheerfully responded, "What are you saying, boss? We don't care about appearances." They excitedly proclaimed, "Once a boss, always a boss. If you order us to strip, we'll do it without thinking." Another added, "Hey, if you show your face, you'll be sentenced to life immediately." That guy didn't look happy and asked, "What did you say, Konoyaro?" He just laughed and said, "Thanks everyone, cheers." He loudly declared, "We're not going home till we're drunk," and his subordinates shouted back, "Yes." Meanwhile, on the 13th basement floor, Ethan Gong and others were sitting around a map. Everyone's face showed excitement and worry. Ethan Gong marked a spot on the map and said, "This is the awakening location." He then marked another spot and added, "This is the deep sea dungeon." He asked uncertainly, "From here, is it in the opposite direction?" Ethan Gong thought hard. "Let's see. When the dungeon trip failed, I sailed by ship." He continued thinking, "There are 2 islands lying parallel there." Ethan Gong wondered. It seems there were 2 dungeons that appeared on both islands, right? Let's see. He picked up his phone and started searching. Suddenly, his face changed like he saw something. He asked, Hey, Choco BB, have you been here before? BB replied, Nah, I've been to almost every dungeon. He pointed to two small dots on the map and said, Here it is. They all said at the same time, Docto. BB said excitedly, Great, I've been there before, on a school outing. And Drip Soup asked in surprise, An outing to Docto? Ethan Gong thought, The dungeon master in Docto is. The thought continued and moved to the Taiji Guild, with him constantly guessing. For sure the Bake Mokyo gang will follow us, and that guy H2. Yes, why not try? On a skyscraper, a voice mingled with astonishment rang out. What? The person asked angrily. They're in Takeshima? Another person nervously asked, H, where are you going? H replied, I'll do it myself, secretly determined that he would catch them and present them to his mother. He gritted his teeth and thought, Wait for it, Ethan. The Baekmokyo elites will hunt you down. At the same time, messages appeared on the phones of S, K, and a girl saying, Target is in Takeshima Dungeon. The three of them didn't share the same feeling, mixing joy with silent contemplation. Up in the sky, a helicopter was flying, and from inside, voices could be heard summarizing the situation, while another voice expressed surprise. The small guy lying across the other's lap, casually eating breadsticks, was named K. He's a super skilled fighter from the Bakemo cult. As he munched, he confidently declared, Who needs to bother? I'm already the strongest. Beside him was a pile of snacks. K offered them, saying, These are delicious. Try some. Shunko. But the woman next to him refused, saying, No. Adjusting her glasses seriously, she replied, I'm on a diet. She was Tanaka Shunko, part of the Bakemo Sex Japan branch, and also K's secretary. Upon hearing this, K didn't push and instead opened another pack of snacks, saying, All right, I'll eat them all then. Seeing the boy's bulging belly, Tanaka snatched the snack pack away, saying, You're chubby now, eat more moderately. Prompting K to shout, No, my chocolate sticks. The boy jumped up, trying to reach them. How dare you take my snacks? But due to K's short stature, Tanaka easily held the pack out of his reach, teasing, You're too short, champion. Finally, she made a request. Okay, I'll give them back if you listen to what I have to say. Reluctantly, K agreed for the sake of his snacks, saying, Fine, okay. According to H's request, they were headed to an SS-rank dungeon in Takeshima. Last month, multiple attempts by the Bekmo cult to clear the dungeon failed due to its high difficulty, because all monsters inside were clones. The average level of a clone was estimated around 80. The tricky part about them is their ability to mimic players. Besides copying appearances, they can also duplicate abilities. If they replicate a weaker enemy, they only take the appearance, but keep their stats. Although the dungeon only has one floor, the task requires fighting a swarm of clones for 1 hour to unlock the boss room. After hearing Tanaka explain everything, Kei was a bit surprised. What? So we have to fight them for an entire hour? She added. And we also need to handle H's targets. Kei agreed without hesitation, confidently saying, All right, I take on all comers, I'm the strongest. Then Tanaka returned the snacks to him. Kei happily said, Now let's eat, the pilot's landing. At the islands belonging to Olungdo Dokdo Takeshima, inside the SS rank cloning dungeon, Ethan's team appeared at the teleportation spot, and someone commented, Sneaking in was a bad idea. Observing the new scenery, some were amazed. The vast corridor prompted one to exclaim, This place is huge. Ethan, with his experience, laughed. This place is spacious, but the boss room is small because it's a single-floor dungeon. He then left, saying, Let's clear this dungeon. Porters, follow me. Ji-hoon and the others felt somewhat insulted, being called porters. Ethan looked back and urged them, Hurry up, so Ji-hoon reluctantly followed, saying, All right. BB silently followed, thinking, He said we could get the water dragon sword, but is it worth it, considering this is an SS-rank dungeon and the Taiji are there? He asked another question as Ji-hoon put down his bag. Why aren't you questioning any of this? Sweating, BB continued to think, HCLW bought these things because they're necessary to complete the dungeon. When Ji-hoon pulled out a bag of salt and a bottle of water from his bag, BB was at a loss for words. But it's just salt. What's he planning? An hour earlier, at the wizard's base on the 13th basement floor, Bibby spoke while everyone was looking at the map. Docto, oh that's great. I've been there on a school trip. He raised his hand, preparing to use a skill, saying, Okay, let's go now. Everyone gather around. But Ethan interrupted. Hold on, before we go, let's stop by this place. Bibby turned off his skill, a bit puzzled. Where and for what? With a broad smile, Ethan assured, Actually, there's an easy way to clear the cloning dungeon, but we need to prepare first. Ethan then ordered, Choco BB, take me shopping for supplies. Feeling the vibe, BB thought, no wonder he's from HCLW, and then asked where to. A while later, at a supermarket, a cart filled with items was pushed out. Ethan's group had arrived, and Ji-hoon was pushing the cart. Let's go. BB was a bit confused. He really made me go shopping with him. At the tasting stall, Drip Soup fed Sora a sample, and she gleamed with excitement. Amazing, this is delicious! Jihoon, standing behind the cart, saw this and tried to get in on the action. Sora, save some for me too. Meanwhile, Bibi hesitated. But... Over by the frozen foods, he saw Jihoon and Ethan picking out meat and skewers and became more puzzled. I don't get it. Why buy pork belly to clear a dungeon? Ethan casually picked more food and said, You'll see, newbie, and Jihoon also grabbed a few more things. Can I get some sausages too? A while later, Ethan led everyone to the salt aisle, saying, Only sea salt is needed. Jihoon stopped the cart filled with food, and Bibi, trailing behind, curiously asked, Why do we need salt to clear the dungeon? Once again, Ethan replied, You'll see, newbie. Heading to the toy aisle, Ethan picked up a toy gun, a water gun, thinking, Never considered this before, this is handier than water balloons. Bibi watched Ethan's contemplative pose with the water gun, completely baffled. Can this even work? Why do we need a water gun? At the checkout counter, Ethan glanced at Jihoon, saying, Mister, you pay, Jihoon replied, and then looked at Bibi. I forgot my wallet, please. Finally, Bibi begrudgingly pulled out his card to pay. Thinking about the long bill and the items Ethan said would be useful, he worriedly thought to himself, so there are snacks and guns on the bill, and if I ask, I'm called clueless, so I'll just keep quiet and follow. What are these things even for? I'm so curious. Ethan and Jihoon were doing something with salt. Okay, now mix the salt with water, Ethan instructed as he worked. I wonder if we'll get the sword or maybe you're just using me. He longed to swing the crescent soul slash again, but beneath a nearby brick, a mass of green slime slowly rose. Sora was the first to notice. She turned and shouted, That's it! Both Jihoon and Ethan on the other side were startled and turned to look. Ethan said, They finally arrived, the monsters of this dungeon. From a pool of green slime, it started forming into humanoid shapes while growling. A notification appeared, Emerald Replica Chaos Form. These are common minions of the King of Copies. Some call them evolved slimes, but they're actually a completely different species with the ability to shapeshift and lay eggs to maintain their kind. The creatures lifted their faces, mimicking the group's appearance. A system notification announced, the challenge officially begins. Defend against the wave of replicas. 59 minutes 58 seconds. Sora was scared and said, They look disgusting. They copied us. Drip Soup said nothing and charged at the monsters, shouting, Move aside, let me handle this. He raised his fist and yelled. Then he swung at them, shouting, Take this. His punch created a shockwave. But right after, Drip Soup realized. His fist didn't affect the solid liquid. What the heck, he thought. They look like jelly, but feel like steel. The monster he hit growled. It counterattacked, sending Drip Soup flying. Bibi caught him, worriedly asking, Are you okay? Drip Soup, with a bruised face, cursed, Damn it. He looked up and shouted, It hurts like hell. Bibi looked up and said, They're level 80. The creatures continued to growl, watching them. Suddenly, their speed increased dramatically, charging at Sora and Ah Ruum. The two froze when they realized, They're targeting us. Suddenly, Ethan shouted from the other side, Catch this. As Sora looked over, Ethan threw a water gun her way, and she caught it. Another notification appeared, Upgraded water gun, rare long-range weapon. Power 3, water resistance +1, requires at least level 1 to equip. Special effect, mechanic upgrade increases range by 10 and firing speed by 5. A water gun upgraded by intermediate mechanic Ethan Gong. Sora was surprised, thinking, a water gun? Meanwhile, the monsters closed in. Sora looked over and quickly asked, Ethan, why this? He smiled confidently and instructed, Just shoot, trust the experienced senior. As the monsters got close, Sora and Ah Ryum pointed and aimed the guns at them. Their eyes sharpened with intense focus. All right, Ethan must have planned this. This surely isn't ordinary water. The monsters leapt, reaching out to attack them. Sora pulled the trigger, and the gun fired filtered water. Her eyes widened in shock, worriedly thinking, Is this really just normal water? The droplets hit the monster. It barely touched the monster's nose. The creature screamed in pain and dissolved. The system announced, First achievement, Sora has defeated the first copy, remaining 199. Seeing this incredible scene, Sora and Ryum were stunned. I just did that? Ethan pointed and said, What are you standing there for? Keep shooting, leaving Sora extremely surprised. But then both of them responded with determination. All right. After that, more monsters appeared, and they kept aiming and shooting water. Gradually, they lost their fear, even competing over which monster to shoot. Leave that one for me. Meanwhile, Jihoon was stunned, amazing, and Ethan was very satisfied, just as planned. Drip Soup was also impressed. Defeating level 80 monsters this easily? Bibi crossed his arms, silently observing. How is this possible? Looking at his bruised hands from the punch, Drip Soup said, My punch can knock over a streetlight but doesn't faze them. How can you melt them with a few water guns? Ethan proudly held up a salt packet and said, "Didn't I tell you these things are crucial?" Bibi was bewildered. The strategy needs salt water. Really? Even Jihoon hadn't expected it. It's not a skill? So the salt packets from the convenience store are this strong? With the water gun's contents, Ethan simply replied, "Yeah, it's just salt water." Bibi couldn't believe it and said, "No way, it's like a joke. How come nobody knew about this?" But for Ethan, it was as easy as pie, because he had experimented with it many times before. Well, who would be crazy enough to bring a water balloon into a dungeon? Back in the day, I used every trick to level up. When the level was low, slugs gave a lot of experience, so I often used saltwater balloons. While reading the monster guidebook, I found out that it's the same species, so I tried it with these clones too. To my surprise, it worked. After hearing this, Bibi sighed and praised Ethan, acknowledging that he was indeed a veteran gamer. Ethan playfully picked his nose, teasing, "You guys are too easy." Suddenly, a voice called out from the other side, "Ethan," making him look over. Sora and Ah Ryum had already dealt with the monsters, and she cheerfully said, "We took down all of them." Ah, Ryum's eyes lit up with joy even though her body was soaked. "Amazing, I went up 14 levels." Sora, also drenched, exclaimed with satisfaction, "Wow, I never thought a water gun could level us up this much." The system displayed, "Challenge in progress. Defend against the clone swarm attack. 50 minutes 08 seconds. After viewing it, Ethan rubbed his chin, thinking. Then he spoke up. "It seems we have to wait until the timer ends for the boss room to open." The hallway still had remnants of the slime monsters. Everyone seemed to realize that they had to wait for another 50 minutes. Sora and Ah Ryum finally admitted that buying those items from the supermarket was unexpectedly effective. It was an insane plan, and all his idea. But recalling the other items they bought, Sora hesitated. "Hold on if that's the case." She turned, curious. "Does that mean the pork belly is also a secret weapon?" Ethan calmly replied, "That." Phoebe listened attentively, trying to guess. "You're not saying we're going to use that pork to reduce waiting time, are you?" Ethan then smiled and nonchalantly said, "I just bought it because I felt like it." Bibi couldn't hold back and immediately scolded. "What on earth are you talking about? Are we on vacation or something?" Ethan saw nothing wrong and replied, "You're too easy, man." Ethan raised his hand and used a skill, activating the mechanic skill to craft machinery. Before long, there was a gas stove ready for cooking, surprising Bibi. "You just used a skill to create a gas stove." Everyone was currently sitting on a spread-out cloth like a picnic. Jihoon picked up the utensils and said, "Delicious, I'll show you my grilled meat skills." Bibi also turned to scold him. "You too, Hyung?" Ethan joined everyone, teasing Bibi, "Why so serious? If you're not eating, then get going, man." He then whispered to Jihoon, just to get a reaction, "Great, that means I get more to eat." Jihoon agreed, "Wonderful," but couldn't maintain that expression for long. Bibi pretended and said, "Well, since we're here, let's eat." Everyone, dig in. Jihoon placed the pork belly on the stone grill. Each piece of meat was golden and crispy, sizzling enticingly. When it was done, Jihoon kept cutting it into pieces, but Ethan commented, "Make them a bit bigger. Pork belly is best when crispy." Oddly enough, there was a barbecue in the middle of a dungeon. After defeating the clones, everyone leisurely enjoyed the barbecue they bought earlier. This strange situation, or more precisely, this bizarre situation, could be an unfulfilled wish of HCLW from the lonely times he had before. From the beginning, Ethan came here alone. After killing all the monsters, he had to wait for the next screen. During that time, he reached out to take something. It was half a sweet potato that Ethan had prepared in case he got hungry. He brought it to his mouth, but even finishing that half-sweet potato, there was still a long wait ahead. Ethan sat there wondering to himself, did I eat too fast? Or is time just moving slowly? With life restarting, surely things have to change. Back to the present, he now had teammates to eat and wait with. This time, using his skill, Ethan created a microwave, making Jihoon absolutely delighted. Then he fried rice on the stone pan. Scooping a hot spoonful, he put it into his mouth. Chewing a bit, the delicious taste spread in his mouth. Looking back, Jihoon no longer suffers like in his past life. Ah, Ryum is much better off now than in the past. And Sora doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Ethan remembers how they were in their previous life, compared to now, and tells himself, that's all he needs this time. He smiles happily. It might not seem like much, but it's more than enough for him. After finishing all the food, they look up at the system panel again. Jihoon notices time is up. The system panel shows time's up without taking any hits. Completed, defeat all magic clones in 30 minutes. Completed, all hidden conditions met. Portal to clone boss unlocked, 1 minute. A beam of light slowly appears right below the system panel. Bibi and everyone stand up. He says, "It's open." Ethan looks over and says, "Let's go." Jihoon doesn't hesitate either. "Let's do this." But with his sharp intuition, Ji-hoon senses something is wrong. He shouts loudly to everyone, "Everyone, get behind me now." Fire dragons suddenly appear and fly toward them. As they hit their targets, they explode, sending debris everywhere. A figure emerges from the smoke and dust. That figure stands right where the fire dragons hit and speaks, "You insects." On this side, Ji-hoon is forming a shield for everyone. Ethan's group becomes serious and watches closely. The figure looks very familiar. He raises his hand and smiles, calling out, "Ethan Gong." It's Heart Heater, standing there saying, "How dare you insult me?" Ethan extends his hand and instructs Ji-hoon, "Hey, Uncle Hyung, go quickly or the boss room will close." He confidently says, "Leave this to us." Heart Heater looks dark, gritting his teeth angrily. "You won't leave here." The system panel pops up as Ethan is about to use an item. "Do you want to use the high-level experience box?" He immediately agrees. "Of course, go get that water dragon sword." Ji-hoon sees Ethan's confident demeanor. Although a bit worried, he trusts him. He then leaves the formation. As he's running towards the portal, Ji-hoon turns his head to say one last thing, "So take care everyone, BB. If it's too dangerous, run away first." When near the portal, he adds, "I'll be back soon." Meanwhile, Heart Heater is casting a fire magic circle. After casting it, he creates a giant fire dragon that rushes toward them. Using his agility, BB teleports everyone out of the way, causing the fire dragon to crash into the wall. Seeing his attack easily dodged, Heart Heater looks a bit surprised. Ethan silently laughs and thinks to himself, "All right, I will level up with all this stored experience." Then he presses his finger against the system panel, and this time the class will be... Meanwhile, Heart Heater uses his skill again, this time summoning 2 giant fire dragons at once, commanding them to die. The 2 fire dragons rush forward, while Ethan leisurely presses the system panel. The system panel shows up, summoning a special equipment. Ethan smiles victoriously. Again, the system reports, "Saved data detected, installing pre-existing equipment," and Ethan's body receives the system's equipment. The system provides a coin. Ethan flicks it with his thumb. By this time, the fire dragon is already close, its mouth wide open, ready to snap down. The coin flipped high in the air, then fell, landing perfectly in his hand. It's been a long time, he thought. Why not gamble for fun? The system panel appeared. "Startup gambler, bet 500 experience." On the islands near Uliungdo, inside the SS tier dungeon on Dokdo Island, a copy dungeon, there were many soldiers waiting. Everyone there was startled by a loud noise. Suddenly, an explosion appeared in front of everyone, and they immediately realized it came from the next room. One of them quietly called out, "Lord H." A man with a surprised face assessed the situation, admiring the formidable power. His name was Kang Jin, from the Jaeguk Guild of the East Sea area, part of the reinforcement group. A red-haired female soldier behind him asked, "Are we just going to stand and watch?" Kang Jin turned to her, explaining, "If we help, we'll only get in his way. That's why Lord H asked us to wait here." The red-haired female soldier turned away, nodding with understanding. "I see," she said. Kang Jin continued, "It's lucky that Lord H is handling everything himself. At this rate, it'll be over soon." Then he cheerfully showed his phone to her, boasting about his pet. "I'm eager to get back to headquarters because this little one is waiting for me." The red-haired female soldier asked curiously, "Oh, what's its name?" She looked at it closely, complimenting, "So cute." Kang Jin grinned with pride. "Of course, that's my darling. It must be waiting for me at home." Suddenly, the whole group fell silent. Behind them, a teleportation effect appeared as if someone was about to arrive. A figure appeared, and Kang Jin wondered, is it the reinforcement from the Baekmon sect that Lord H mentioned would come later? The person was S, with K and a female member wearing a pink scarf beside him. Kang Jin watched them, impressed, thinking, this team is incredible, not only with the top-ranked player, but also 2 other formidable players following. Ses and his teammates approached, and he asked, "Where is H?" Kang Jin answered, "He's fighting." Hearing that, S questioned, "Then why are you all here?" Kang Jin replied honestly, "We were ordered to wait here." S turned away, dismissively saying, "Just pawns, huh?" He stopped, then suddenly became sly. "If that's the case, we'll have to do this." Kang Jin felt confused, and so did the others. Ses. Ses. In moments, the mana of Kang Jin, the red-haired female soldier, and the others was extracted from their eyes and mouths. The soldiers were drained by the book, leaving cold, motionless bodies piled on the ground. S closed the book with satisfaction as the system notified. You have absorbed mana from 8 guild members, recovering 3,890 mana. You can summon 8 low-level bone mages. K watched, teasing. That might be a bit much. Do you just see people as mana containers? S's team left, leaving scattered bones behind. Dismissing the scene, they would only get in the way anyway. They walked away, talking amongst themselves, ignoring the tragedy. Being a mana container for high-level players like us is a better contribution to society, isn't it? That's what real living is. Let's return to where Ethan and Heart Heater are. He controlled the fire dragon to charge at Ethan. At that moment, Heart Heater was annoyed, thinking he's changed forms again. First a cleric, then a mechanic. Now what? Heart Heater observed Ethan closely, thinking, nothing to worry about, I'm using my twin fire dragon move. With such maximum power, you won't be able to withstand it. Ethan's fist was upgraded as the system notified, lucky coin skill activated. Choose heads or tails for the desired effect. He was happy inside. Awesome, the nostalgic feeling is back in my hand. With the lucky coin, I can deal with even the strongest. The system continued to notify. Lucky coin skill failed. You chose the wrong side. Prepare for a penalty. Hearing that, Ethan's face darkened. Damn it, can't you recognize me, coin? It's been too long without a proper greeting, huh? Then the system started announcing the penalty of taking an additional 200% damage on the next hit, and it began to apply, glowing. In this life or death moment, Ethan told himself, even if it's a 50-50 bad luck rate, I'm gambling with my life. Just as the 2 fire dragons exploded on contact with him, Heart Heater silently observed, thinking to himself, it hit directly, but that guy still isn't dead despite taking my twin fire dragon. He guessed Ethan must have magic resistance armor. But as soon as he thought that, the current Ethan, now charred black like coal, had people screaming in horror. What? Ethan reassured everyone. I'm fine. Ah, Ryum worriedly said. Ethan, we can fight too. With his face burned to reveal bones, Ethan struggled to speak. I'm enough on my own. His state made Heart Heater chuckle disdainfully. He rushed forward again, gathering firepower, saying, stop this nonsense, you've lost your only chance. Ethan just stood there, watching, not dodging. Heart Heater called out, using Dragon Art, Fire Dragon Claw, and laughed maliciously. Take this. Then Heart Heater threw a punch at Ethan, sending him flying. Ethan crashed into a pillar, causing the surrounding pillars to collapse. The smoke cleared after Heart Heater's fire punch. Heart Heater slowly walked toward where Ethan was slumped. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing Ethan pinned to the pillar, Heart Heater threatened him, saying, like last time, huh? He urged, rambling on as he waited for Ethan to regain his composure. Heart Heater added a shocking remark, I'm ready to hear your last words. This alarmed everyone in Ethan's group. But then, Ethan weakly spoke. Hey, are you planning to tickle me to death? Even though his voice was weak, his words were sarcastic. Why are you so ticked off, man? Despite being near death, Ethan's remarks made Heart Heater even angrier, causing him to charge furiously and shout, pathetic, you stubborn jerk. Heart Heater raised his hand to prepare an attack. I'm not a fake. Pinned there, Ethan felt that this person was much weaker than Heart Heater, because Heart Heater's fire was much hotter. With a determined look, he thought, Heart Heater's attacks are way stronger. With the last of his strength, Ethan broke free from the pillar and charged at Heart Heater in counterattack. Both of them threw punches to each other's faces at the same time. The result left everyone else in awe. They both got knocked back to opposite sides, creating 2 earthquakes. Heart Heater sat amidst the remnants of the collision. He wiped his mouth and looked up, surprised again. Ethan regained his previous state, smiling as he said, I was wondering if it was possible, but it turns out. He stood there unscathed and continued. Seeing it clearly now, HCLW thought H could be Heart Heater, but meeting him made him realize. Because they look identical, he thought Heart Heater was brainwashed by Guang Shenglong's gang. But the attacks from this H are weak and full of openings, unlike the real Heart Heater who never fights like that. Ethan reached out, slowly consuming the regenerative power, while harshly stating, you are worse than a fake. HCLW, who had fought Heart Heater many times, concluded that this H was just an imposter. Heart Heater stood back up in disbelief. He laughed and casually said, I didn't expect to use this kind of power on you. Dark energy started appearing beneath the tiled floor. Heart Heater lifted his entire body, shouting as he absorbed a large amount of that energy. Ethan was surprised by the sheer amount of mana. This mana, it's powerful. Where's it from? On Ryum's side, the system screen showed up. An unidentified egg in your inventory is reacting to this familiar mana. The system message came again. The egg is about to hatch, leaving her quite flustered. In front of Ethan, Heart Heater began to curl into a ball, with mana continuously radiating. Inside the ball, the so-called egg made a tapping sound. Then, a crack appeared, and light burst out from inside. What emerged from the egg shattered it and flew out. It was named H, the child of Lalu, in the form of a dark dragon knight. Its mana continued to surge as H spread its wings and flew towards Ethan. But Ethan once more casually flipped a coin and caught it. The golden system screen appeared. Lucky coin skill activated. Choose the right side to achieve the desired effect. Ethan smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. With the new effect, he drew his sword. The blade slowly shone as the system announced. The lucky coin skill allows you to draw a sword of your choice from the random weapon inventory. A beam of golden light shot out as Ethan whispered, "The sword I need this time is..." The system info quickly popped up: high-level Dragon Slayer Saber, legendary sword, combat power 800, lightning attributes, level requirement 45, special effect boosts 500% damage against dragon type, ignores all dragon type defenses, instantly kills any dragon type with less than 10% health, grants Thunderstrike skill. Ethan wielded the Dragon Slayer Saber and felt it was perfect in his hand. His face turned serious and dangerous. Daring to imitate a dragon knight, I'll make you feel the consequences. Looking up, H spread its wings and charged, roaring furiously and extending its claws. Ethan also charged, attacking it. Both launched their attacks at the same time, passing by each other with their weapons drawn. Blood sprayed from one of them. H got his wings sliced off by Ethan, screaming internally, "No way," just with one strike. Inside H's structure, the chip was broken by Ethan's cut. He panicked silently. No. H's power was nullified, the blessing from his mother. As it gradually disappeared, Heart Heater reverted to his original form, coughing up blood. Flying in midair, Heart Heater lost his wings and fell. Ethan then approached, placing his sword close to his neck. "Hey." With a threatening face, he said, "You idiot, I have some questions for you." Ethan frowned and continued, "Answer honestly." Suddenly, Heart Heater collapsed, clutching his distorted face. "No." He twitched, screaming loudly. "I'm turning back." Slowly, he reverted to his original form and clutched his head, yelling, surprising Ethan. "You?" He was bald with a hideous look. The man shouted, "Don't look at me." Ethan quickly realized, so this is what's inside the shell? He sheathed his sword and stomped with his foot, calling, "Hey, fatso!" But the man hugged himself tightly. "Don't." In utmost fear, the man pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Seeing his pathetic state, Ethan replied, "No way. I'm not like you guys." Ethan threatened again. "Just give me a finger. Be honest and I'll reattach it." The man screamed, "Help me." Suddenly, a strange voice spoke. "Are we late, H?" Ethan was startled and turned to look. 3 strangers entered. One remarked, "Told you we should have come together." The leader S laughed and said, "Haste makes waste." Ethan widened his eyes in surprise, immediately recognizing them. Inside, Ethan thought, so they were old colleagues from the slave days. Wait, that's... His eyes moved to what the man was holding. "That book is dark magic." Ethan got angry, frowned, and muttered, "So that guy is a top-ranked player using dark data." Kay looked Ethan straight in the eye and said, "It's him, our target." The boy warmed up, volunteered eagerly. "He looks happy. Let me handle him." But S interrupted. "Wait, Kay," the boy questioned. Sess wanted to do it himself, laughing. "Leave him to me. I'll give you some limited edition snacks later." Kay was quite surprised. "Really?" Ethan fumed inside. "Who are the rest of these bastards?" Kay turned to BB and Drip Soup, hinting, "Then I'll take 2 packs. Wait, that guy wearing the hat looks familiar." While the remaining member looked at Sora and Arum, saying, "Then I'll handle the 2 girls." Ethan then gripped his sword tightly, thinking, "All right, you came to the right place. Let's deal with it all at once." Suddenly opened the book again, reading the summoning command. "In the name of the Darkest, I command you to destroy my enemies, Lalazi." Magic from inside the book was unleashed. Lazy slowly appeared. He looked at Ethan with a cold face, gritting his teeth. "Long time no see." He called out his name, HCLW. Ethan was startled when he recognized Lazie. The gate opened, leading the swordmaster into the system. Jihoon entered the boss room. Jihoon frowned, thinking carefully. He's worried about the outside situation, so he needs to defeat this boss as quickly as possible. He looked straight at his opponent. A voice echoed, "Welcome." On the throne sat a majestic monster, praising him. "You're impressive," the Slime King acknowledged. "You're the first to make it this far." It sat up straight, leaning slightly forward. "I am the Slime King, the ruler of all slimes." The Slime King grinned slyly. "My hobby is brain-sucking." The system quickly updated information about it. The king of all slimes, the Slime King, an SS-level boss with memory recreating abilities. With SS-level memory recreation, the Slime King is the pinnacle of slime evolution. By brain-sucking players over a long period, it became extremely powerful, able to read minds after just one accurate brain suction from a sage. Jihoon raised his sword towards the Slime King, his mind constantly calculating. I can defeat it in this form, but then I won't get the water dragon sword. Jihoon looked at it with doubt, wondering when it would transform. The Slime King laughed with interest, saying, "Your brain looks tasty. Let me see your memories." Light focused on him, and the mind-reading skill was activated. Jihoon's face darkened with discomfort. Disgusting, don't pry into others' memories like this. He listened to the system while carefully observing the Slime King. The system showed that the Slime King was recreating the glorious memories of the great swordmaster. Jihoon's body and sword became see-through against the universe backdrop. A drop of water fell. His body continuously moved back from the undulating waves approaching. Water? Jihoon worriedly looked at the water underfoot. Could it be? Wave after wave surged towards him. Jihoon jumped to avoid the cresting waves. It's my conceptual magic, Uldolmak. He thought to himself with anxiety. I haven't unlocked this move in this life yet. It's scary and exciting at once. A red light rose from the water. Inside, a spiky object thrashed the water wildly. Jihoon gritted his teeth in worry. Damn it, can't be happy now. A warship covered in spikes gradually emerged in the eye of the storm. It even brought in the warship too. The Slime King stood on the warship. It, in Jihoon's form, looked up with a menacing gaze. Looks impressive, doesn't it? The Slime King's body loomed before him. You're the first with such strong memories. Jihoon jumped up and swung his sword. Well, the introduction was fun. He smiled with delight. Honestly, I'm a bit scared, but very happy to see you again, Water Dragon Sword. Their attacks collided, causing an explosion. The scene shifted to a peaceful view. It's been a long time. Lazia stood opposite, saying something confusing. HCLW. Ethan Gong, with anger in his voice, gritted his teeth. Lazy, you. He interrupted Ethan. Didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. S looked up from behind, asking, what? He questioned Lazy. You two know each other? Hey, I'm asking you. He coldly explained to S. The past is over. Give the order. Ethan Gong cautiously focused on his old acquaintance, Lazy. Sess hesitated, saying, You're my apprentice, right? So it's just simple hatred for you, master. He used the book in his hand to summon a spell. Oh, really? Madness. Lazy widened his eyes, sensing the immense energy. Sess used the spell to wrap around him, making Lazy scream, If I do this, you'll be more obedient, right? Lazy's face twisted, and he screamed in frustration. Ethan Gong was angry, calling Lazy a jerk. After transforming into a different demon, Lazy, filled with killing intent, faced him. Lazy hissed, That's better. Sess laughed and said, Damn it, what's wrong with you, Lazy? Ethan Gong stood there, clearly shocked. Lazy's eyes lit up as he rushed to attack Ethan Gong, who quickly blocked, thinking, Is this Lazy's power? Ethan Gong stared wide-eyed, thinking, I have all the stats, but I'm being pushed back by a summoned beast. The power of a summoned beast is half of its master's intelligence. Lazy kept attacking, and his combat power increased, meaning the other's intelligence stat must be at least 2,000. Another one with terrifying stats, top of the server for sure. Sess watched from behind, amused, thinking, a direct fight is tough. I need to switch to a more agile sword. Ethan Gong quickly swapped weapons while observing his opponent. He glanced at Lazy, thinking, if I can't match strength, I'll use speed. He rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch, investing all coins into speed. A pile of gold coins scattered out. Lazy quickly countered with a strong punch. A flurry of attacks headed for Ethan Gong. He watched every move with wide eyes. The system announced success. Skill system, lucky coin successful. You picked all heads, speed quadrupled. Ethan Gong shot forward with incredible speed. His face changed, thinking, let's see what you can do with this speed. Ethan Gong charged towards S, who was standing with his sword ready. Silently watched from behind his magic book, thinking, better play it safe with an unblockable move. Ethan Gong rushed in with determination in his eyes. He thrust his sword forward, saying, block this, jerk. Sess smiled slyly. Ethan Gong noticed something odd. His eyes widened in surprise. This guy. Sess's arm flew off following Ethan Gong's sword swing. His hand, bright red, waved in the air. Did he just cut off his own hand? Sess used a magic circle to link himself to his severed arm, saying, under the name of the Darkest, sacrifice to summon. Ethan Gong looked at him worriedly. Sacrificed his arm, calling out, appear, Cerberus. A monster with a deformed gunhead emerged. Ethan Gong looked at it, dodging its attack, thinking, crazy, what kind of monster is this? SS rank? No, this can't be just simple like that. Ethan used his power, holding a bright yellow light, thinking, if he's willing to sacrifice an arm, this might be the final move. Ethan Gong thought, deciding, I'll use the gambler's final move too. The Cerberus rushed at Ethan Gong, but he quickly dodged. Ethan Gong threw all his coins, betting everything. Sex? He charged at the Cerberus with a surge of energy. The collision unleashed a massive burst of energy, clearing the space around them. Ethan Gong stepped back, gripping his sword tightly, ready for anything. Ethan Gong looked up with determination. The monster Cerberus shattered into pieces in front of him and S. He forced a smile. Ethan Gong looked up and watched. He privately assessed S and Lazy standing opposite, noticing a slight difference, but their feelings were essentially the same. He looked at them with calculation, seeing the enemies as similar to himself, ready to sacrifice their lives for victory. Ethan Gong and S were like two opposite extremes, the only difference being their profession, one a gambler, the other a dark mage. Essentially, they both knew the game deeply and wanted to be the master geniuses aiming for the top spot. He recalled when S was willing to sacrifice a part of his body to summon the Cerberus monster facing him. S also remembered the final move of the gamble. He looked at Ethan Gong with a probing gaze, feeling very curious. He thought to himself, HCLW is an opponent who has never lost, considered very strong. This curiosity is like a child's. Ses spoke. No one has ever stopped Cerberus before. He laughed excitedly, saying it's a bit strange, but he's very excited. Ethan Gong smiled smugly. I know, it feels so familiar. He spoke with delight. Fighting you makes me realize. Ethan Gong's words full of disdain made S uneasy. How were you ever the top of the game? He used his other hand to hold a book, speaking in admiration. Impressive, you figured it out in such a short time. The surroundings became more peaceful, and you're no different from me. Ses laughed mocking laughed laughed His probing tone made Ethan Gong think, the top servers of the games I know have long vanished. Only you're the mystery, just as I thought. He stared at him intently. A tower of defeated people piled into a high mountain. At the top, the victor. Ethan Gong thought, Lucid Adventure, a game no one remembers, lost forever in time. He looked at S, who was laughing excitedly. What he doesn't know is the key to victory. Ethan Gong spoke to him. Lucid Adventure, you know it? Cease couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Lucid Adventure? Never heard of it? A small game? Ethan Gong chuckled. Of course, how would you know, since that game no longer exists, he added. Well, given Earth's current state, you could say Lucid Adventure was its prototype. Ethan Gong thought, I know it well. The feeling through each game, making entire servers bow in awe, then moving on to the next game. He grinned slyly in front of AS, that exhilarating feeling. He laughed back. To conquer everything. It's a peak no one has yet reached. To him, that's where I am. After a long silence, Ethan Gong spoke. Hey, want to bet a bit? Sess curiously asked back. Bet? He confidently continued. That's right, show all your cards quickly. Ethan Gong reached out to him and added, you must be curious. A game once existed, all the information about that game is in my data. Sekis pondered, understanding he wanted to bet his own data. Ethan Gong declared boldly, your dark skills should return to their rightful owner, that's my condition. Give everything back to my friend. Sess He summoned a body. So this kid is your friend. Ethan Gong paused in anger. The kid's body was bound. I'm letting it live for now. As you know, data without a master doesn't run. Behind S, a monster appeared wrapping around Ethan Gong's friend. I accept. If I lose, I'll let you reunite with this kid. A nice ending, isn't it? He gritted his teeth angrily. You bastard. Just wait a little longer, kid. I'll save you. Elsewhere, just as the battle began, Choco Bibi transported Sora and Arium as far away as possible. They moved to another location because they couldn't escape the dungeon yet, so they did what they could. Arium and Sora talked worriedly, wondering where they were, thinking they were evacuated first. The one chasing them was a swordsman, very skilled at tracking. A swordsman rushed in search of them, thinking to herself that she didn't like dealing with the weak. Tsuge Yoshiharu, a member of the Bakemo sect and the top swordsman, had abandoned his male identity for the power of justice. Tsuge widened her eyes as she looked around, but the order from her superiors was supreme. Anyone who blocked the Bakemo was to die. She swung her sword powerfully, unleashing the Munechika sword energy. She looked at Sora and Ryum, assessing that these two had just recently leveled up. And if a sword technique this fast was used, the system announced that while Tsuge continued her assessment, they would usually die before realizing it. The system had awakened, but they were unharmed. Ah Ryum was surprised to see an object fall from the system panel. Ah Ryum had obtained this egg from the battle with Octanash. She threw the egg forward to block Tsuge's sword, and inside it was an unexpected entity. The egg cracked open, revealing a large piece it had awakened. Inside the egg appeared a pair of menacing red eyes, though its form was slightly different from the past. Tsuge rushed in, slashing wildly at them. She was shocked when her sword was blocked. What? My sword got blocked? Who are these novices, really? Tsuge's gaze focused on the glowing egg between them. That's an egg. What the heck is that? The system displayed a message. System awakened opened. Inside the egg, a brilliant light erupted. A child with a dragon tail appeared. It opened its wide eyes. Tsuge charged as the dragon child commanded, summoning with a defensive effect. How lucky can you get? Put your sword away. Sora and Ah Ryum exclaimed together. This is... Vinger crossed his arms angrily, saying, Who dares to block me, attack me? Original Dragon Vinger, an SSS-class evil god, tasked with protecting the world, the guardian of balance of a lost world with power equal to the gods. But that was a tale of the past world. Whether it can reclaim its former glory depends on how well it's nurtured. Everyone was stunned to see his true form, just a boy. Tsuge rushed toward the three of them. She shouted angrily, How dare you look down on me? Vinger angrily said, Fool, are you tired of living? Tsuge launched an attack at them, Horizon Sword Technique, Twisting Slash. The boy looked at her and commented, The dark energy is so weak. The sword skimmed over Vinger's body. You have no chance against me. The boy was slammed into the wall by the force of Tsuge's sword technique. Ah, Ryum and Sora looked on worriedly. Oh no, the boy. Tsuge was quietly watching the situation. Not so easy, it only pushed him away. She ignored Vinger stuck on the ceiling, rushing at Sora and Ah Ryum. Are they hiding their skills? But ultimately, it's just a summoned beast. If I take down the master, victory is assured. The boy shot down from the ceiling. The boy used his tail to whip back at Tsuge. Let's see you handle this. Vinger continued talking while fiercely fighting her. Ah, so that's it. You can fight back against this form of mine because of that mana. It forms a protective armor for you. Sora and Ah Ryum stood back defensively. So strong, just being near makes us feel blown away. Vinger looked down angrily. Tsuge also looked up with a murderous glare. The boy spoke, Not bad. I didn't expect you to hold out this long. The attacks clashed together. Vinger squinted, assessing, Unbelievable. Tsuge looked at the boy and assessed silently. I can start to read his attacks gradually. Vinger thought, showing clear anger in his eyes, A human can defeat this form of mine. Tsuge's eyes brightened. An opportunity. She decisively rushed forward to slash the boy. Right now, Tsuge's sword technique hit Vinger, Horizon Sword Technique, Crimson Flower. The boy gritted his teeth angrily, eyes darkening. Damn it, this body can't unleash even 50% of my strength. Sora and Ah Ryum cried out in fear. Boy. Sora caught Vinger, making the boy complain, Don't treat me like a baby. Vinger gritted his teeth and continued. Sora responded worriedly, Have I changed so much, why doesn't anyone recognize me anymore? I'm the evil dragon Vinger here, the evil dragon. The boy frowned irritatedly. Why can't you remember? Well, there's something more important. Vinger ordered Sora, leaving her dumbfounded. Make a pact with me to become a Dragon Knight. A pact. Sora hesitantly asked, Turn into a Dragon Knight? But I'm just a weakling. Vinger urged as Tsuge crazily charged at them. Hurry, unless you want to die. The boy guided Sora to make the pact. I swear my soul to the evil dragon. Say it loud. I don't know how this will go, but if I can protect Ah Ryum, then... She shouted loudly, I swear my soul to the evil dragon. Tsuge rushed towards them, her sword raised high. A sharp slash from her sword flew towards them, spinning like a horizon blade technique. Vinger furiously lay in Sora's arms, facing the attack. A malevolent power enveloped their bodies. The attack exploded, shattering the rock wall. Dust slowly settled after the explosion, and Tsuge glared around. Ah, Ryum raised her hand to cover her face. Her eyes slowly opened. Sora transformed what? Ah, Ryum exclaimed in surprise. She hesitantly said, Your form. Horns had sprouted on Sora's head. A dagger in her hand glowed with a dragon's eye on its blade. Sora and Vinger completed a pact. For some reason, I feel full of energy. Sora and Vinger stepped forward powerfully to face Tsuge. No, Sora, Dragon Knight Apprentice, Dark Dragon Knight mode. Ah, Ryum was surprised by her friend's new look. That outfit is from the caretaker. Sora glanced at Vinger and said, Fighting while carrying a baby, life's full of surprises. The boy tugged her hair hard, making Sora scream. Bend down. Why are you pulling my hair? A sharp sword slash passed right across her face. Sora's face showed shock. If the little one hadn't pulled my hair just now, I'd have been dead meat. Tsuge dashed forward, annoyed. So bothersome. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. You wield a weapon like someone who's never seen a sword before. Sora, worried, raised the dagger with the dragon's eye. Vinger, annoyed, shouted, "What are you standing around for? Move quickly." She brought the dagger up to block Tsuge's sword. The clash of the two weapons sounded like heavy metal. Both Tsuge and Sora broke apart after the weapon collision. She took a defensive stance. Tsuge scowled at them. This summoned creature is way too crazy. Sora got into an attack position, carrying Vinger on her back. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? She observed tensely. This is the first time I'm fighting like this, but it feels like I've known it all along. Vinger sensed Sora's inner thoughts and explained, yes, the sword's memories are deeply embedded in your soul. The sword's memories. Vinger continued to encourage her with praises. You were undoubtedly a very strong swordsman. Remember those times. The boy urged, making Sora realize another version of herself from her memories. Awaken. Could it be? Her eyes opened with recognition. The dream I often have. Sora recalled the times she kept dreaming of strange combat memories, trying to rescue someone. Every night she awoke with bewilderment. So it wasn't just that, but a past I couldn't remember. Sora realized what she'd been confused about for so long was her true self. Tsuge flared with her raging energy. Her eyes squinted with fury. Tsuji rushed forward, swinging her sword powerfully. She screamed in anger, "End this." In her mind, Sora thought, that's right, if that dream swordsman is me. She carried Vinger on her shoulders, running ahead toward Reum. Sora faced the powerful slash from Tsuge. Memories of her illusions appeared. How would she handle it normally? Sora exclaimed, I want to change the shape of this blade. Vinger seemed to understand. The boy tore off his dragon tail and handed it to her. Sora immediately swallowed it. Tsuge's strong sword strike came right down at them. Sora chewed the dragon tail. Memories of being a swordsman kept appearing in her mind. Sora held a knife, her mouth still chewing on the dragon tail. She raised the knife up high. It shone brightly. The knife in Sora's hand transformed into a large sword. She confidently stood facing Tsuge. Sora gathered her strength and swung the sword in her hand. She gritted her teeth, mustering her energy to fight. Sora swung the sword forward, striking at Tsuge. The blade flew powerfully, cutting through the swordswoman's sword. Tsuge was shocked to see the broken blade in her hand. Seizing the opportunity, Sora advanced to attack her. Tsuge angrily glared upward. She jumped up in an attacking stance. Sora sliced horizontally at Tsuge, taking her down with her own special move while carrying Vinger on her back. The Sora Moonlight technique. Sora unleashed her attacks, sharp and skillful, leaving a long trail of blood across the pink-haired opponent's upper body. Her opponent was quickly covered in wounds, blood spewing from her mouth. Sora remained serious, decisively swinging her sword, with Vinger on her back aiding her. After a strong strike, the pink-haired woman collapsed, her face hitting the ground motionless. Meanwhile, Sora was exhausted, her breathing becoming heavier. Suddenly, Ryum ran over, excitedly saying how awesome Sora was. Ryum looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, Wow, Sora, you're so cool now, making Sora laugh loudly. However, unlike their celebration, Vinger jumped down, crossed his arms, and coldly remarked at the fallen body, foolish. Sora was stunned by his words, as Vinger added that now is not the time to celebrate. Behind him, a small tail gradually turned red. Seeing this, Vinger was confident as he approached, affirming that the person was still alive. Hearing this, the pink-haired woman in pain muttered, damn it. The boy's face showed mystery, looking at her with eyes full of resentment, saying despite receiving an empowered strike from him, she still had some strength left, calling her stubborn. He then glanced at Sora and ordered, Sora, finish her off. This ruthless command froze Sora, her eyes hesitating at the thought of finishing someone who couldn't even move. Seeing her expression, Vinger reminded her, too soft. Just earlier, she wanted to kill you. If you don't kill her, she'll kill you. Hearing those stern, firm words from the boy, the pink-haired woman gritted her teeth, trembling, trying to escape. Vinger continued seriously. I can handle it myself, but I asked you because you need to understand the burden of a Dragon Knight fighting enemies. He firmly ordered again. What are you waiting for? Chop off her head. Sora gritted her teeth, still hesitating inside, but realized her mission to reassure herself. What? I have to behead her. But the boy is right. She reluctantly held the sword handle tightly, thinking that just a moment ago, the woman was trying to kill her. If she hadn't defended herself successfully, Sora affirmed to herself, then she'd be dead already. To live, she must kill. Though encouraged, she hesitated. Her mind knew, but her body wouldn't move. Doing this would make her a murderer. Seeing the situation becoming urgent, the boy yelled, waking Sora from her fear, hurry, strike now. Sora still held the sword tightly, determined in her mind. I have to do this. I have to protect our room too. The woman's hands were becoming as nimble as before. Meanwhile, Sora was anxious, battling her thoughts. If the woman regained herself, she would surely try to kill us again. Thinking this, Sora stood ready as her body froze. At that moment, the pink-haired woman seized the opportunity to grab her weapon. Seeing the situation becoming chaotic, Vinger stood angrily in front of Sora, shouting, "You fool!" He then activated some power, saying the system had stripped the dragon iron underwear, and the system's beautiful celestial effect was removed. Vinger's sudden attack made the woman wince in pain, her pink inner turmoil rising. My blood. Seeing this, the boy sternly clicked his tongue and said, "How much longer do you plan to cause trouble?" After she completely fell, Vinger turned back and glared at Sora. "This is the first time someone defied me." Sora gently asked, "Is she dead?" The boy walked up to her with his tail wagging cutely, explaining, "I only took back my mana, that's all. Don't worry, she can't even move a finger now, let alone fight." Hearing this, Sora was shocked, thinking he didn't kill her even though he asked me to behead her earlier. Vinger approached Sora, holding a small item with his tail, saying, "I just didn't want to see too much blood spilled. Take it." She frowned, puzzled. "What's this? These are panties. Why are you giving them to me?" The boy crossed his arms and pushed his tail forward, calmly saying, "Wear it if you want to be stronger." Sora blushed, objecting, "What does being stronger have to do with panties?" But the small Vinger insisted, dismissing it. "Not important. This originally belongs to you. Maybe it'll help you remember something." Then, he suddenly looked away and added, "Once the memory returns, so will the power. Don't you need strength to help your friends fighting for you?" Hearing this, Sora frowned, realizing, yes, it's not just about me, but also Ethan. Elsewhere, Ethan was struggling against Lazy, the fierce bear hunter. Ethan gasped, so strong. His firm legs gradually being pushed back made Ethan wonder, questioning if Lazy held back earlier because with this power, his intelligence should be 5,000, not 2,000. He cursed. As soon as I mentioned a wager, he went all out. Ethan gritted his teeth, his face fierce, shouting, "Lazy, you horned beast, snap out of it." Inside, he knew he had a trump card, but feared he might be knocked out before he could use it. While losing focus, Lazy used a new move, a ghostly dance, moving so fast it disoriented Ethan. Too fast. Lazy continued delivering dangerous punches. Bear Hunter Punch. The vicious attack caused Ethan to lose control, his body flying uncontrolled. The fall created a massive shockwave, shaking the ground and breaking rocks into pieces. Cess stepped closer to where Lazy and Ethan were fighting, casually saying, "Sorry about this." Holding a magical tome, he smirked mockingly. "I haven't mastered controlling this strength, so he went a bit overboard." Looking at the debris and Ethan's body covered in wounds, S was amused. "All beat up, huh?" Cessus laughed dismissively. "Those hits earlier were probably critical. Your pathetic stats won't help you." Then, he continued with his mocking words, saying you called it a gamble, but it seems like you've bitten off more than you can chew. Ethan Gong struggled to stand, his voice trembling, saying, "You hurt my arms too much." Despite the blood and wounds, he stood firm. "Are you the top server player because you break arms?" Seeing this, he laughed mockingly in a soft voice. "Let's end this, Lazy, kill." Seeing this, Ethan Gong didn't hold back anymore. He whispered softly, "Sorry, Lazy. Soul Reaper slash." Lazia, who was attacking soullessly, suddenly halted after Ethan's strike. Seeing the horns on the top of his head start to break, Ethan was puzzled. These horns? But then Ethan Gong quickly pressed on to reassure, "I'll stick it back for you later." He shot forward like a rocket, his eyes filled with deep resentment. "I haven't used the speed I gained from the lucky coin yet. I'll save it for this sneak attack." In the past, there was no chance to react fast enough. Looking at his face, Ethan sighed. "Now I'll just stick close and nullify all your moves." After a powerful sword slashed towards S, who retaliated with magic aimed at himself, Ethan had prepared to take some hits, but he was doubtful, realizing this guy didn't just aim randomly. He read my moves before casting the spell. While Ethan kept advancing with his sharp sword toward S, the activation time for the Soul Reaper slash was slightly delayed by his smugness, causing Ethan some worry. Just that, and he dodged. Ethan Gong furrowed his brows, his face more serious than ever, gritting his teeth in doubt. He doesn't even know what a Soul Reaper slash is, but he calculated the timing based on earlier activations. His combat skills might be superior to mine. While Ethan Gong was bewildered, S laughed loudly and created a circular bone array, looking excitedly at the book emitting a dark purple light. "That's right, it's exactly like that. Your ability to read the opponent and hide your trump card is just like mine." Ignoring his arrogance, Ethan Gong continued to charge forward. Meanwhile, S's purple tendrils moved towards Ethan and stabbed into his leg while S spoke chillingly. "Die." The injury caused him pain, and Ethan Gong gritted his teeth, veins revealing themselves under his skin as he thought angrily. "The bone bullets he used to mislead my slash were a trap too," he whispered with hatred. "Everyone's fooled by this cliched tactic." Cess's purple magic tendrils increasingly pierced through him, making S smug as he friendly asked, "Do mages always suck in close combat?" Cess laughed amusedly, saying, "Fighting me but thinking in a one-track way is naive." When done, he landed a blow on Ethan Gong's cheek, leaving Ethan unable to counter. While hitting S still boasted loudly, "Even if it's true, I'm still the #1 ranked player." Cess then continued with a knee strike, adding, "My stats are still 10 times higher than yours." Cess's knee smashed into Ethan Gong's chin, leaving him with no chance to fight back. No matter how many plans you make, it can't change this truth. S continued with sinister attacks, saying, "I'm simply stronger. I just need to fight like this." He skillfully used his legs to attack Ethan directly, enough to overwhelm him. Ethan Gong felt hopeless, his eyes heavy, his face dazed, as his body lost control and fell. Seeing this, S expressed disappointment. "How disappointing, #1 of the forgotten game." After saying this, he took out his magic book, remarking, "It's time to upload your data. I command you in the name of Darkest." Then, the magic circles gradually appeared in front of him. When the circle was complete, he commanded, "Burn the enemy in front of you. Fire." Instantly, the purple flames launched like an army surging at its target. Ses S S S Suds, Ses S Ses S Ses Sesk, Ses C and Lo, Vla Sak, Sesk, So. Suddenly, time seemed to stop. System, conditions met for automatic activation of cards from the bottom. In Ethan Gong's despair, it announced, "System activated cards from the bottom." Cards gradually appeared, a skill called Gambling, exclusive to some friends, only activatable in certain situations. It's a very difficult skill, taking a long time to cast and failing if the opponent knows the spell is being cast. A card revealed itself, shining a bright aura. This effect allows drawing a card by request. However, in battle, it can be swapped for another skill card, and it chose the skill Time Reversal. While Ethan Gong was empowered, S continued enjoying his victory, surprised as he'd never seen this skill before. But while he was basking in success, an unfamiliar face with blonde hair appeared, frowning suspiciously. That was, Ethan Gong laughed joyously. Anyone familiar with this skill knows what HCLW is preparing to transform into. The purple fire nearly devoured the space in front of S. The shock left Sora and Ah Ryum stunned. After the terrifying moment was only left with smoky mist, suddenly, Ethan Gong flared up, blazing happily. "I'm back, everyone." Seeing Ethan, S was horrified, but quickly regained his excitement. Without hesitating, Ethan transformed and dashed toward S, shouting, "Let's end this." Witnessing this, S laughed amusedly. "This is fun." The streams of magic gradually harmonized, various spells, the flames of destruction, and meanwhile, Ethan Gong secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, "It's been so long, my beloved swords." He was serious, his eyes determined, ready for battle. Ethan Gong moved like a fireball, swiftly crafting decisive sword strikes. He moved towards Sora, who was still in awe. Ethan Gong focused intensely and gathered his strength. He firmly pierced through Sora. Sora couldn't react in time and was frozen in place. From afar, a bright red light appeared. Ethan Gong's heart-piercing attack seemed to have ended the terrifying battle. Ethan Gong's nimble sword strikes broke through S's defenses. This made S cry out in pain. Then, S started coughing up blood. Seeing this, Ethan was surprised but excited, thinking, I did it, amazing. He knew the timing had to be perfect for this move. He looked at S's fallen and severed body and thought, good thing this guy underestimated me. But suddenly, S smirked weakly. You hurt my feelings. He grinned wickedly and said, I just lost one life. Hearing this, Ethan was stunned. He frowned in confusion, thinking, one life? Does he have more lives? A small coin appeared, surrounded by a mysterious purple light. A message popped up saying, System, game over. Restart. The coin submitted to the command and the system said, you used another life. Then it merged with S's body. A system panel showed his lives dropped from 13 to 12. Cheerfully, the system announced, here comes a new challenger. S stood up, flexed, and said, lost a life already. He picked up a spellbook and casually introduced his power. This is my personal trait. Sess looked at Ethan Gong with a bright smile and declared, restart. This left Ethan's face puzzled and his expression changed. Despite Ethan's dramatic expressions, S smirked and continued. This ability lets me respawn using existing points in the game. Sounds familiar, right? Ethan clenched his teeth. His words stuck in his throat, but his mind was racing. So that screen behind him shows how many lives he has left? He can resurrect 12 more times? Meanwhile, S casually flipped through his spellbook and explained, at first it seems overpowered. But these strong abilities usually have strict requirements. He added with a laugh, to earn points to trade for this ability's lives isn't simple either. Suddenly, a mysterious purple aura surrounded him. The icon of a coin with a heart appeared above S's head, and he mysteriously explained, each point equals 100 souls, and it takes 1,000 points to get one life. In other words, 1,000 lives must be taken for each coin. Faced with this eerie declaration, Ethan clenched his teeth in anger. What? Are you kidding me? Serious and skeptical, Ethan's voice dropped as he asked, those coins were traded for lives? S calmly replied, it isn't easy. Us pondered, in a normal game you need 100 coins for one life, right? But for my lives, it takes 10 times that amount. Seeing S's nonchalance, Ethan Gong shouted in anger, shut up, you bastard, you look down on everyone, don't you? SS noted Ethan's angry reaction and sternly replied, is that your problem? Are you preaching to me about harvesting lives? Then, from his blank expression, S suddenly raised his hand to his forehead and laughed loudly. He laughed so hard he cried, arrogantly asking, what do you think? But then S's tone turned dismissive. Whatever, the main character is already decided, right? Ethan Gong looked at S's arrogant demeanor, thinking furiously, this bastard. Meanwhile, S continued his teasing, saying, looking at you, it seems. He slowly opened his eyes and seriously said, I feel like you're a main character too, huh? Looking at Ethan's armor and gear, S compared, saying, you feel it too, right? To get those items and stats, didn't you trample others just like me? Then he shrugged mockingly. You act like my sacrificing others is so bad. Comparing me to mass murderers is a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ethan Gong smiled brightly, excitedly replying, that makes sense. Without hesitation, he powered up, raising his mighty sword, saying, exactly right. It seemed S was bested in the recent attack. A long, clear, X-shaped slash tore through S's dark garments. Sess quickly retreated backward to dodge. Confidently standing his ground, he laughed and complimented. Those aren't just pretty items, they're pretty good too. It's the first time I've been sliced in half like that. Ethan Gong suddenly asked curiously, let me ask you this, why do you play the game? Sess smirked in surprise. Why such a philosophical question? He then changed his stance, relaxed with his hands in his pockets, and answered clearly, to win, of course. To ensure I'm the best by finishing the game as fast as possible, something no one has done, proving nobody is better than me. Suddenly, S's voice turned serious, and his face slowly took on a sinister look as he asked, for a game, winning is the best, right? Ethan Gong asked coldly, so you agree, right? You want to win, and so do I. But tell me, what do you do after beating the final stage? Ethan Gong gritted his teeth, eyes filled with hate, and pressed on. After you clear the final stage, then what? Sess replied with a mocking smile, then I'll just play another game. Ethan shot back instantly. Idiot, there's no other game to play. Ethan Gong started softly, recalling everyday memories. The thousands of lives you've taken, those were their final games, he challenged S. If everyone loses but you, then what? Even if you're the top of the server. Facing S's small, lonely figure, Ethan Gong stated firmly, there won't be anyone left after that. At this, S fell silent. Sess stubbornly retorted, so what? Then I'll just live comfortably. That's what you wanted to hear, right? Seeing S's arrogance, Ethan Gong sighed in frustration. Yeah, well that might be nice, but you won't do it. Sess smiled softly and said, yeah, probably not. Feeling like he might have convinced him, Ethan Gong confidently rested his sword on his shoulder and added, so why don't you come here so I can finish you off? You said there are 13 lives left. I'm asking because fighting you 13 times would be so boring. He kept a cheerful tone and asked, those coins, can you turn them back into people? Sess laughed, feeling lonely. Huh, no way. Their bodies have been burned to ashes. But if you want, I can call some skeletons instead. Ethan Gong, feeling encouraged, said, well, then there's no way, huh? You had a chance to repent. He got serious, his eyes showing anger, and warned harshly, today. As he warned, Ethan raised his sword, preparing, get ready to die 13 times. As Ethan Gong's figure approached, S remained calm, finding Ethan's skill impressive. It's quite strong, a technique that bypasses any conditions. S continued casually as his eyes revealed strange red lines. But if you keep using it like this, I'll have to analyze it even if I don't want to. Spotting an opening, S said this move. Then he kicked Ethan Gong right in the center, causing him to falter. Ethan Gong, in pain, blood spurting from his mouth, questioned, how is this possible, before I could even react. Sess, moving gracefully, explained, no matter how holy a move is, it can still be stopped. My speed is way higher than yours, so I can cancel anything if I time it right. Ethan Gong flew backward, losing balance, while S observed. Moreover, if that's a god-level skill, his eyes showing malice, I've got god-level equipment. Activating his gear, Wisdom's Eye, the power of Ouroboros. The equipment gives suggestions based on analysis and explains all phenomena before the user's eyes. When equipped, it boosts intelligence, parallel processing, and phenomenon analysis. 7 other skills are activated. It gives the illusion that time is slowing down, consuming 2 weeks of lifespan per second used. S's eyes gradually became clear, with the implanted equipment, Wisdom's Eye, one of the revived gear in this god-level world. He opened his eyes wide to embrace this immense power, capable of analyzing phenomena with knowledge, prediction, awareness, imagination, research, and fusion. Wisdom's Eye analysis, number of cases, 9,871, having a 90% or higher chance that the enemy has anti-magic effects. The enemy owns a skill that greatly boosts all stats. This equipment, not being god level, can be broken by god level items possessing skills that could kill gods. After some defeats, Ethan Gong skillfully spun to land safely as S calmly advanced. Suddenly, a red circle appeared with an urgent notice. System, detecting an unknown magical skill. System, automatic nullification failed. System, enemy's high-level skill is piercing through defenses. Hearing this, Ethan felt wary. Cold sweat trickled as he thought, automatic nullification lost, in Lucid Adventure nothing ever breached it, except god-level equipment. Damn, this guy has both high stats and god gear. Ethan Gong resolutely raised his large sword to the sky, thinking, the only way now is to go all in. He seriously bore the pressure of the space and activated his skill. Ethan Gong stood proud, holding his sword ready to receive new power, lucky coin. Shiny coins spun in the air. He frowned and focused his energy. The coins gradually stabilized and started gathering in one direction. System notification. Coin activation successful. Ethan Gong started evolving, a massive aura and bright red light emanating from him. After a series of notifications, all his stats increased by 999%. Witnessing the strange scene, S was stunned. He began to harness his enhanced sight with excitement. You've boosted your stats to match mine. Then he stretched out his hand, a massive power emerged, and S continued, with just these eyes, it might be a little tough. Suddenly, a sharp weapon slowly appeared from the wall. Solemnly, and with awe, grabbed it, amazed. Unbelievable, never thought you'd force me to bring out the holy spear. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong finished evolving and rushed in, noticing something S held up, another god-level gear, the spear that pierced the savior's side. He watched, gritting his teeth, although it looked a bit old. With a smug, excited, disdainful look, S's skills and stats were exceptionally high. So high that weapons HCLW spent a lifetime gathering are meaningless. Ethan Gong boldly charged at S unhesitatingly. S countered with his weapon, shaking the surrounding space. A cataclysmic battle between two monsters, their total stats exceeding 10,000. Ethan Gong watched seriously, not a single opening. Meanwhile, S struggled. Even if it's a fake, it can't be mimicked. In just moments, dozens of rounds happened, great powers exchanged, lighting up the space. Skills overlapped, exchanging knowledge continuously. The clashing swords and powers created waves of force. A fierce battle. Only one could feel who had the upper hand. From afar, Sora and Ah Ryum shielded themselves, feeling the pressure, while Vinger calmly thought, so this is the power of the new world. But the determined boy frowned and guessed, at this rate, HCLW will lose. Ethan Gong kept fighting fiercely. He tightened his grip on his sword, ready to deliver a decisive blow. A blinding light appeared. The two powerful figures clashed their weapons, one blocking, the other attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, S's weapon vanished, and an incredible force rushed past. Is didn't want to lose, so he retreated while unleashing a torrent of attacks. Seeing this, Ethan gritted his teeth, trying hard to hold on. This immense power was difficult to block. Suddenly, he was shocked. What? My precious sword. Cracks began to appear on his treasured blade. Ethan was stunned, feeling pain as he looked at his shattering, indestructible sword. He frowned and looked up, seeing two streams of power advancing toward him. Ethan was caught off guard and was quickly overpowered. But he frowned, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, as if his golden horn had been sliced through like tofu, his weapon. Uz chuckled triumphantly, skillfully swinging his overwhelming weapon toward Ethan. The sharp tip pierced through, causing cracks in Ethan's armor. He endured the pain with determination, but the weapon had now pierced through his armor completely. Ethan was completely defeated by S's bold attack. Sess, pleased with himself, admired his weapon and exclaimed, "Isn't it great? This spear pierced even the Lord." He smirked, saying, "Fits the situation now, it will end you, and the game you once played, Ethan Gong." Ethan, battered and drained, grasped the weapon, piercing him. Seeing this, S grew even more excited, asserting, "It's over." He mocked, "The unknown god of the game?" Ethan gritted his teeth, refusing to submit, cursing, "Not over yet, fool." He reminded himself that ordinary gear was useless against this foe before firmly stating, "I've got plenty more toys." With that, Ethan reached into a secure space, thinking, if it's that item, I'm betting everything on it. At that moment, his terrifying strength surged through the air, summoning all weapons aimed at S. Sess watched intently and commented, "Such powerful and unique items, with shapes I've never seen before." Before he could finish, all weapons, like arrows, shot straight at him. Esks gave a small amused smile. "You're making me curious about your data, you know." Then he added, "The more you try, the more I want." With that, S continued to use his weapon, piercing Ethan's emotional wound, causing him intense pain. Blood started pouring from Ethan's mouth. Sex slid down the grip, then slowly lifted the weapon, separating Ethan's body from it. He raised his weapon to face all the weapons Ethan had summoned. But its sharp, aggressive force cut through the air, shattering all of Ethan's weapons into pieces. Seeing this, S became more confident and boldly asked, "Too easy. Why didn't you use this earlier?" Sess smirked mockingly. "Anyway, the two swords you held before were better." Looking at his broken form surrounded by a pool of bright red blood, S scornfully said, "Have you lost yet?" With his hand on the ground, Ethan summoned another sword. He struggled to his feet, quickly moving towards S, scoffing, "Shut up already." Despite the wound's bleeding hot blood, he refused to give up. Seeing this, S sighed in exasperation. He watched the newly summoned sword in Ethan's hand with a dark expression. Then he calmly yet firmly knocked Ethan, whose body was full of wounds, away. But Ethan refused to be defeated, struggling to stay on his feet. His eyes like a predator, Ethan stood up over and over again, charging with fierce determination. But each time he got close, he was knocked back, suffering more critical injuries. Despite the blood pouring out, he managed a pained smile. Sess watched that expression, seemingly wanting to see the stubbornness in Ethan's heart. Again, Ethan stood up and charged at his opponent. Sess laughed mockingly at Ethan's frail form and asked, "What's next?" He closed his eyes gently but spoke with malice. "Do you only have trash left?" Suddenly, S reached out his hand and said warmly, "You can't become strong here just by hard work alone." As he extended his hand to block the attack, he said, "That tiny knife won't even leave a scratch." Before he could finish his sentence, S was shocked by the uniqueness of the weapon. His eyes showed confusion. "What is this?" Panic rose in him, he couldn't move. "Am I paralyzed? That crappy weapon actually works." Seeing this, Ethan Gong excitedly asked, then exclaimed, "This thing is so crappy. You idiot. Really crappy." Sess couldn't believe it as he wondered, bypassing all rules, "Is this gear broken?" Ethan laughed mockingly. "What? Did getting hit hurt too much?" On the other side, he thought irritably, "Gear that bypasses all rules. I thought these were just false rumors and didn't pay much attention. Even with my high resistance stats, I can't even lift a finger." A second later, S was hit with a powerful attack. He started to panic, wondering what was paralyzing and piercing his armor like this, thinking he was in big trouble. Seeing his opponent fall, Ethan Gong coldly spoke, "You really think you're the main character?" After saying this, he didn't hold back. calling him an idiot. As he attacked, Ethan Gong lectured, "Get it together. Lower your ego." But he kept throwing punches like a force of nature, reminding him that there's always a higher mountain, so don't underestimate others. Then he added, "If you're still human, live like one." Before long, S was exhausted and fell completely. Yet he still snarkily said, "I don't need someone using broken gear to lecture me." Ethan Gong coldly mocked him, ego, then landed another blow. He continued disdainfully, treating people like garbage and wanting to fight fairly. That's crazy. Next, Ethan Gong stepped back and ordered, "Stand up." Then S responded, "I get where you're coming from. Couldn't the company back then find a bugged item? Wasting our anticipation? Thought abandoned games were something great? No wonder the server had to shut down." Ethan thought angrily, he's daring to call Lucid Adventure a failure. After speaking, he changed his tune. "I'm bored, not playing anymore." Then S smiled and asked, "So what do you want me to do now?" "Repent." Seeing Ethan Gong not responding, he added, "Take a break." A second later, S officially declared, "I quit Dacon." But Ethan didn't believe it. No way, this bastard. Above, Dacon started speaking. "I agree, since S has conceded." After finishing, she declared, "So the winner is HCLW." Next, Dacon urged, "The loser has no desire to keep his word." S was casting magic and nodded. "All right." He casually said, "Come and take your friend back." The chains holding K were starting to loosen. Ethan Gong saw this and exclaimed in astonishment. Soon the boy was completely free. As K fell, Ethan quickly caught him, "Kid." On the other side, S spoke up again. "I've kept my word, so this bet is over, right?" He tiredly asked. "When PvP ends, I'll return to my original state, right?" Seeing her silence, S annoyedly reminded, "What are you doing, Dakin? PvP is over. Hurry up and announce the end." Ethan Gong was secretly sending a message. "Dakin, my strength, it's impossible. She's in a very tough spot, Dakin knows. The power gap between HCLW and S right now is too big." Yet Dakin calmly responded, "Why the rush? The reason S bet was curiosity about HCLW's data. So now that the bet's over, S will recover from the disadvantageous state and will immediately take down HCLW to redeem himself." She slowly spoke. "The battle ends with the winner being HCLW as a referee. Dakin shouldn't do this, but she was still stalling for HCLW, pausing a moment. Dakin continued, "Is this action because S called Lucid Adventure a failure? Or is it the official battle over?" The question was put forth. She's still reminiscing about her world. Yet whatever the reason, those few brief seconds were enough. He pulled out a weapon and rushed straight toward Ethan Gong. Right as the spear tip touched him, time seemed to stop, to save HCLW. Someone had made a move, a point, to stop S's attack. Now Ethan Gong finally spoke freely. "Why are you so late, Dad?" He also glanced at the person who had disrupted his attack. Ji-hoon smiled brightly, reassured. "Don't worry about anything anymore." After finishing, he confidently added, "I'm here now." As he finished speaking, Ji-hoon curiously wondered, "Why does this guy look familiar, like top server?" Ethan Gong confirmed, "That's right, this guy is really strong." He immediately replied, "Didn't I say this guy's a monster, but you wouldn't listen?" Ethan simply said, "Forgot for a moment," and got tense. "Remember, I just woke up and it's not even a day yet." Sess watched and wondered. He had seen this guy before, but he looked different back then. He thought the skill just used was enough to counter the saintly spear, a similar sword skill, but S said it didn't matter whether it was 2 against 1 or 3 against 1. Ji-hoon's killing intent started to rise, but Ethan Gong seriously said there was nothing to worry about when asked. Skeptical, Ji-hoon asked again if the guy didn't have a specialty, to which Ethan replied that he was so strong it wasn't needed. So Ji-hoon relayed, "Bibi, what's up over there?" and quickly got a response. "Did you take down the boss? It's bad over here. I'm soloing the Fist King, just dodging attacks so far." He then said, "Okay, I'll handle it, teleport away." Bibi agreed without hesitation. "All right." As they spoke, Kay charged in, asking what he was doing. The boy responded, "Huh? You lost to me last time." Ji-hoon got into a stance and replied, "Last time was last time." With that said, he launched an attack that caught Kay off guard, hitting the mark. Just then, Bibi arrived and Ethan Gong asked for a favor. "Bibi, take care of this kid for me," while blocking Kay, looking confused. At that moment, Ji-hoon announced, "Finished with the Fist King. Bibi, head back." Bibi nodded. "Okay, be careful," and was reminded to watch Ah Ryum and Sora too. As soon as the others left, Ji-hoon and Ethan Gong were fired up and ready to fight. Ji-hoon then casually asked if they were still waiting, thinking they should be chasing them. S coldly replied that it wasn't necessary because he knew they'd find their way back. Ji-hoon glanced sideways, noticing empty hands, asked why, and was told, "That guy destroyed all my weapons." When Ethan Gong urged, "Give me a sword," S was already on the attack. This made the boy more frantic, urging to hurry as death was near, causing Ji-hoon to panic too. "What? My brother's sword?" Ethan Gong said, That cursed spear must have a weapon-destroying trait. However, Ji-hoon thought it over. Damn it, these swords are more precious than my life now. If they get destroyed, it's over. Ji-hoon sighed heavily but eventually handed his precious sword to Ethan Gong. Thanks a lot. With weapons in hand, both men reignited their fighting spirit. Soon, S flew towards them. Ethan Gong and Ji-hoon decided to use a move, Soul-Shattering Strike, to counter. An intense battle broke out among the three of them, with dangerous attacks being exchanged constantly. After some time, S had to retreat. He thought to himself, these bastards, my saintly spear can destroy weapons with a touch, but they bypass that with just one sword. He silently analyzed, considering if they managed to combine their attacks with precision down to 1,000th of a second, not due to skills or equipment effects, but fully due to their physical state and compatibility. On the opposite side, Ji-hoon began to pant after S's attack. Ethan Gong was in the same condition, indicating the battle's extreme tension. A spear and two swords readied to clash again. Sess thought quietly, there is a first time for everything. My gear and stats are indeed higher, but I feel at a disadvantage. These guys can't be underestimated. If I don't go all in, I'll surely lose. While he was deep in thought, the two charged at him, both determined to win this battle. Sesh shouted out, I command you in the name of Darkest. He coldly ordered, reincarnate and fight, and strange events began occurring around S as dark minions appeared. As he finished, a group of Lancelot appeared, filled with killing intent. Then the system announced her stats, Dark Magic Unnamed Monster Soldier, an SSS-level monster created by S, combining many bodies and spirits of warriors. Next were Lancelot's stats, Dark Magic Hybrid Zombie Queen, an SSS-level monster created by S, a fusion of the Lake Knight's spirit and Dead Dragon. Continuous info rolled out, Dark Magic Hybrid Muscle Golem, an SSS-level monster made by S from combining many bosses' corpses, and Dark Magic Hybrid Fairy Archer, an SSS-level monster made from the spirits of hundreds of fairy tribe archers. Seeing this, Ethan Gong exclaimed, oh my gosh, there's so many and even stronger than me. He thought, one small mistake and I'm done for. Meanwhile, the monsters began their attack. Seeing this, Ethan Gong realized, crap, that's a long-range attack. After dodging, he thought, managed to dodge, but still. As he noticed another strange phenomenon ahead, Ethan Gong wondered, what's happening now? They kept moving at light speed, causing him to marvel. So huge, yet so fast. Ethan Gong charged forward, thinking, I can cut it, but... He seriously analyzed, after cutting, I'll be open. They might exploit that. Meanwhile, the monster still mercilessly attacked the two of them. Then the Ethan Gong team used the skill, Soul Sever. Ji-hoon was surprised and said, HCLW, hey you, it's confirmed. From now on, I'll rely on you. Right after speaking, Ethan Gong chose to take the hit. He was shocked and yelled, HCLW, damn it. He saved me by taking that hit himself. What's your plan, man? It's a water-type skill that can only be activated in an ally's area. His conceptual magic is the last hope here. On the other side, S was getting ready to attack, and Ji-hoon thought to himself, life or death depends on this, please work. Just seeing this strange phenomenon below, S wondered, what is this? Is that the sea? He was confused, wondering, a defensive conceptual magic, what kind of skill is this? As he read the information, S was surprised. So you're a hero class, huh? This space is draining my energy rapidly. Soon, he himself was affected by this energy drain. Ji-hoon felt successful and cheered inwardly. It worked. He won't be able to move for a while, and his energy is being absorbed, but this isn't enough yet. However, he remained very cautious. The opponent is top server, need to find his weakness, just need to buy a little more time. Suddenly, Ji-hoon let out a painful cry. Only then did he realize, he can withstand this pressure, so it's a water-type monster. Ji-hoon kept telling himself, damn it, just a bit more, just need a bit more power. Meanwhile, Ah-roem wondered, what's this? We're underwater. She murmured, but I'm not suffocating. I actually feel warm. Seeing something strange ahead, Ah-roem thought, light, is there someone there? The light grew increasingly brighter, getting closer. Then a voice both familiar and strange called out, Ah-roem. Next came a reminder, it's time, set sail. Ah-roem wondered aloud. Should I really set sail? The other person didn't respond but just smiled at her. Then that person reached out towards Ah-roem. Before long, their hands were clasped together. A burst of light exploded powerfully right after. Gazing at the memories before her, Ah-roem asked, is that really me? She couldn't hold back her tears, saying, this memory. The other person replied, this is your past, the one you've forgotten. Ah-roem asked, my forgotten past? 1 second later, the person confirmed, yes, this is truly your past. Then she added, carrying a body that decays day by day, the only joy. The person spoke in a voice that rose and fell, that you can enjoy, is lucid adventure. Ah-roem questioned again, what is lucid adventure? She immediately explained. It's a game you can play in dreams, where you exist as arms, not Arium. Even Arium was startled. Isn't this the form in my current game? Right then, an explosion suddenly happened. She was surprised and wondered. An explosion suddenly reverberated. Guildmaster, we're under attack. Damn it, the outskirts have also been breached, making Arium wonder. Guildmaster, is that me? They kept saying, Guildmaster, what should we do now? We're in danger, Guildmaster, she thought. They're all looking to me, but I can't. A stern voice rang out. Stay calm and listen, surprising Arum, my voice. On the other side, Arms said, if you panic now, you'll fall into the enemy's trap. Finishing the words, she added, I'll defend the main gate. This surprised Arum. Am I really that reliable? Arms continued giving orders. The other members split into 3 groups and spread out to defend the other gates. Hearing this, everyone immediately complied, yes, Guildmaster. Meanwhile, Arum was in disbelief. Couldn't believe that was me. This person exudes a different aura from me now, so that's how Ethan Gong sees me. Then the scene shifted to a terrifying sight. Monsters. Seeing them charging continuously. Riem thought to herself, so scary. But then she thought, without hesitation, I charged into the midst of those monsters. Riem added, amazed. Not a trace of fear or hesitation at all. By then she had launched the move, Pioneer Strike, at the monsters. They were instantly taken down in no time. Suddenly, a dangerous glint appeared in Arms's eyes. It was the light from a bomb about to explode. In less than a second, a thunderous explosion happened. She was blown away by the force of the explosion. Riem thought to herself, I can feel Arms's heartache. Our efforts. Arms kept thinking to herself. Our guild. All I could think about then was the guild. Is it really that important? Just then, someone shouted, what are these damn monsters? Which surprised Armas. That voice then came more cursing. Damn it. Riem heard it and felt puzzled. That voice is... He kept cursing. How dare you destroy our precious home, hearing that she realized Ethan Gong. At that moment, he was called HCLW. On the other side, Ethan Gong shouted angrily. Get out. Finally, Reum realized. So Ethan is in the same guild, Arms over there exclaimed. He's surrounded. Before anything could happen, another explosion came out of nowhere. She was so worried she couldn't speak. HCLW, you were scorched after an explosion? An explosion? Right then, Arms shouted to signal. Over here, she stepped up and said, these zombies will explode if their bodies take enough force. Who could come up with such a trick? Ethan Gong saw her and asked, Armis, are you okay? Making Reum just shake her head. Ethan Gong, you're the one who's hurt. Why? Why worry about me? This fool. A second later, a monster appeared behind him trying to ambush. This is bad. In front of her was only the silhouette of Ethan Gong. Seeing the scene before her, Reum whispered in her heart, I'm charging in. She told herself to protect Ethan Gong. Armis's small body was pinned under its huge claw. Reum told herself she understood this feeling. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt. Ethan Gong tried his best to rush over, but was still too late. By then, Arms had collapsed in a pool of blood. She didn't want to see her friends risk themselves for her and get into danger. She firmly believed she'd rather die. Then Reum continued, for someone under the name Armis, the guild and its members. She paused for a moment, then affirmed, were more precious than her own life. Seeing Ethan Gong cry, Reum thought, but the emotions inside Armis when she saw her members. Afterward, she silently affirmed, it wasn't just simple happiness. Reum couldn't express her feelings at that moment. This feeling, much later, she doubted. It was regret. In the dark space, even the sound of breathing became prominent. Suddenly, Arms appeared with a knife in her hand. Seeing that, Reum realized regret for not continuing the adventure. She sadly whispered, regret, for not being able to keep the promise to go to the world's end together. Then Reum continued, regret, after losing, having to abandon her goal. She said gravely, only relying entirely on her own sincere heart. Reum told herself, a feeling of guilt and sorrow. Beautiful memories appeared in front of her like that. Currently a moment with Arms tiling roofs with friends. Reum thought gloomily, when she knew she couldn't stay any longer, waves of misunderstanding and conflict. Pausing for a moment, then Reum continued, gathered into regret and worry. Then she listed, fighting, reconciling, loving, hating. Reum understood. She always wanted to immerse herself in those complex emotions. Finally, she was able to assert all Arms wanted was to continue adventuring with her friends. At that moment, their hands were still tightly holding each other. Reum joyfully affirmed, I am you, so I know your desires better than anyone, she gently said. Arms, now you have the chance to fulfill that desire. Tell me, what is your wish? Arms tearfully said, I want to continue fighting, continue adventuring, to the horizons with my comrades. Reum smiled and replied, Now you can. Then she added, if you want to go to the world's end, the ones you love will accompany you. Then Ryum happily said, thank you, Armas. Thanks to you, I've had an amazing adventure. Arms was very touched. Even your name and I. Seeing that, she consoled, don't cry, actually, it's very warm. Before disappearing, Ryum left a message. I look forward to seeing your next adventure. Back in the present, Jihoon suddenly thought, unbelievable. Even Oldomok couldn't stop them. Buying time for HCLW to recover would have been great, but while analyzing, he suddenly discovered something strange. What? Jihoon bewilderedly asked himself. The ocean current is changing. He suddenly realized he was losing control of Oldomok's energy, being eroded by that bastard's energy. In such a short time, they figured out a way to limit this move. A monster. On the other side, S told himself, a point of energy submerging the enemy and draining their energy. This conceptual magic is powerful, so if normally you'd be overwhelmed immediately. His face became more distorted. So if you can't destroy this ocean, then just infuse your own energy and denser than that guy's, and then this move becomes yours. Jihoon on the other side continually endured the changes. The ocean currents have changed direction and now oppose us. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, just absorbed a bit of energy, and it's been taken back. Cess, while infusing energy cursed, I'll show you a taste of your own medicine, die under this water current. Soon enough, S's group emerged from the water. He suddenly thought again, this is the first time someone has made me struggle like this, but this is as far as it goes. With divine beings, there's no chance you can stand against me. Below, the sea swirled deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a solitary light appeared from there. Cess found it strange, wondering what it was, a beam of light. He thought it was suspicious since this sea absorbed energy, and using a skill required energy. The question was, how could it be used down there? From within that beam of light, a voice was heard, set sail. Then from the deep whirlpool of the sea, a strong pillar of light appeared. Next came the unexpected appearance of the ship, Santa Maria. Cess, witnessing this for the first time, was surprised. A ship. Arms appeared at just the right moment and said, our ship, it can go anywhere. At that time, Jihoon's group had boarded the ship. After reacting, Ethan Gong was utterly stunned, while he was moved to tears. BB's group was equally surprised by this appearance. Both Drip, Soup, and Vinger were wide-eyed at Arma's arrival. Then she confidently spoke. Everyone, don't worry, the Guildmaster of Zara, Arms, is here. Cess observed and commented, so persistent. And also, he bluntly criticized, those childish words make me sick. As soon as he finished speaking, S charged straight towards the ship. Armas remained undaunted, looking straight ahead. She recalled Ryum's words. It was time for her to set sail. She suddenly realized, heading to a future we couldn't reach at that time. Arms stood at the ship's bow and shouted once more, again. She paused for a moment, slammed the flag down, and then declared boldly, let's set sail again. Just then, a massive ship was charging forward. Seeing that, S was shocked and wondered. A ship earlier, this woman was running for her life. Without hesitation, he activated a scanning tool. Learning a new skill now doesn't matter. No skill is useful. Target analysis system using Sage's Eye, 99% concept magic skill. The ship's design matches Columbus's Santa Maria. Individual explorer Columbus characteristics, possibly awakened due to the marine environment and stored data. This trait isn't about strength, but based on the player's nature, it's speculated she's support-oriented, enhancing teammates' strength. Just support, then? Sex confidently signaled, awaken again. In an instant, Kay and a member of the Baekmokyo cult appeared. No need for him to act. They slowly opened their eyes, staring straight ahead. He casually pointed forward. Mediocre at best. Nothing special. Without further comment, Ethan Gong directly commanded, attack. At that moment, Arm stood boldly holding a flag in hand. She remained determined without a hint of change. Recognizing the familiar face, Ethan Gong was startled and blurted out, Ryum. No, Arms, is it really you? Jihoon choked up calling her name, Arms. She sternly raised a hand to command. Let's set aside reunions for now, load the winning cannon. Immediately, they were shocked by the bright light. A few seconds later, the energy inside gathered to a point. Fire. The beams shooting into the air were the winning cannon, a skill that can fire numerous mana cannonballs. Although this skill is quite strong, normally it's nothing to these summoned creatures. S still ordered everyone to charge like before. Because these zombies are even stronger than ranked players, a few low-stat mana cannonballs are just like scratches for them. To these beings, this attack isn't worth dodging. This decision wasn't arrogant, but carefully calculated using enemy strength analysis from the Sage's Eye, a divine tier equipment. However, this analysis wasn't entirely perfect. The strongest summoned monsters were taken down with just one shot. Cess S was left speechless. What? Seeing the blood trail on his ear, he was dumbfounded. It just hurt me. Meanwhile, on the ship, not only S was surprised by this situation, even struggling allies were overwhelmed by that power. The only one who really knew how strong Armas had become was herself. After receiving the energy, Armas whispered to herself, "I feel it. The thing you entrusted to me, it's more than just memories." She sincerely thanked. "Thank you, I will never forget you, no name." This data belonged to two people, Arms and Nameless. Armas, a beta tester and the leader of the Zara Guild, and No Name, heir to Zero's power, becoming the Nightmare Queen. Aside from Armas's abilities, she also gained the Queen's power, thus able to defeat enemies with just one move. Just then, S cursed bitterly. "Damn it, useless garbage." At the same time, the system signaled the summoned monster's health was depleted. Proceed with retrieval. He gritted his teeth, mocking internally. In the end, teammates or comrades are just burdens. I should have known from the start. I have to personally eliminate these things. As soon as his words ended, the system announced, the skill Devour absorbs the summoned monsters again. Some summoned monsters' skills will be temporarily absorbed. Cess quickly figured out a new method, then raised his hand to recall all of them. Right, becoming a part of me makes more sense, because I'm the strongest. He gathered his power and soared into the sky. Seeing the terrifying spectacle, Armas was startled. That guy is reabsorbing his summoned beasts. What's he up to now? She carefully reminded herself, whatever it is, strike first. The next second, S unexpectedly released lightning, causing the water to surge. Without hesitation, Armas waved her hand to order a path. Fire. Immediately, the projectiles launched straight at him. Seeing them coming at him, S didn't budge. He gleefully summoned the Holy Spear. Right, earlier, I learned this cool move. Without hesitation, S slashed a dark arc. Soulbreaker slash. Right after the action, the ship shook violently, frightening everyone. In the next second, it was split in two. Arma's group was at the front of the ship, while Drip Soup's group was at the back. At that moment, Ethan Gong glared at his new form, angrily asking why he was mimicking others like that. This guy was impressive, copying it after just one look. Cess, in his ultimate demigod form, responded with dignity, surprised to be pushed to the limit like this. Without wasting words, he immediately teleported to the bow of the ship. Cess aggressively aimed his spear to strike at Armas. However, she wasn't afraid and faced him head-on. Right then, Ethan Gong and Ji-hoon stepped in to block the attack. They were united with one resolve: we must protect Armas. Seeing this, he withdrew his spear. Cess cautiously stood ready for battle. He and the old man charged forward despite the danger, as victory was essential to them, though their determination. Ethan Gong and Ji-hoon swung their swords, disregarding reality. In that moment, he slashed forward. Both he and the old man were hit, realizing that not everything in life is perfect. Ethan Gong and Ji-hoon, though in pain, endured patiently. Taking the chance, S charged forward fiercely. Suddenly, Arms slammed the mast down, unleashing a suppressive force. Yet she seriously transformed her body, always hoping. After completing it, Arms donned an armor of salvation, hoping for a miracle. Just then, a violent wind surrounded them. Ethan Gong and Ji-hoon simultaneously restored their lost parts. They rose together, like a child expecting a gift, as the old saying goes, if you're about to lose, just use the power of friendship. Seeing the miraculous scene, S frowned, speechless. He quickly prepared to throw his spear forward. Cess decisively hurled the sacred spear at great speed. Ethan gathered his strength and jumped up. At that moment, Ji-hoon glared ahead with fierce determination. After gaining momentum, all three charged at him in sync. During this, they remembered the beautiful days, sometimes. All three successfully broke S's attack, a miracle. Seeing the attack coming his way, he froze in shock. Cess had no time to defend and took the full destructive force. All three triumphed and finished him off, an amazing outcome. At this moment, a red alert from the system appeared. The Holy Lance Longinus had been destroyed. S was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. A divine-level item shattered. He fell into the water, stunned, questioning how such a thing could be destroyed. Cess S looked at the mortal wound and realized he had lost again. Instantly, he split into pieces. By now, water had started to flood inside the ship. Ji-hoon, feeling victorious, declared the game was easy. Arms beside him joyfully commented, "It was too incredible." At that moment, Ethan Gong urgently warned them, "Hold on, don't celebrate yet. That bastard still has 11 lives left." Hearing this, both of them exclaimed in shock. What? They looked up at S, who was hovering in the sky, and wondered in confusion. What kind of overpowered move is that? As soon as they finished speaking, he quickly gathered his power and roared, activating a respawn to keep one life. S's energy exploded, releasing it throughout the space. He arrogantly insisted, "How could I lose to you lot?" The three of them stood firm, clutching their swords tightly. Seeing their determination, S gritted his teeth in frustration. Angrily, he unleashed his power across the sky. Ses continued to boast about the inner strength of his body, feeling the immense pressure. One of them thought in fear. Unbelievable. At this strength, he's no longer human. He must be 20, no, 50 times stronger than us. Seeing S charging towards them, Ethan Gong panicked. He's about to attack. Ji-hoon confidently reassured them. Don't be afraid. We're all on the same team. Hearing this, someone laughed and teased. That's so cheesy, bro. Arms excitedly declared. Let's just go all out. His lives will eventually run out. Afterward, they stood their ground, waiting for S to charge at them. As he roared, all three of them raised their weapons forward together. With such a powerful encounter, no one expected this sudden moment of silence to appear. By then, Ethan Gong found himself unable to move, stunned. What is this? I can't move. Is it that guy's skill? He was shocked, thinking, no way. If he could do this, he would have done it from the start instead of waiting until now. Why does he look so calm all of a sudden? Right, then S suddenly spoke. Repent, sinners. He angrily questioned. How dare you attack my flock? As soon as he finished, the system announced that they were facing a supreme being and could not resist. Hearing this, the three of them were shaken. A supreme being meaning a god had descended? As S landed, the system continued to announce that the supreme being was disabling all their skills. The Uldolmak skill system was invalidated, the Santa Maria skill system was cancelled, and the magic-enhanced powers of the summoning captain and the supporting queen were disabled. Feeling he had lost control, one of them bitterly lamented. Damn it, I can't even blink, let alone move a finger. He arrogantly ordered, Kneel and worship me, for I am the origin of this world, and you are stray sheep. Armas and Ji-hoon, unable to resist, bowed their heads. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong glared furiously, thinking, this bastard don't spout nonsense. This must be the father that the Grand Dragon mentioned, meaning the witch was right, a god. Ses brazenly gave a new decree. I'll give you one more chance. Don't forget the mistakes you made. He glanced back and commanded, bow down, worship, and become my servants. As soon as he said this, the system forcibly announced the Supreme Being was blessing them, and there was no resisting the system. She and he were terrified, gritting their teeth, thinking, are we forced to upload other players' data? This is bad. Damn it, I can't do anything. One of them frantically urged himself, damn it, our side is freezing up. What to do? Move, please. Still, the system warned, you are in the presence of a supreme being. Resistance is futile. Despite this, Ethan Gong was determined to fight back. Move now, damn it, move. The system warned again, you are in the presence of a supreme being. Resistance is futile, he thought. If a god can do it, so can I. This is my body, I can move. The next second, he managed to stand up, even though his body was still trembling. Ses was surprised and said, you. Ethan Gong clenched his fist and challenged, that god? What does a god even matter? He flipped the middle finger, saying, worship this kid, go to hell. Immediately, the Supreme Being's blessing was rejected. Feeling deeply insulted, he angrily accused blasphemy. Instead of being a devout follower, you choose the heretic path. The next second, S bent Ethan Gong's finger. Ethan cried out in pain, ouch. Sternly reminded him, remember. Ses warned, a god without mercy will lead to the apocalypse. Ethan Gong dismissively replied, stop talking, no one believes you, preach elsewhere. Angrily, he promised as he left, heretic, the end times will come for you. At that moment, Ji-hoon and Armas suddenly exclaimed, we can move again. He asked in amazement, what's this? How can you move so easily? And the other shrugged, who knows, maybe it was just too frustrating not to. Ethan Gong frowned and complained, that jerk played the finger-breaking trick on me. Just then, the remaining teammate ran over happily, ah, Ryum, big brother. For some reason, the god disappeared with his allies. The HCLW team accomplished their goal by defeating the dungeon's boss to acquire the Water Dragon Sword. After upgrading it to +1 as their own, they exited using Choco BB's technique. The scene shifts to Gangnam Miso Corp's 13th basement. The wizard, now serious, asked, back already? She looked everyone over, nodding in assessment. Interesting, everyone has changed. BB interrupted. Hold on, he gently suggested, first, let me find a room for the kid to rest. The wizard sympathetically noted, he looks terrible. She calmly explained, extracting saved data severely affects the soul. Even with recovery skills, it's not enough. We have to wait for his soul to be whole again. BB quickly teleported, I'll be right back. The wizard happily reported. Besides reclaiming Dark, the team has only gone through this dungeon once. She proudly praised, and we've already achieved so much success. The wizard smiled in congratulation. Sora changed her class. She commented, satisfied, and you got an exclusive weapon. The wizard gleefully shared, and she regained her memories. Then she frowned, stopping at Ethan Gong. And you? picking your nose. Suddenly, the wizard was shocked and asked, "Wait, how could this be? Did your aura increase? Did you meet a god?" He calmly explained, "It's that guy. He was possessing the top server guy." She asked anxiously, "I mean, how did you come back alive?" Ethan Gong smiled and offered a reason. "I cursed him a few times. Maybe he got annoyed and left." The wizard didn't believe it and objected. "Stop lying." He skeptically admitted, "Yeah, I don't quite understand why he left either." Seeing the tension, she gently suggested, "Everyone worked hard. Let's rest." Upon reaching the location, the wizard announced, "Here we are." She opened the door and added sheepishly, "The door may look a bit confined, but inside should be fine, right?" Ethan Gong looked around and asked, "Should we replace the door?" Though the door was a bit run down, inside everything was neatly arranged. Without hesitation, he sat down on the soft bed. Ethan Gong tiredly sprawled out on the bed. Then he fell silent for a while. Afterward, Ethan Gong lazily recalled the series of events. What a crazy day. Died and came back to life. Changed his profession, rescued Ah Ryum, and even appeared on TV. Reunited with the great swordmaster. Then Arma's returned, teaching that guy a lesson and saving Dark Kid. Thinking about that moment, he burst out laughing and even flipped off the god. "I gotta admit, I'm pretty cool." After thinking it through, Ethan Gong turned and headed inside. He stared blankly at the wall. Ethan Gong felt proud of himself, finally reaching his goal. However, he hesitated for a moment, but Ethan Gong noticed the giant standing on the peak. He bitterly muttered, "That goal is just the beginning of a new one." Facing S, Ethan Gong couldn't help but feel worried. Feeling the oppressive pressure, he sat up and thought to himself, "It's too hard. I even feel suffocated. I can only lift one finger." Ethan Gong slapped his face to regain his spirit, but wondered what this feeling was. Excited, he broke into a bright smile. "This feeling is just like waiting for the release of a game I've been looking forward to." Ethan Gong enthusiastically realized, "It's just like the first day I played Lucid Adventure. That feeling is back. Every time I'm hanging by a thread, I get crazy, but I crave to know what the next level is like." He eagerly enjoyed it. "Honestly, it feels great." Ethan, full of energy, resolved to conquer. "This time too, I'll climb to the top as hardcore leveling warrior." He quickly opened his phone. Cut to the outside of the building. The witch seriously analyzed. "He's beginning to awaken now, so I have no choice but to continue." She thoughtfully laid out a plan, wanting to challenge the god. The witch decided to prepare by creating a guild. Time passed until the next morning. At this time, Jihoon stretched and yawned. "I slept so well." Seeing Ethan Gong sitting in a corner, he greeted with suspicion, "Up early, bro?" Ethan calmly replied, "Hey, man." Ethan Gong asked in a low voice, "Can Choco BB teleport abroad?" Jihoon hesitantly confirmed, "Well, yeah, it should be possible." Hearing that, he turned and asked, "Go to Macau then?" Seeing his panda eyes, Jihoon asked in surprise, "Stayed up all night? Macau? Planning to drink?" Ethan Gong cheerfully denied, "No, collecting all the money, because I'm a gambler. My biggest skill is my personal trait, absolute luck." The system immediately displayed a new quest. A new assignment event has started. The bosses want to see a world full of victories. Conquer these areas through gambling skills. Zhongshan, Gangwon-do, Macau, Las Vegas. If successful, you'll receive a special personal trait for gamblers. If you fail, you're fired. First thing to do if you want to get stronger. Just as he finished, Jihoon called Bibi to inquire, "Hey Bibi, have you been to Macau before?" He angrily exclaimed, "It's so early and you're already talking nonsense." The scene shifts to the Baekmo cult in China, where the leader fervently addresses the followers, asking if they believe in Baekmo. The congregation responds in unison, "Yes, we do." The leader boldly declares that only Baekmo can save them, asking once again if they believe. The followers bow their heads, clasp their hands, and shout, "Yes, we believe. We are very grateful." Solemnly, the leader proclaims that in this wretched hell, the only one who can protect them is Baekmo. The followers, feeling saved, show their admiration. He then introduces a sheep, brought before Baekmo, a sheep that's lost everything, family, appearance, health, to the dungeon monsters, seemingly without hope. Showing mock sympathy, the leader warns, "How pitiful, so cruel. It's because the parents didn't believe in Baekmo that the children were abandoned to fate like this." He raises his hand, offering fake kindness. Even so, Baekmo never abandons his sheep. He claims exclusivity, saying, "Today, Baekmo has blessed this place, but only for this single sheep." As he finishes his words, Constant appears unexpectedly. The young boy slowly approaches another child nearby. At that moment, the leader aggressively calls out, "Baekmo." The religious followers frantically chant, "Worship him, worship him, worship him." Constant leans forward slightly, whispering into the child's ear, startling the child. Then, a blinding light suddenly bursts in the center. All the religious followers are utterly astonished. At that moment, the child places his foot on the stone ground, feeling excited as he takes steps. The child then runs and jumps around. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the mother is so overwhelmed that she can't speak. Seeing everything going according to plan, the leader takes the opportunity to shout, "Worship him." The followers continue chanting, "Worship him." Meanwhile, the child keeps running innocently around. Suddenly, the child trips and Constant catches him. The child stands still, looking up, while Constant gazes at the child with empty eyes. The scene changes to the bustling city of Macau. In a casino, Ethan Gong cheers happily. Jackpot. The surrounding customers chatter in shock. Crazy, did that guy just win again? It's the seventh time, they comment, bewildered. Is hitting jackpot that easy? Ethan Gong, swinging his leg with a gleeful expression, tosses some peanuts and hums. Life is like a game. If you don't have money, get out. Winning again, Ethan Gong laughs arrogantly. Games are easy. He smacks his lips, commenting, probably cleaned out the machine. After collecting his winnings, he prepares to leave feeling bored, saying, looks like I'll stop here for today. After wrapping up in Zhongsun and Las Vegas, HCLW is now in Macau for the third day. Before leaving, Ethan Gong signals, let's go. Meanwhile, some girls continue flirting with Bibi, saying, hey honey, wanna go on a yacht? Marie, don't just use your dad's boat like that. Seeing his teammates calling him, he waves them off politely, saying, I have to go now. It was great drinking with you. The girls invite him, oh, why so soon? I'm in room 1578. He questions suspiciously, what? Are you selling yourself now? Bibi casually responds, just waiting for you to get bored, and today you seem quicker. Ethan Gong shrugs, commenting, already familiar with this place. It's pretty much the same everywhere. Constant looked at the boy with a blank stare. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Macau. In the casino, Ethan Gong cheered joyfully, jackpot. The people around were shocked and started talking, saying, unbelievable, did that guy just win again? They were confused as they remarked, this is the seventh time. Is it really that easy to break the jar? Right then, he shook his leg with a cheerful look. Ethan threw a few peanuts up and hummed, life is like a game of cards. No money, no play. Having just won, he laughed smugly, saying the game was easy. Ethan Gong clicked his tongue and noted, it's likely completely wiped out. After cleaning up, he felt tired and got ready to leave the place. It seemed like that was enough for today. After finishing up in Zhongsun and Las Vegas, HCLW arrived in Macau on the third day. Before leaving, Ethan Gong turned and signaled, let's go. At that moment, a few girls were still chatting with Bibi, saying, sweetie, do you like going on yachts? Hey Marie, don't just use your dad's boat like that. Seeing his teammates calling him, he waved them off politely, saying, oh, I have to leave now. Nice drinking with you ladies. The two girls, a bit disappointed, invited him, sweetie, why so soon? I'm in room 1578. One of his friends jokingly questioned, hey, are you selling yourself or what? Bibi casually continued, well, wait until you're bored, but today it seems faster, doesn't it? Ethan Gong shrugged and assessed. It's familiar here, just the same as always. Right after that, he realized the comparison. In some places, just hitting the jackpot was enough, but not here. The skill to understand the structure was learned by researching intermediate mechanics in this game. The system chose a skill to serve as a pension with two options, engineer or structural knowledge. Once you mastered the game's setup and timing, you could hit the jackpot whenever you wanted. But here, that's not enough. Ethan Gong approached the door, thinking he needed one more hidden bet, keeping it going during critical times. So for now, he'd come here every day to take some money and irritate the casino, but nothing strange had happened yet. Even if he didn't say anything, they still opened the door and saw the guests out silently. But this time, something felt off. Just as he was about to leave, the casino manager spoke up, sir. Ethan Gong was excited, thinking, here it comes. The manager gently probed, why are you leaving early today? He casually offered an excuse, oh, just wanted to keep it moderate today. Hearing this, the manager hesitated for a few seconds, saying, if that's the case? Smiling, he suggested, we have a machine designed specifically for special guests. Would you like to try it? Ethan Gong asked indifferently, a new machine, like a slot machine with a lever? The manager nodded, exactly, but the stakes are 10 times higher than usual. Yet Ethan directly refused. No need, I'm bored of those three types already. The manager quickly offered, if that's so, how about a card game for special guests? Ethan Gong, tired and calculating the time, wondered, what should I do now? When's the flight again? Seeing him still leaving, the manager was startled. Sir. Grabbing his arm, the manager pleaded, please wait a moment. If that's the case, we have another impressive game. Ethan Gong complained, hey, I still have to go home. The manager, trembling with emphasis, said, it's a massive game reserved for VIPs. Hearing this, Ethan paused. VIP? The manager cautiously explained. Yes, initially for large corporations and political figures, but now even ranked players participate. You're special, so you can join. Right after that, Ethan Gong felt intrigued. Sounds tempting. He put an arm around the manager and agreed quickly. All right. Ethan Gong gestured with his chin. Let's go, old man. The manager promptly obeyed. Yes, sir. While in the elevator, Ethan wondered, how deep does this elevator go? Crazy, already the sixth basement. No, that number hasn't changed even though we've gone deep. That board is just a decoy to hide a secret space. After assessing the situation, he immediately widened his eyes. Just then, the elevator stopped and made a ding sound. As soon as the doors opened, all three of them calmly stepped outside. Ethan, Gong, and Bibi followed the manager's back. He cautiously looked left and right. All three stopped in the middle, surrounded by different doors. The manager seriously entered a password on door number 3. Seeing that, Ethan Gong was impressed. Such tight security. As soon as the door opened, the manager respectfully guided, "This way." The manager cheerfully implied, "Enjoy your game, sir." In front of them was an extremely bizarre scene. A robot decisively eliminated a player. At that moment, Barney regrettably exclaimed, "Oh, bad luck, number 78 has been defeated." Looking at the screen, Ethan was stunned. This is a death game. Ethan Gong clenched his teeth in anger. They're using people's lives for a game. She clearly announced, all warriors this round have been eliminated, including the other warriors from the bonus round. The coins from this game will be added to the next one. Unfortunately, but we hope you continue to try your best for the next round. Prepare for the next game. Hearing this, he furiously commented to himself, they're toying with human lives. Just then, Barney eagerly waved and greeted, another VIP has joined. Hello, I'm the host, Barney. She winked and introduced, welcome to the Arena of Warriors. I'll explain the rules. Barney respectfully guided. First, please look at this tablet. She gave detailed instructions. This will be your tool for joining the game. Use it to bet coins. Barney continued explaining. While selecting a warrior, proceed to invest in that warrior. She confidently presented. This game is called the Dungeon God. 100 warriors will be released into 50 different rooms. Barney described the rules. As gods, VIPs will have the chance to support their heroes, helping them survive and safely pass the dungeon challenges. She guided the path for each move, where every warrior would clear a room until reaching the final boss room. But along the way, the warriors would clash or fight to the death with monsters. Barney summarized the victory condition. A game where any VIP supporting their chosen hero wins by defeating the boss. She cheerfully presented the necessary items for the match, introducing a coin used in the game, each worth 10 billion. Hearing the huge number, Ethan Gong was stunned for a while. 10 billion, that's so expensive. Let's see how many coins I have. Next, Barney introduced an additional condition. During the exchange or alteration of heroes, you can use coins to support them. He realized the money trap and unconsciously cursed to himself, thinking, if unlucky, you can just throw more money in? Excitedly, she reminded everyone that any VIP who chooses a hero that isn't defeated throughout the match will get back all the coins they invested for that round. Please think carefully and make a wise choice. You have 5 minutes to get familiar before the new round begins. Without hesitation, Ethan Gong sat down in his chair. At this moment, feeling tired, he sighed softly. A game using real lives to gamble. These people are crazy. Ethan Gong looked at the screen and reluctantly accepted. Even though this might be wrong, the bosses want to see a world full of victories, conquering these areas through gambling skills. Jiangxian, Gangwon-do, Macau, Las Vegas. Upon success, there's a unique bonus trait for the gambler. Seeing the reward at the end, he felt a bit relieved, as absolute luck is essential for his plan. An incredibly important trait. Damn, there's no other choice now. Just then, Barney excitedly announced, ladies and gentlemen, the official round is about to begin. She waved her hand and asked, please turn on your tablet screens, as the new hero profiles have been updated. Suddenly, Ethan Gong was startled and exclaimed to himself, why is this guy here too? Looking at the familiar face on the screen, he was panicked. Yopi, why is he involved in gambling like this? Ethan Gong was shocked to discover even more surprises behind it. Wait, it's not just Yopi. He was horrified and shouted inwardly. There are other characters from Lucid Adventure too. Why are there so many? At this moment, Constant clasped his hands in prayer. I just want to find him, but I don't know how. Confused, the boy wondered how he could find him. Constant closed his eyes and earnestly prayed. He recalled the terrifying encounter. Right then, Constant stood frozen in place. A monstrous entity charged aggressively at the boy. Watching it rush towards him, Constant was stunned. Just then, a sharp pain hit him, and he clutched his head. While Constant was distracted, the monster swung its weapon. In that moment, memories from before came flooding back to him. A massive power within Constant suddenly erupted. In an instant, the monster was completely destroyed. Returning to reality, while the boy was still praying, a light suddenly shone down. Lalu appeared, standing radiantly in the light. Seeing this miraculous sight, Constant was speechless for a few seconds. He smiled and whispered, "You found me." Lalu extended his hand and said, "Take my hand, it's me, the one you shed tears for." He confidently declared, "I am your savior." Lalu stared into the boy's eyes and asked, "Do you remember?" He reminisced about the past moments they had shared. Immediately, Constant worshipfully knelt and bowed. The boy burst into tears. At last, it's you, my Lalu. Lelu seriously said, get up. There's something you must do for me. Without hesitation, Constant replied, yes, I will follow all your instructions, Lord Lalu. After hearing his mission, the boy turned and left. Constant slowly walked away from the chapel. Suddenly, the child of God commented excitedly, this is so interesting. She doubted and asked, you're still not taking action, Kwang Tank Long? He coldly replied, it doesn't concern you. The child of God puzzlingly questioned, why go to such lengths just to catch a human? Lalu, puzzled, repeated, a human. He sternly warned, if you're not prepared, disaster will strike before you can react. Just then, Lucid calmly assured, don't overdo it. Indifferently, he predicted, if left alone, they'll die on their own. Lalu impatiently concluded, enough nonsense. I'm just doing what needs to be done. Hearing this, Lucid chuckled and sarcastically asked, you think you can stop it? Like Zero once did. Have you forgotten how we lost to her before? He emphasized the past event. She dared to interfere with the past. Back then, it was predestined that over half the world's population would die. The child of God agreed with the comment. I didn't expect Zero to intervene back then. She scoffed disdainfully. It's like wiping your nose without hands. But whatever, even if they survive, humans are just humans. At that moment, Lalu smiled mockingly. That's funny. He carefully reminded, you still don't see, even after being treated like this by humans. Lalu cautiously confirmed, the only unknown on this planet is humans. And at the same time, they are the most terrifying thing in this world. Back in the VIP room, Ethan Gong was really shocked. Bibi noticed and asked, what's surprising, did you recognize someone? After seeing familiar faces, he screamed, what's this? Constant. Wait, not just Constant, everyone here is familiar. Bibi was confused and said, this can't be a coincidence. Maybe it's a trap by the Bakemo group. He pondered and agreed. I don't know, but Bibi has a point. Then Ethan Gong analyzed in worry. This can't just be a coincidence. 7 others were added from the previous game, who had also participated in the betting game, and there's even Heart Heater. I wonder if they're real or fake. Wait, if there's one fake, 2 or 3 more fake ones are normal. In this situation, you can't tell real from fake. You have to bet on one person. The ones who gave me this mission are called bosses, but who are they? What's the purpose of these missions? When I was a magician, it was the same. These bosses always have a plan. The mission isn't just about winning a regular gamble. You have to play in secret casinos where deception is a weapon. The world of true winners that the bosses talk about, what do they mean? It's like they want me to discover the essence of gambling myself. He whispered in frustration, the world of true winners. Ethan Gong compared in thought, to me, gambling breaks all rules. Just then, he turned curiously and asked, hey, Bibi looked puzzled and replied, what's up? Ethan Gong immediately asked, can you teleport me into the space that appeared on the screen earlier? Hearing this, he asked in shock, what? Why? Bibi guessed in surprise. You want to join the game yourself? He was pleased and praised, smart thinking there. He worriedly objected. Wouldn't that be dangerous? If it's really a trap. However, Ethan Gong dismissed that. Gambling has been full of traps from the start. If you aren't brave, don't dream of winning. Bibi sighed and accepted. Let me see. If I can sense the mana of the location from the screen, I can teleport there. But it looks like the place is inside a dungeon, and I'm not skilled enough to teleport directly inside a dungeon. Suddenly, he looked around in horror. It can't be. The mana from the screen matches this room entirely. Shocked, he exclaimed, what? Bibi calmly explained. So it's the same place? Meaning we're sitting inside a dungeon. Ethan Gong got the idea and mocked. Hosting games inside a dungeon? No wonder the guide was sneaky. He frowned and remarked, using dungeons illegally is a crime. Without more words, he asked, so can you still use teleportation? Bibi nodded, but was still worried. Yes, although we should avoid targeted teleportation, meaning teleporting to a specific known position, and instead use blind teleportation, meaning teleporting to a random place within a fixed space. He seriously concluded, the team members won't teleport to the same spot, and each position is entirely random. I don't use this technique often as there's a chance you might get teleported into a wall, but right now, it's our only option. However, he was still excited and urged, so teleportation is doable, right? Let's do it. With my luck, what's there to fear? Suddenly, Barney asked, have you been waiting long? She waved and announced, the game is about to begin. Has everyone placed their bets? Seeing his teammates' arrogance, he sighed helplessly. The old habit of being overly confident hasn't changed. Huh? Barney excitedly shouted, let's count down. Ethan Gong reminded with a wry smile, and you haven't changed your habit of speaking out of turn. The next second, she happily counted down. 3, 2, 1. As they teleported, both cheered each other on. Good luck, don't die now. Barney boldly declared, "Let the game begin." System. Skill. Blind teleportation. Teleport to a random location within a predetermined space. Ethan Gong landed lightly on the ground. Success. He assessed his surroundings. This is exactly like on the screen. The room is so clean, I must have teleported to the starting point. Just then, a noise made Ethan Gong turn his head quickly. Seeing the light in front of him, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The door to the next room is open. Who's there? Suddenly, an ominous aura spread out, making his face turn pale. Fighting would be troublesome. Hope I meet someone reasonable enough to negotiate? Huh, why is no one here? Afraid? What? This smell? It's unbearable. Ethan Gong was horrified to discover. The smell penetrates my defenses. What kind of trick is this? No, this isn't a skill because no notification window popped up. This disgusting smell by itself is harmful enough. Only that guy would play dirty like this. Just then, Yopi popped his head out and laughed gleefully. Can you handle my Archangel's fart? This card contains the pain of an Archangel who worked too much without taking a dump. It doesn't deal direct damage, but the smell, even top players would go mad. Are you having fun yet? He angrily gasped for breath. You madman, using farts in a fight? He joyfully laughed. It's just for fun once in a while. Seems like it didn't work much, huh? Next second, Yopi pulled out a card and declared, let's end it with this move. Right away, the system summoned Advanced Apprentice Scarecrow, a scarecrow swordsman who was weak for a long time, but evolved into a high-level monster under a good trainer, with enhanced physical abilities and skills. Ethan Gong mocked sarcastically, truly insane. This time playing with beginner training scarecrows and training them because you're too lazy to find stronger ones? As soon as he finished, the apprentice scarecrow attacked. He teleported towards Yopi and called out, "You." Ethan Gong smiled and remarked, still the same weirdo as ever. Yopi. Recognizing someone familiar, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hardcore leveling warrior." Yopi asked in confusion, "Are you here for that too?" HCLW briefly explained the situation to Yopi. After hearing it, he pondered deeply. "So we're being treated like betting coins. Seems like things got complicated." He hesitantly questioned, "But why did you come in here?" Yopi honestly explained, "I need the dungeon's reward. It took me a lot to get in here." Hearing this, Ethan Gong curiously asked again, "The reward from this dungeon?" Then, he seriously warned, HCLW dunno if you know, but when time was reversed, many people died from a paradox with this world. Ethan Gong nodded in agreement. "I know. Because of the time anomaly, there's someone I need to save, so I have to complete this dungeon." After piecing together the information, he realized something important and seriously raised the issue. So this guy still doesn't know what the deep-sea tears are. Alright, it might be easier to trick him then. So what's the plan to complete this? Planning to kill the other 99 people? Yopi quickly dismissed that idea, saying, "Luckily, we don't have to. After hearing your story, I'm quite sure." Just then, Ethan Gong mentioned in shock that this dungeon is called the Loop Dungeon, hearing it for the first time. He pondered the situation. Many people have different entrances, and each one completes their own path. But there's only one way that leads to the boss room. The dungeon keeps restarting until someone finds the right path. He nodded in agreement, confirming that the casino is using the dungeon's characteristics to create a deadly game. Yopi reflected, yes, it seems so. The worrying thing is, who's the boss of this dungeon? Ethan Gong anxiously asked, "Who is it?" He hesitated and said, "I don't know either. I've never been there." Hearing this, he nervously rubbed his chin. Even he doesn't know. Seeing the deadlock, Ethan Gong thoughtfully theorized, if that's the case, the one responsible must be very powerful. The one who supposedly broke and rebuilt such a massive dungeon. There's only a 1 in a million chance of finding the path to the boss room. It's a super high-risk dungeon even Yopi couldn't crack. It seems the bosses are looking for someone capable of completing this place. He frowned and explained the situation. Surely the task is to prove one's luck in this incredibly low-odds situation. In other words, this dungeon is the perfect example to showcase a gambler's true abilities. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, causing both of them to jump up in surprise. Someone is approaching. Both of them were utterly shocked. What? Again, really? From inside, Heart Heater slowly stepped out, hands bleeding. Seeing the familiar face, Yopi shouted in disbelief, "The loan shark." Next to him, Ethan Gong cautiously speculated, no, maybe this time it's the real deal, but even if it is the real one. He uneasily thought to himself, the data isn't with him, meaning he doesn't recognize who we are. At that moment, he angrily declared, "You two fools will be punished in her name." Heart Heater didn't wait for anyone to react. He immediately rushed forward, appearing behind them in a flash. Ethan Gong quickly turned around, sensing something was wrong. But sadly, he didn't dodge in time and got hit straight in the face. All Ethan could do was grit his teeth in anger. Then Heart Heater moved toward where Yopi was standing. Yopi remained calm and charged forward. A card appeared in his hand, glowing with a mysterious light. Ethan shouted a warning, "Don't kill him, Yopi," leaving Yopi a bit startled. Really? After thinking for a moment, Yopi made up his mind. A kick to the face should do it, right? The blow sent him flying backward from the impact. Watching this made Ethan angry, and he shouted, "You crazy idiot, stop messing around!" All he got was the trademark smile of the PS ambassador. But at that moment, a bony hand grabbed Yopi's leg. In an instant, Yopi was pulled backward. He was flung like a rock into a wall, creating a huge explosion. Yopi couldn't do anything but lie in a corner, complaining. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong was laughing with delight. Stupid gets what he deserves. Just as he finished, Heart Heater attacked again, but Ethan managed to dodge this time. His mind was racing. No data, but maybe talking will work. Ethan decided to cut to the chase. "Hey, Heart Heater, wait a bit." "No signs, but I'll pretend to be friendly. Let me explain. I know you don't remember anything." Ethan kept asking questions. "Think carefully? It's me? Look familiar?" He gestured. The high-level warrior, a regular customer. Seeing no reaction, Ethan backed down. "Our relationship wasn't great, but we're best friends, right?" Ethan continued, "I owe you a lot of money, you know." He even recounted the worst memories. "Sometimes you cut my fingers when I missed payments." Ethan poured out stories while Heart Heater stayed silent. "Remember now. Sounds good, right?" Yopi, who was listening, said, "Let him cut a finger. Maybe it'll jog his memory." Ethan snapped, "Shut up, this isn't funny." At that moment, Ethan remembered something and said, "Oh, and some people like me were with you too." He took a breath and continued, "There was Sora and also Dark. Even if you don't remember me, you remember them, right?" No matter what Ethan said, Heart Heater remained silent. But Ethan didn't seem to get it, and kept asking, "Sound familiar yet?" "Right. Your young master." At last, Heart Heater spoke calmly, "Young master." Seeing hope, Ethan affirmed, "Yes, Dark, the young master you served, always following that short kid." Heart Heater seemed to vaguely remember young master Dark. Finally, Heart Heater opened his cloudy eyes and said, "Dark must be protected," she asked. Seeing this, Ethan approached. "I'm in the same group, not an enemy." Ethan reached out his hand, coaxing, "Understand? Let's go." Heart Heater, on the opposite side, calmly reached out his hand too. But contrary to Ethan's expectation, he was immediately punched and sent flying away. Yopi saw his teammate and burst out laughing, but was yelled at, "We're about to die, and you're laughing?" Still calm, he replied, "I'm just happy. That's why I'm laughing," which made Ethan Gong angry again. "Happy? Yeah, right." As Heart Heater charged toward them, Yopi casually questioned, "That guy doesn't have data, can't use skills, then how is he so strong?" While Heart Heater's hand was approaching them, they continued chatting. "That's strange, just kill him to be safe." But Ethan snapped at him again. "Stop with the nonsense." Right after that, a punch landed where they just were. Luckily, they both had fast reflexes and dodged in time. At this point, Ethan Gong's face was still tense from the stress. Meanwhile, Yopi was still busy as a brand ambassador for different toothpaste brands. As soon as he landed, he started talking again. "See how strong he is." Not only that, Yopi continued with his thoughts. "At this rate, the dungeon is going to collapse," which made Ethan freeze in his tracks. Then quickly, Ethan Gong realized the issue. "He's not targeting us. He's trying to destroy the dungeon." Ethan felt even more frustrated. Playing hide and seek, since 2 against 1 is too much, he's going invisible. At moments like these, Ethan Gong's mind works harder. With no data, he's fighting purely on instinct. Suddenly, Yopi spoke up. "By the way, would I dare to kill 99 people to win this dungeon?" "Yes, if it means saving someone important to me, I'd do it." Hearing this, Ethan Gong sensed something was off and shouted, "Hey!" Both of them looked up for a moment, and then started discussing an alliance. "So, want to team up and clear this dungeon together?" "Yopi, don't tell me you're basing your decision on my next move, to decide whether to kill Heart Heater or not," as Yopi asked. "HCLW, do you trust me? Can we trust him?" Suddenly, a digital board appeared in front of them, leaving Ethan Gong shocked. "What's this?" Then lines of text appeared. "Earth game, choose the path of the dungeon. If you upset player Yopi, he won't let it slide. Player Yopi, trust him. Follow the team. Don't trust him. Fight each other. The next choice determines the path leading to the end. Yopi is slippery. Every choice has its price." After reading, Ethan made his decision and shouted, "I trust you. I'll help you save the person you're trying to save. So please trust me too." He calmed down and replied, "Good, then I will trust you too." But they didn't know Heart Heater was watching the situation from behind. He immediately seized the opportunity and charged forward with a determined thought. Strong obstacle. Kill them. Slay them. Heart Heater raised his hand, aiming to tear them to pieces. With some unknown force, he lifted a huge rock. Must act now. But a moment later, he fell into confusion, losing consciousness. "I must find her. Where am I? I remember nothing." His whole body shook from the pain he was enduring. "What's happening? Why don't I remember anything?" However, he quickly regained his senses and moved to the side. Meanwhile, his mind echoed with a phrase. "Oh, Poor sheep from another world. In front of Heart Heater, a face suddenly appeared with a bright halo, saying, I'll give you what you desire. As these thoughts ended, a fiery dragon appeared in his hand. At this moment, the voice kept shouting, you can only see her again if you join us. Finally, Heart Heater remembered everything. Came to this world to find her. Right after, the fiery dragon was launched at the two standing there. Those who dare block my path will be killed. Ethan Gong couldn't believe his eyes. How can he use dragon skills without data? Both were frozen in place, just coming to terms with reality. As he charged forward, Ethan accidentally noticed something. There's a glowing stone up high. Then Heart Heater was immediately bound tightly by ropes. Caught off guard, he roared in frustration. Ethan Gong saw this and was stunned. Meanwhile, Yopi beside him was unfazed. Thanks for stepping on it. Turns out he had secretly set up a trap all along. Once again, Yopi smiled brightly. Only I knew how to resolve it. A masterpiece from a trap specialist, completely immobilizing the opponent, only to be undone by a special skill. At that moment, he finally remembered the magic traps sold at Yopi Land. The familiar chill, he had once been a victim too, but if it were Heart Heater, he could easily escape. This one's on a different level. Escaping the usual ones is possible, but not this one. After turning to the side, Ethan Gong felt a bit uneasy. Caught him. But now what? Meanwhile, Heart Heater on the other side kept struggling. This left him unsure of what to do. How to calm him down? Or should they just knock him out and drag him? Suddenly, Yopi spoke up, stopping him. Wait, that reminded him. He reached into his pocket and said, I have something he left with me a long time ago. Seeing that, he asked, equipment? He didn't hide anything but wasn't sure, so he just replied, yeah, seems important to him, might trigger a memory. Ethan Gong heard that and was stunned. Heart Heater has memorabilia? Then Yopi went up to him and said, now say ah. Not giving him a chance to react, he pressed open his mouth. He stood by watching but didn't understand, so he turned and asked, what are you doing? Heart Heater, forced to open his mouth, was growling angrily. But he didn't care and even warned, open wide, don't blame me if your front teeth get broken. What the heck? What's that crazy guy doing now? Then the card flung forward at the speed of sound. It shot into his mouth, leaving him pale, struggling to breathe. Afterward, there was a quiet pause between the three of them. His hands were still trembling slightly. Even his eyes widened for a moment. Then his gaze slowly softened, seemingly comforted. After a moment, he suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yopi shouted, it worked. While he was still confused, what did you give him? Without hesitating, he showed the candies in his hand. Just some candies, but they're high-interest candies, made from blood from another world. Could there be a story hidden behind them? Yopi explained further. Heart Heater once asked me to find more like these. Since then I've kept them with me. This surprised him. He asked you to find candies for him? Ethan Gong looked at Heart Heater and pondered. It's a rather strange request since he asked me to find them in real life instead of in the game. Meanwhile, Yopi kept rambling. An NPC asking for real-world items sounds weird, right? I thought it was nonsense, so I put them in the inventory and forgot until now. There must be some deeper meaning to them, making him keep thinking, candy, candy. Then Ethan Gong suddenly remembered, thinking back to when he was hunting the golden dragon armor. Back then he must have asked. As he recalled, Ethan Gong had once asked, hey Heart Heater. He couldn't understand. The cold-blooded guy who just cut my finger earlier really likes candy? Then he just answered, yes. He held them in his hand, observing for a while, then said, they don't seem to fit, but this high-interest lender here really likes candy. Because that was important to Heart Heater. This was a gift. A gift from who? Ethan Gong asked, girlfriend? And was snapped at, stop talking nonsense. Then he asked further, want to eat one? No thanks. I hate sweets. Made him more curious, so who gave them to you? Wow, girlfriend, really? Is she pretty? And was silenced. Remember the interest from the money you borrowed before? Why bring money into this again, man? And got an answer. Nothing is more valuable than money, which startled Ethan Gong. This guy? Meanwhile, the two were still watching. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and shouted, look at his face. Yopi saw it and moved closer, saying, looks like he's actually smiling. Ethan Gong quickly responded, maybe? Really, candy? This candy was truly a gift from his girlfriend. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chota, being choked, screamed desperately, please. In his panic, he kept pleading, asking him to wake up. It turned out that the person standing below was Bong's son. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, saying that shouting was useless. According to that person, now he only listens to me. Constant sat on the side witnessing all this and said sternly, I'll give you one last chance. Where did you get that lucky coin? However, Chota insisted, I've already told you, it's my skill. Really? The boy said while staring straight ahead. Well then, After that, Constant immediately ordered, "You don't need it anymore." Right after, Bong Sun's eyes flashed brightly once more as he was pushed to the brink. Then suddenly, Chota's figure vanished in front of everyone. Seeing this, Constant immediately realized, "It's a spatial skill. You haven't changed at all." BB saw this and stepped forward, still living the same way. After a while, he said again, "Answer me, Constant." In anger, BB could only roar, "You deceitful bastard." No matter how many times he called, Constant stayed silent. After a while, the boy turned and asked Constant back. This question made BB a bit annoyed. "You idiot, did you forget my name?" But Constant didn't care and asked back, "You." After choosing his words, the boy continued, "Do you know something?" Constant's voice clearly showed annoyance. "The red-haired man, where is he? Speak quickly." Hearing this, BB frowned. "I don't know what you're talking about, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, even if it killed me." After that, the boy spoke up loudly, "I'm sorry, but you have no other choice." Still, BB stayed calm, still as cheeky as ever. Yet, he decided to teach the boy a lesson. Nothing has changed at all. Right after, BB used his move, spatial magic, short-range teleportation. In a world where lucid adventure skills are gamified, some are superior to all others. Among them is Choco BB's spatial magic. He just needed to change the enemy's direction. In this world affected by the laws of physics, it was like a car accident. These are the rules of physics on this Earth. This was a huge power-up for Bibi. In just a moment, that group of people was flattened on the ground. Constant couldn't believe what he was seeing. 5 people, yet still. However, he calmly declared, "Don't dream, you can't win." Bibi didn't stop there and warned the boy, "If I wanted, your heart would be above your head right away." But because of Ethan Gong's instructions, he didn't make a big deal out of it. "It's a pity someone asked, that's why you're still breathing now." Before entering the dungeon, HCLW asked Chocobibi not to hurt or kill Constant if they met again, because HCLW knew how dangerous Chocobibi's skills were. Then, Bibi raised his hand forward while saying, "So don't be smug anymore. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly." As he finished speaking, he summoned a new technique. The attack shot directly toward Constant, who was sitting. In Bibi's mind now was just the thought, "I will lock it." Spatial magic, short-range teleportation. At the same time, the boy on the other side suddenly released a purple smoke. Right then, the attack rushed in, shaking the surrounding ground powerfully, but it only pierced the floor. Constant had disappeared, yet BB didn't know and casually thought, "Okay, probably knocked it unconscious." What, this guy? The more BB thought about it, the more he admired Constant. Still able to use skills, pressed like that but unharmed. Shortly after, the stones crumbled to reveal countless people hugging each other, forming a shield for the boy. Constant, meanwhile, sat there undisturbed, looking toward him. The scene left him unable to believe it, using others as a shield. The next moment, those people suddenly stood up like the undead. Bibi couldn't help but marvel. That's impressive. So he continued the attack, realizing words wouldn't work. Spatial magic, short-range teleportation. However, this attack couldn't harm Bong Sun. Just seeing that made Bibi realize. My spatial mana was reflected. More than anyone, he understood the boy, Constant. This brat, perhaps even he hasn't realized it yet, used the Judas tongue skill. This was proven by the purple smoke around Constant's mouth. Then the crowd again charged toward Bibi. Faced with this, he could only sigh heavily, "Damn, using even these guys. If my energy no longer works on people, I have to focus on objects to block them." Then, a brick wall was quickly built to block the attacks. But Bong Sun didn't hesitate to throw a punch backward. Right after, the wall was shattered, leaving Bibi extremely surprised. Damn. Just one punch took out the stone wall. More than anyone else, he understood his situation. This isn't good, have to dodge immediately. However, the harsh truth hit as soon after BB realized, why can't I teleport? Thinking about it made him even more uneasy. It turned out BB's foot was caught tightly by Chota. He had been outplayed. Somehow, the focus in his eyes had changed. Meanwhile, Bong Sun was charging ahead like crazy, making BB unable to move forward or retreat. In the end, BB took a knockout punch straight to the face. The force was so strong, the lollipop in his mouth flew off to the side. Immediately, memories from the past flashed in BB's mind. To be honest, a lot had happened. He had once looked at a big slab of meat with longing. At first, he didn't dislike it, but after going on a hunt with the group, he felt more confident. As he was lost in thought, a voice came from behind. Indeed, they rushed out too much. How could it be? Where else do you see deer these days? Turns out, Constant was sitting in a corner retelling the story. It's true. Deer still run out of the forest near the city of Gyeorong. My father's mansion is nearby. Seeing this, Arms chimed in. Mansions are always cool. I'd love to see deer too. Even though he didn't say anything, he still listened intently to the situation. So, I caught one myself. So he's from the city of Gyeorong. The boy over there was still beaming. So deer aren't extinct yet. And my sister too. Do you have a sister? Upon hearing this, Ji-hoon jumped in to ask, is your sister pretty? Constant replied, yes, but the swordsman here isn't her type, which made him feel really sad. Why? Do I look awful or something? She teased him, saying, just so you know, the swordsman here looks rough in real life too. That beard, I bet, is identical in real life. Arms, in real life, I have a stable job, okay? Heard he's working part-time at a disc store. Hearing this, BB unintentionally pieced together some things. The mansion with deer located near the city of Gurong. I've heard of this before, somewhere. Suddenly he remembered I heard about this back in the 3rd year of middle school. What was his name again? After a while of thinking, BB remembered, think carefully. Right? There really was a guy like that. Moreover, he also understood. The family was very rich, but went bankrupt, then immediately transferred to another school. BB looked over at Constant and felt only pity. Though they weren't close. What a small world. It seems I've met the whole class in this game. So BB told himself, looks like I'll have to introduce myself more thoroughly later. Once, I used to scout near a black market to gather information about the Great War. Back then, BB was so idle, he had time to lie on the roof and relax. Suddenly, he heard something. So he turned abruptly. Turns out, Constant was strolling towards the fruit stand. Seeing this, BB was full of questions. Why is that guy coming here? Meanwhile, the boy down below kept looking around, slowly stepping into the house. At that time, I saw him leaving the store after finishing his work. I followed and asked, are you from the city of Gurong? Looking at the boy, Bibi felt even more uneasy. Why are you going to meet those black market traders? Then Bibi moved towards where the boy was standing. But instead of a warm handshake, he got a huge cold shoulder. The guy just gave a slight smile when he saw me. At that moment, Bibi saw a breath come out of Constance's mouth. A second later, that breath flew towards Bibi. Then, my memories were completely erased. And that's why I didn't know. What followed was an image of a figure skewered like a porcupine. So the flag also fell to the ground because of that. He was the reason the Zara Guild disbanded. Constant decisively turned his back on everyone. The part of the memory that was erased was restored when creating a new character. Meanwhile, at present, Bibi was still being wrecked by Bong's son. Bibi backed away because of this. A stream of bright red blood suddenly dripped from his mouth. Suddenly, the boy seemed to sense something and stood still, not knowing when he had been surrounded. In a fit of rage, Bibi couldn't hold back and shouted, I really want to kill you, but out of respect for the upperclassmen, you're lucky. Right after that, a dazzling light emanated from where he stood. Those people shriveled up like fish dried in the sun. Bibi's killing intent made everyone collapse again. Without the blessing from the goddess of time and space, Bibi needed a lot of mana to maintain his no-view skill. The no-view skill allowed him to move objects freely without using spatial mana. It also had the ability to cause carbon monoxide poisoning. The entire room was filled with carbon monoxide. This made everyone unconscious. After things calmed down, Bibi finally spoke up, saying it was tiring to maintain that. Then he approached Constant and called out, Zara. Thinking for a moment, Bibi bent down to check the situation, then sighed heavily. Suddenly, at that moment, a notification sounded about using a VIP blessing ticket. Seeing this, he was baffled. What is this? It turned out to be a message from the system. It reported, received 10 coins for warrior number 51, using support equipment, random gift box for warrior number 51. BB was really puzzled. Support? What kind of equipment is this? New lines appeared, can receive random level support equipment from normal to special, from a random gift box. Warrior number 51 has received special level support equipment activated effect. He exclaimed, what on earth is this? Wait, that equipment. Suddenly someone rushed over and said, so lucky. In his mind, this was as easy as pie, meeting such a weakling. However, the other was calm and smiled. With just one kick, the guy's body was shattered. Lucid looked at the scene and excitedly yelled, blew him to bits. The room's a mess, admit it. He created a complex dungeon. If I used the god's mana, I'd be kicked out immediately. He looked straight ahead and said, when will we meet? It's been so long, redhead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 people were still waiting. Yopi, still smiling his signature smile, asked, should we take him along? And Ethan Gong replied, guess we should. He looked down at Heart Heater and sighed deeply. This guy, looking at his state, it'll be a while before he wakes up. Just carry him around like this? He heard that and grumbled. Carry him how? Take his stuff and move him properly. Then Yopi seemed to remember something and said, to carry around someone who's passed out, gotta use this, though it's a bit of a waste. But he decided to use it anyway. Oh well, whatever. Then a loud explosion was heard, accompanied by white dust everywhere. Ethan Gong saw this and frowned. This thing was worth the regret? What a horrifying sight. Somehow, through some force he had transformed, with a soft fur coat, full body armor made from ultra-soft material, said to be from Jelly Village. Special effect 1 protected from 1 physical attack, 2 couldn't be removed until destroyed. Yopi was still cheerfully thinking about playing for a while. This outfit couldn't be removed unless destroyed. It also had a function to control it with a remote. Should they make him dance the toka toka? The other just sighed, hoping he'd forget all about this when he wakes up. Or they might be done for. Barney looked at the countdown clock and announced, "The battle has reached its final stage. The game is approaching the last rounds, with only 10 minutes remaining." His voice echoed through the arena. A big thank you for the tireless efforts of the warriors. The 10-minute countdown officially starts. Who will be the last one standing? She quickly announced an unexpected event. Strangely, there's a VIP participating directly in the game. Many are complaining about cheating, but the referee decided it's entirely valid since there's no rule explicitly stating VIPs can't join. She continued to introduce this special player. This VIP with code 101 is continuously scoring points. What's more confusing, as mentioned, is that he isn't punishing other players. He exploited the game rule that if a warrior is unable to move for a certain time, they're eliminated. Could he be the one to reach the boss room the fastest? Inside the dungeon, Ethan Gong was grumbling as he walked. What a long dungeon. He kept complaining. So boring. How much further do we have to go? Yopi next to him said, "We must be getting close. Look over there." An information panel appeared before the group. Mineral water fountain, a resting spot for players. Drinking from it provides a buff, though there's a low chance it will trigger a trap. Seeing this, Ethan Gong said, "This water fountain, it seems it's only created near the boss room, right? We're on the right track." He didn't hesitate and approached it. "Who cares? I'm too thirsty not to drink," he said. Yopi gave him a skeptical look. "You're really drinking it?" He calmly responded. "There's no rule against it. Besides, there's a high chance of getting a buff. That 5% chance of summoning a monster is a bit annoying, but 5%? He confidently patted his chest. "I'm HCLW, 5% means nothing." Then the system coldly declared, "System, trap activated." Another notification appeared, "System, the water manager has awakened," as massive water columns erupted straight at Ethan Gong. Yopi turned to him with sarcasm. "That's your 5%, you gambler." Information about the monster appeared, Crystal Mineral Water Fountain Manager, a transcendent S-level monster in the form of a water spirit guarding the dungeon's water supply. It won't spare anyone who dares pollute it. Before he could retreat, Ethan Gong was engulfed in the swirling mass of thick water. The water spirit angrily shouted, "Foolish one, how dare you pollute the water source?" Cold streams wrapped around Ethan's limbs, spinning him like a toy caught in a whirlpool. Yopi joked from outside, "It hates you for using its water to wash your dirty face," prompting Ethan to angrily shout, "Stop joking, deal with it quickly." Yopi gazed at the water spirit with interest. "Water element, that's nice. I'll handle it." The water spirit, still enraged, shouted, "No mercy, return to dust." Yopi laughed loudly and said, "All right, time to play. Go, soft heater." Heart Heater didn't waste a second. He immediately braced himself for momentum, bending low, pushing hard against the ground. Without giving the water spirit time to react, he twisted his body and poured all his strength into his foot, launching the first kick. The shockwave tore through the water curtain ahead, blasting away the surging waves. The water spirit quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack. "Here it comes." Yopi controlled from below, smiling with delight. "Take this, special attack order." Without stopping, Heart Heater stomped on a just-summoned water column, using it to propel himself high and then dove down from above. Clenching his hands tight, he put all his power into the next strike, jumping straight at the water spirit. It was terrified by Heart Heater's speed. "What's this? So fast?" Yopi, observing, exclaimed, "What's with this? A hidden combo. Careful not to break the controller now." Ethan Gong, still caught in the water, shouted irritably, "Stop jumping around. Do you enjoy watching me nearly drown?" Heart Heater launched his final attack, jumping right into the gemstone at the water's core. The gem shattered, causing the water spirit to cry out in pain. The water receded, freeing Ethan Gong, who fell to the ground. Yopi couldn't help but tease, "You're lucky to get caught by a 5% chance," to which Ethan angrily replied, "Shut up." He shook himself vigorously to dry off, muttering under his breath while Yopi mockingly said, "Looks like a dog shaking off water." Yopi joyfully joked after Ethan dried off. "Finally, clean again. Congrats." Ethan Gong stared at the water fountain and mumbled, "This is the first time I got caught by a fountain trap. I always trust my luck, manipulating game probabilities effortlessly. But this idiotic trap caught me, even though I never hit one in my early days. Time and again, not having absolute luck ruins it all." His eyes turned determined. "I have to conquer this place and reclaim it." Yopi enthusiastically led the way, saying, "Let's see the next room." Stepping forward, he threw open the door and asked, "Is it people or a monster?" Suddenly, from within the room, an eager voice emerged, "Ladies and gentlemen." He looked intently at the three before him. "There's someone in this room," he smiled mysteriously. "I never expected to meet both HCLW and Ethan Gong again. And Heart Heater too." Ethan Gong immediately became alert, realizing this person had memories of lucid adventure. However, he couldn't recognize him and asked, "Who are you?" The other man calmly replied, "Don't you remember me?" Ethan Gong turned to Yopi and asked, "Do you know who this guy is?" Yopi scratched his head and said, "Well, not really sure." The man looked disappointed and said, "That's too bad." He slowly let down his hair and added, "Well then, if I do this, maybe you both will remember." The surroundings immediately changed as he performed a move that reminded them of someone familiar. "Welcome to the battlefield," he said. Ethan Gong's eyes widened. Warlord. He was shocked, wondering how this person who wasn't a player could be here. But with Heart Heater and Kwangtunk Long appearing, it wasn't too unusual. The man was actually named Lucid. Lucid then asked, "Is it because my hair's different? Plus, I've grown a few inches taller." He looked at Yopi and smiled. "Hey Yopi, I missed you." Yopi gave a faint smile. "Is that so?" Ethan Gong remained cautious, wondering if Lucid was on Bakemo's side. If so, there'd be no other choice. But this guy was a god-level figure in the previous world. Fighting him would be troublesome. He looked directly at Lucid and asked, "Warlord, whose side are you on?" Lucid smirked and said, "Which side?" Lucid laughed. And then he disappeared. His voice still echoed, "Guess." In a flash, Lucid appeared right in front of the three of them. As soon as Lucid landed, Heart Heater was the first to charge forward. A loud explosion sounded under its feet as the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Lucid had time to tease. "You look different, Heart Heater. Quite cute." Ethan Gong observed every move of the opponent. Although Lucid didn't use mana, he was still able to dodge and counterattack. "Interesting," Lucid said. "In that case, let's go to the next step, shall we?" Heart Heater's figure turned into a beam of light, tearing through the air and rushing towards Lucid with unmatched speed. Lucid flawlessly spun in the air, easily dodging all of its punches. He seemed helpless. Does it really have to come to this? Right after, Yopi drew his sword and charged, sliding close to the ground, circling to Lucid's left, then relentlessly slashing. The sword strikes formed a dense net, blocking all escape routes. A divine sword appeared, the holy sword of the warlord, and the creation sword of the supreme god. Lucid unleashed a special move, devastating pressure. The sword in his hand slightly vibrated as a cold light quickly enveloped the entire blade. In the blink of an eye, the special move was executed. A massive sword slash tore through the air, carrying a heavy pressure straight towards Yopi. He barely managed to lift his sword to block as the sword energy hit. He was sent flying back dozens of meters, slamming hard into the stone wall behind with a loud boom. The wall immediately dented and cracked into countless large crevices. The terrifying impact made him cough up blood, and his breath caught in his chest. Ethan Gong was shocked at the power of the attack. "What kind of strike is this? I can't believe the Soul Break Slash can be outmatched in strength." Soul Break Slash was the strongest skill ever in Lucid Adventure. Even the top-ranked player struggled with it, so how could this be? He immediately jumped into the air and then landed, creating an indentation in the ground. After a single strike, Lucid coldly said, "Yopi is out. It's just you now." He looked at Ethan Gong with interest. "Surprising, isn't it? I didn't expect your mind to still be lingering in Lucid Adventure. This game, it's not Lucid Adventure. This is Earth Game. The Soul Break Slash of the creator. It's no longer the strongest move. Earth is a place full of variables." He raised his sword. "Every move has unlimited potential. This skill of mine was also developed from the Soul Destruction Strike. To become a force of annihilation, a new skill has emerged. It can even surpass the Soul Destruction Strike. The command system is the foundation for skill activation in Lucid Adventure. Even though it tries to mimic real life as much as possible, it still uses a game as its base, so the rules are quite similar to a game's. A skill operates like a command. However, it doesn't mean a player naturally knows a command and can execute a skill. In fact, it's the opposite. The command is entered unconsciously by the player, and the system activates the corresponding skill. Only a few special players know about the existence of this command system. If you knew the commands for all skills, could you use them all? Theoretically, yes, but in practice, it's nearly impossible. There's no way to randomly guess the exact command. And even if you do, it's extremely difficult to replicate. Being able to use the soul-crushing slash means achieving a miracle. At this point, reality has turned into a game. Lucid Adventure has completely transformed, merging with Earth to become Earth Game. The system has evolved, and the commands have expanded infinitely. If someone were to decode these infinite commands, they could create skills surpassing the soul-crushing slash. At this moment, Lucid is performing a kick with devastating power. Right now, Lucid is executing a powerful kick. Ethan Gong watched with wide eyes and thought, "Damn it, there's no other choice but to take it head-on, that skill." He couldn't do anything at this moment. Stronger than the soul-crushing slash. This massive damage. He looked at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, a bunch of furry creatures appeared out of nowhere. As soon as Ethan Gong saw them, he recognized. It was Yopi still standing. On the other side, Yopi raised the card high. This is also one of my favorite cards. He smiled smugly, thinking it might be a bit annoying, but it's very effective. In his mind, he thought, luckily I used emergency revival earlier, otherwise I'd be done for. As for HCLW, I'll use the fluffy army card. Yopi silently encouraged, "Go, my children." And they immediately rushed to Ethan Gong. Seeing this, Lucid smirked. You two are still the same as ever. Ethan Gong was surrounded by them. He breathed a sigh of relief. The fluffy army was really effective, so this attack can be blocked. Once Lucid's attack ended, the creatures also dispersed. Lucid slowly spoke. All physical damage will be nullified. I really miss these cute little minions. He smiled smugly. Playing with you guys is just as fun as ever. Lucid's tone was continuously taunting. The ranked ones from Earth are different. They're cool, but so boring. Ethan Gong was a bit annoyed, thinking, fun, huh? This irritating bastard? He thought to himself, since the days in Lucid, this guy has been willing to do anything just for fun. His appearance might have changed, but his nature hasn't. Yes, I need to take advantage of this. Ethan Gong slowly stood up. Let me make this more fun for you. He seriously asserted, I used to be #1 on the server, remember? No one knows Lucid Adventure better than I do. Even an old god like you would be surprised to discover hidden content, right? In his heart, he observed, okay, he hasn't made a move, meaning he's listening. Hearing these words, he just sneered. Ethan Gong continued, but with one condition, join forces with us, he said, extending his hand sincerely. The system announced, activating the exclusive passive of the gambler, system, cheat effect, choose your words to fit each other perfectly, can auto-activate when the opponent listens, slightly increasing the chance to persuade the target. Ethan Gong smiled with interest. How's that sound? Like the hidden content? Lucid's smile faded as the system displayed. Cheat successful, target is wavering. Ethan Gong hurriedly added, if you don't like it, just go ahead and kill outright. However, doing so would lose the chance to find those hidden contents. Yopi sighed. That guy is pulling a trick again. He smiled smugly. In a situation like this, and still willing to take a gamble, that god must really be interested by now. On this side, Ethan Gong asked, so how does that sound? Reasonable? Lucid didn't say a word, but suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed heartily. Yopi wondered, he's laughing, did he eat it? Lucid nodded, admitting, I am indeed very curious. Ethan Gong responded, yes, so come along with us. He continued, reminiscing about when they were kids. The time playing together with you two, I already liked it a lot. While remembering, Lucid felt, it's very fun, especially at that last tournament. The excitement of the finals, still vividly remembered today. Ethan Gong immediately agreed, exactly. He moved closer. So, do you want to feel that way again? If so, then from now on, Lucid suddenly cut him off. Hold on, this place called Earth. He sincerely admitted, how should I put it? It's very beautiful. The first day I came here, I saw the sky. His voice lowered. Now I understand Zero's feeling. Something I thought I'd never figure out, the reason she's so passionate about this world. I'm a god, but only because I'm a character created by the creator. Buried feelings were finally spoken. I've always lived with the belief that I'm experiencing what's called joy and excitement. Lucid's voice turned sad. I'm a god, but I don't even have a name. Then he suddenly forced a fake smile like before. The one who called me here gave me a name. A system message appeared, deception unsuccessful. Persuasion failed. Ethan Gong was so worried he was sweating. Damn, it's over. Lucid's demeanor turned cold. I can't betray that person just to play with you guys. He clenched his hand, and power was quickly activated. A weapon appeared attached to Lucid's hand, and he smiled meaningfully. Right, HCLW. Ethan Gong was extremely confused. What is that? A weapon? Yopi was also amazed. Such tremendous power. Lucid thought to himself, this is pressure turned into a weapon, meaning a concept becomes a hot item. He was heading straight toward Ethan Gong. HCLW. You have to realize my true intention. You must immediately get into battle stance, you bastard. Ethan Gong decisively launched a soul-shattering slash. Let's start with an attack. Lucid sneered and raised his hand. Looks like you have no other moves. Realize it already. With just a simple swing, he completely destroyed the attack. HCLW, if it were you. Ethan Gong was stunned. Soul-shattering slash, completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Ethan Gong, the punch aimed directly at his weak spot. A critical hit was launched, piercing straight through Ethan Gong's body. He coughed up blood painfully right after. The hit also sent Ethan Gong flying far away. The impact with enormous force created a massive explosion. Seeing the scene before him, Lucid still smiled indifferently. So you've learned healing skills already? Meanwhile, Ethan Gong was gasping, while in the air, luckily kept using revival skills, almost died there. But this damage even revival can't heal it, can't even stand up. The ground he was sitting on suddenly shattered completely. Is the wall collapsing? The rocks quickly disintegrated, and Ethan Gong fell below. Lucid looked a bit surprised and watched closely. A group of people with different appearances gradually became clear in the shadows. Ethan Gong wondered, are those leftover players? Those people became distinct, and the leader was constant. Lucid spoke disdainfully. So it's Lalu's puppets. He raised his weapon threateningly. Don't interfere. Stay put, so I can handle your target. Constant suddenly turned his gaze toward Ethan Gong. A question popped into his head. What is this feeling? Constant kept staring at him. Somewhere, in the past. Ethan Gong slowly turned his face to look. As his face became fully visible, a familiar voice echoed in Constant's mind. Choco Bibi, you fool. How did you let it come to this? The boy froze from that thought. What? Why? Constant asked himself, no, this memory was put in me by Bakemo, but why does my heart ache when I see that person? Seeing no change in the puppet team, Lucid coldly charged forward. All right then. Might as well end it. He activated the weapon in his hand. At that moment, Constant was still in a panic, clutching his face. What? The boy was utterly confused. I feel like something is boiling inside me. Meanwhile, Ethan Gong was struggling. Do I really have to ask that bastard for help? I'd rather die, but honestly, I can't die here. Seconds later, he shouted desperately, Constant, help your brother out. Those words awakened the rest of the boy's memory. That voice, that back, big brother hardcore. At that exact moment, Lucid was right in front of him. Enough. In vain, he laughed arrogantly. A tremendous force blasted Lucid backward. He looked towards them in shock. This is, you scoundrel. He still tried to keep a calm voice. How did you get that mana? That mana enveloped Ethan Gong's entire body, seemingly helping him recover. Ethan Gong spoke in amazement. Constant, you. Constant had taken on a different appearance. The boy released his hand from the amulet and softly called, Brother. The familiar voice of the past echoed, Beloved HCLW. Let me protect you. Those words carried an extremely certain tone. Mana keeps flowing strongly from Constant's body. Ethan Gong is still shocked by what just happened, and the boy repeats, Brother. I will protect you, he says firmly. Lucid wonders, what's the relationship between those two? He thinks to himself, that blonde guy is annoying me. His mana is completely different from mine. Constant suddenly presses a button on his necklace, and his body starts to move. The boy teleports over to Lucid in an instant, using his move called Zion Judas Deceitful Tongue, leaving Lucid puzzled. I can't keep up with his movements? Lucid asks himself, does he not care about his own life? Doesn't he think about the price of using this skill? Constant's eyes are locked onto Lucid's every move. He strikes at that spot, but only hits Lucid's coat. Constant is confused. He disappeared, even though I'm sure I caught him. Lucid suddenly appears behind him with large wings and says, that coat. I really like it, he laughs with satisfaction. Constant doesn't bother to reply and charges forward immediately. The boy takes a deep breath. I have to hit him precisely. To protect his brother, Constant's move this time comes from his mouth. Constant firmly unleashes that powerful attack. Lucid remains calm. Are you human? Your mana? He smiles emptily. Indeed, a nightmare. Constant's personal trait of being a liar makes the target of his skill believe in his lies unconditionally. The way this ability surpasses deceiving humanity to the extent of deceiving even gods is due to the mana that doesn't follow his game system, a nightmare. The trait of being a liar is well used thanks to using the nightmare mana, which requires 0, and also Constant's nightmare skill has been unlocked and has become even stronger. However, Constant must suffer the consequences for breaking the rules, enduring severe nerve stress and risking his life. In other words, Constant moves closer to death each time he uses this skill. Lucid's expression changed, realizing, now I'm just a human, no more, no less. I can't withstand this nightmare. No, I can't. Constant wildly pours power into that move, leaving Lucid increasingly helpless. This time, there's no choice but to retreat. He teleports to another space. Confronting the earlier horror, he takes a relieved breath. Lalu was already there. Seems like you're okay, huh? He says. Lucid admits, I was just in a rather embarrassing situation. Lalu coldly interrogates. You said you can't be bothered with human affairs, yet you still go? He suddenly widens his eyes. What kind of weird plan is this, Dean? Lucid responds with a teasing smile. Think what you like. That's just one thought, and it's fun. Lalu bluntly judges. Nonsense. I suppose you want to clarify a few things. He hesitantly asks further, so how was it? Lucid smirks. Weren't they less than expected? I'm leaving now. And with that, he disappears. On the other side, Ethan Gong slowly stands up, dusting off his clothes. He looks towards Constant and mutters to himself. So annoying, I survived thanks to that guy, it's driving me crazy. At that moment, Constant takes a slow, deep breath. A second later, the boy suddenly rushes towards Ethan Gong. Brother, I really missed you. Constant's face looks happier than ever. Brother. Ethan Gong mercilessly punches the boy's face. Back off. Even in pain, Constant praises, nice punch. I'm always happy to see you, though you keep calling me a fool. The two of them wrestle for a long time. But didn't you say that? Save me, Constant. I've been waiting, you said that, didn't you? When? You crazy idiot? Constant kept jokingly calling out. Constant, hurry and help me. You're the only one I can rely on. Ethan Gong was annoyed and kicked him right in the face. Shut up. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Excuse me, just for a moment. The others walked out angrily. That guy, no, that bastard. We have business with him. They glared and cursed at Constant. That rag, treating humans like objects. Seeing their demeanor, Ethan Gong quickly distanced himself from Constant. Must be urgent, huh? You reap what you sow, Constant. The boy still smiled happily. Okay, if that's what you say. They all rushed to beat and insult Constant like crazy. Stomp him to death. How dare you use us as shields? While Ethan Gong taunted, you guys must be really mad, huh? Stomp harder. The boy saw him smile and happily laughed along, feeling extremely joyful. I never thought I'd be beside you, hardcore. If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. After a while, HCLW asked each member why they came to this underground storage. Everyone explained their reasons. Bong, Sun, and Chota were trying to make money. Deathman and Oz were looking for some items related to their profession. And Yopi was here to get an item to save his friend. They all said they entered the dungeon to chase after a monster. Anyone who has played Lucid Adventure knows about that monster. The Golden Goblin, an epic monster rumored to make the catcher's wish come true. Except for Constant. Everyone entered this gate and joined the deadly game in pursuit of the Golden Goblin. Ethan Gong pondered intensely. If it's the Golden Goblin then, he suddenly noticed something strange. What's odd here? The Golden Goblin appearing at the same time as people from Lucid Adventure? Ethan Gong thought carefully. Moreover, the war god appearing in this dungeon as my enemy, talking about some command and then suddenly disappearing. He had enough power to wipe us out, so why hold back? Is he trying to convey something? Yopi suddenly spoke up. What are you thinking so seriously about? Let's move. And quickly clear out this dungeon. But Ethan Gong still stood there. I came all this way to regain absolute luck. But now I want to clear this dungeon to see its real ending. Yopi urged hastily. Hurry up, dude, he replied, coming. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Received a whisper. He was surprised. A whisper? System, a kind VIP has made an offer to you. Ethan Gong wondered. An offer? From whom? System, if you kill all the remaining heroes, you will win. He read it carefully. You're telling me to kill everyone else? You want me to win this game, right? I'm tired of this. Ethan Gong didn't hesitate and raised his middle finger at the message. System, if you kill all the remaining heroes, you will win. He laughed gleefully and said, tell them about my offer. If VIP eats, they win. The system immediately displayed a new message. VIP is furious at your response. Yopi was bewildered. Why are you flipping them off? Suddenly, a tremor occurred. What? This tremor? The system displayed a red notification. A monster has been summoned. Ethan Gong was confused. A monster? No way. Is it the boss of this dungeon? Unexpectedly, a pair of hands emerged from the wall behind the system panel. A humanoid golden figure appeared. The monster emitted a dazzling light, leaping from above, causing the ground to shake. Bong San and everyone were shocked. It's... Ethan Gong's gaze became serious. That name... He quickly realized the Goblin King, him, the controller of gold. The Goblin King, ruler of all goblins, an SS-level boss monster, the embodiment of treasure. Because of his love for money and prosperity, his whole body turned to gold. He likes gambling and tends to accept those who beat him as brothers. The Goblin King spoke with authority. Is it you all trying to wreck this gambling dungeon? Saying that, he charged down to attack. Bong Sun was excited and stepped forward. Monster, ready to fight. Ethan Gong calmed things down. No, wait a minute. He looked up casually and asked, Hey, don't you remember me? The king glared and questioned. This guy? Are you crazy? How dare you speak like that to the Goblin King? Ethan Gong pressed further. Look closely. The Goblin King was even more puzzled. Why should I look? But then he looked closely at him. Red hair, dead fish eyes. No way. The more he looked, the more astonished the Goblin King became, saying, You are? After some contemplation, he exclaimed, You're hardcore. The Goblin King quickly bowed down, pleading, Please forgive me, brother, to which he coldly replied, Yeah. This revelation left Bong's son and everyone else shocked, questioning if HCLW was the brother of that creature. They were all so surprised that their eyes went wide. The Goblin King shyly said, Sorry for not recognizing you, big brother. He calmly responded, I'll let it go this time. Ethan Gong even kicked him straight in the head and ordered, Raise your head. Yes, brother, he replied. Deathman was completely frozen by this scene, wondering what was happening. Ethan Gong seriously asked, Hey, you, what's with this wagering dungeon? His gaze turned colder. Do you like playing these kinds of games? The Goblin King slowly answered, Brother, it hasn't been long since I was summoned to this place called Earth. While he was playing with the little goblins, a beam of light appeared, and one day, she showed up. After stealing my dungeon and turning it into a loop dungeon, I was forced to use my abilities to bring people here. I couldn't refuse. His name is Kwang Tan Long. As soon as Ethan Gong heard this, he sharply realized, as expected, the one behind these events is Kwang Tong Long, Lalu. The others were incredibly shocked by this name, Kwang Than Long.